of itself a new expansion for an 11-year-old game. What inspired you guys to build this?
Yeah, it's super cool.
He actually did go live.
We had this idea for one
Everyone thank Freya.
for a while, but we couldn't
Thank you,
quite
Freya.
figure out how to fit it into our busy
Okay,
schedule,
guys.
right? Luckily,
Go watch Destiny. Thanks for watching. Follow the stream.
You're already
All that.
fucking out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, obviously.
All that good shit.
Obviously.
Here we are today.
Bye, guys.
Thanks for watching, and see you later. Bye bye.
It is 1 p.m. He's on time.
Thank you.
It's true.
What?
This donation is meant specifically for Nico. No other person nor streamer shall claim this donation as invoice material. Yes, you, the cat boy in the top right.
Okay. Oh, we can do Factorio before Mooten's here to snark me. Is it harder to get, Is it harder to get calcite now? I feel like I'm having a harder time farming it. I don't remember if I used to just send calcite down from orbit, or if I used to bring it in from, the volcano planet. I built all my trains yesterday. They changed the steam ratio on Volcanus. I don't know what the fuck that means. But I don't have enough calcite for my fucking trains to run. 2 chats on screen? Good. I got 2 chats so I can give 2 fucks. Huge Hasan disavows today, did you see? Oh, I think another senator hopped on board and then something else. Yeah, Jesus. So what is your vitamin D levels? My vitamin D is always low. That's because I never go outside. What do you want me to say? I hate the outdoors. Crazy comp slop.
Hey, well, we don't got to go this far, you know?
Don't try to. I see you looking around to run. Don't run.
Taser? Wait.
What the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone.
True.
He's fighting. Sprint, miss.
What was that?
Get on the ground.
Oh, what was that?
Get on the ground.
Oh, my eyes are burning. What was that?
Get on the ground.
What'd you spray in my eye?
Get on the ground.
What'd you spray in my eye?
Don't worry about it.
What'd you spray in
Get
my
on the
eye?
ground.
I'm on the ground.
All right. You're coming with me.
I am?
Yeah, get up. You're going to jail.
You're gonna have to guide me because I can barely see because of that stupid crap.
Why'd you run?
Why'd I run?
Yes, why'd you run?
I don't know why I ran. You got backup?
Yeah, I have backup coming.
What's this about?
Yeah.
Man, something wrong with your partner. Nah, something wrong with your partner for real. Something wrong with your partner. Nah, something wrong with your partner. You say something. Nah, something wrong. Something wrong. You want me? I'm gonna go that one.
Get against the car. Stop fighting with me. See, I had to call for backup. I knew you were onto something.
What? Am I crazy, or does the police officer sound like another like 12-year-old, and not like in a haha women's not like 12-year-old boys or whatever. But they sound very, very, very young. Am I crazy?
Something wrong with your partner. Nah, something wrong with your partner. He's face on it. Nah, something wrong. Something wrong. You want me? I want to go that one.
It's two kids playing. Oh, fuck you. Cop slut.
You're going to jail.
Oh, I see. It is two kids playing. Fuck you. Never mind. I'm just kidding. That was a troll, by the way. You all got trolled, dipshits. You actually all got trolled. Obviously, it was two kids playing the whole time. Duh. Let's see. We got...
Hey guys, it's Prying Mind here. Destiny, please remove dono perms from Utan. He skipped $2,000 worth of your donos yesterday while you were shotgunning Red Bulls in the kitchen and said he was invoicing you for $4,000.
What the fuck? Is that true? In response to Hassan Piker's recent comments on Jews in America being targeted because of their views on Israel, this shouldn't be hard. No community should face the threat of violence through their political views, period. Oh, so we had Slotkin. We had Jackie Rosen, Senator, Representative Greg Stanton, Brad Schneider. Damn. Man, Hassan's really bringing everybody together. What's this?
Fix
Gottenheimer 2.
the housing crisis? No, it's time to... Can rent control fix the housing crisis? No, it's time for some Econ 101. Rent control sounds like a simple enough idea. Housing is too expensive, so why don't we stop landlords from charging so much money? Yay! Wrong. The main reason why rents rise is that there aren't enough housing units for the number of people who want to live in a given city. With many people competing for the same apartments, landlords rationally set rents at the highest amount they think someone is willing to pay. Rent control sets a ceiling on how much landlords can charge, but it doesn't solve the underlying housing shortage. It actually makes things worse, because developers don't want to build new units if they think they can be legally prohibited from charging enough to earn back their investment. Almost half of the rental apartments in New York are rent regulated. About 50,000 of them stand empty, many of them because their landlords can't charge enough to make up for the cost of necessary repairs.
50,000 empty units in New York City. Is that, I know it sounds like a big number, but is it actually? How many units are there in New York City? Because there's always going to be some amount of frictional, like, empty unit thing. Because that sounds like that could be actually a very, 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 very low number now. How many, what would I say, rental units are available in all of New York City? 2.32 million renter-occupied housing units. Yeah, with roughly 33 to 57,000 unit vacancies at any given time. That sounds really low. Like there's some amount of frictional, because if you're going to move to a new city, right, there has to be like an available unit for you to move into. So I don't know if I would say that the 50,000 units are empty because the landlords can't charge more or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily true. But oh wait, somebody said I think this is separate from a standard vacancy rate. Really?
Because their landlords can't charge enough to make up for the cost of necessary repairs. So how do you lower rents? Build more housing. Cities like Austin, Denver, and Phoenix have recently seen a huge increase in building and a decrease in rents. Lots of people want to move to these cities, but the housing supply can keep up, so landlords have to compete with each other to attract new tenants, which they do by lowering prices.
Okay. Build more stuff. Cool. Wow, so smart. Who do you think Emma Vigilant said suffered the most from the Holocaust? The Nazis? I don't know. Africa? Oh, the Russians. Oh, technically, I think... Is it 5 million or was it more? Did more Russians die in like camps or whatever than Jews? It was a huge number of Russians as well. I don't think we talk about it much, right? Like not just died in the war, but like died in the camps, I think.
The people that bore the brunt of the Holocaust were the Palestinians.
I should say, actually, I'm so sorry. You should say Soviets, not Russians, because whatever would have been part of the empire or part of whatever, technically, you should say Soviets instead of Russians, I guess, right?
The people said Bill Maher's atheism is secondary to his Islamophobia. It should be, I think, important, a teachable moment for people about what Zionism is really about as a white supremacist ideology that has...
Oh, I guess this is cheating because some of these Soviets were Jews. I didn't know that. Approximately, this is with the Google AI thing, approximately 5 to 5.5 million Soviet citizens died from Nazi genocidal policies during World War II. This total includes at least 2 million Soviet Jews and roughly 3.3 million Soviet prisoners of war.
has been tied into an ancient religion that should have nothing to do with it and has put so many Jews on the front lines is secondary to his Islamophobia. It should be, I think.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
What happened to that? Was it just like the right kind of religion, though, that you were in favor of? Once it became, and Sam...
Parent and a Jewish parent.
Okay. You are supposed to be an atheist, right? Like
they're talking about Sam Harris. Just for the 50 millionth fucking time, Jew and Jewishness and Israel and Jews and the Holocaust and anti-Semitism has basically nothing to do with the religion, okay? I don't know why Jews, who are supposed to be so fucking smart, decided to name their ethnicity the same thing as their fucking religion, because it was probably the most retarded fucking thing you could do, because it helps fucking retards like this say the most retarded shit imaginable. But the anti-Semitism and hatred of Jews is not really based on the religion. You couldn't just like convert your way out of Judaism, you know, in World War II would be fine, or convert your way out of Judaism and now people aren't anti-Semitic against you.
Like black people who are Christians, they're not Christians, or any Christian that intermixes races, that's not a true Christian. They are the equivalent of that on the Jewish side. And Bill Maher, I know he grew up Jewish, right? That's his ethnic background or his religious background? Oh, Catholic parent
and a Jewish parent.
Okay. You are supposed to be an atheist, right? Like, you did that whole condescending documentary, Religious, that, you know, when I was 13, I thought it was really edgy, and then I grew out of that, mocking religion all the time. Christianity in particular. He did the tour of the Creationist Museum to make fun of all of them. What happened to that? Was it just like the right kind of religion, though, that you were in favor of? Once it became, and Sam Harris got on the scene and all these new atheists showed up, once it became clear that Bill Maher's atheism is secondary to his Islamophobia, it should be, I think, important, a teachable moment for people about what Zionism is really about as a white supremacist ideology that has been...
It's white supremacy! Oh, shit! Oh, no, wait, never mind. Okay, yeah. I have to keep track sometimes. Jews are white to lefties. They're definitely not white to neo-Nazis. Big difference, okay? Always remember that. You can always tell sometimes how extremist a person's ideology is based on if they think Jews are white or not.
Tied into an ancient religion that should have nothing to do with it and has put so many Jews on the front lines of hatred in a failed attempt for reparations for the Holocaust where no...
I know that it's all a waste of time because none of this is serious and nobody gives a fuck about anything. But like the idea that Jewish people or the idea that like a country can be responsible for anti-Semitism is just so hilarious to me. It's like such an unbelievably backwards weird take on anything. That's just very funny to me. Like, you again, not to do I am doing the thing, switch the genders or whatever, switch the religions. Like, could you imagine any other like entity where people are like, well, because of this Islamic country, all Muslims are now going to be prosecuted, you know, maybe they should think about that some more because of this country. It's just such a wild take. It's such a weird way to frame anti-Semitism.
Nobody who really perpetuated it saw much outside of some select few who paid for their crimes of Nazis. Many of them fled to other countries with the help of Western governments too, and European governments. The people that bore the brunt of the Holocaust were the Palestinians. So, I mean, man, just a complete...
Of all the fucking retarded things that Emma says, of which there are absolutely no shortage of, that's technically, in a way, that's not really wrong. Like... You ever like waiting in line at a store and then some fucking kid shows up in a wheelchair and you're like, oh fuck, and you like can't even say anything. You're like at Disney World and it's like, god damn it, the kid is like drinking out of a straw. He can't like move his fucking body, and it's like, okay, in a way, you know, all the Arabs are getting their countries, and then all these fucking Jews come down, and you're like, really? And they're like, I mean, you're like, god damn it, you kind of got fucked. You kind of got fucked on that, to be fair, right? A little bit.
Fart-smelling exercise with two people whose views are increasingly irrelevant, which makes sense as to why she would go on the Bill Maher show.
I'm sure she was funny besides that.
I'm sure. A comedy show. California Resistance. Emma Maher grew up in northern Bergen County. His dad was a board op producer at the old WNBC AM radio station in New York City. I did know that he was a New Jersey native, very shamefully, because one of my best friend's moms went to high school with him and said that he was a real prick and loser even back then. So there you have it.
Wow.
On this, the same sort of topic, Hasan is getting attacked again for saying something that is true. And let me just make it clear.
No, not again.
There's this fake outrage that Hasan sort of justifies violence. No, Hasan explains it. And the fact of the matter is that Zionists, Jewish Zionists, Christian Zionists, same thing to me, are the ones who are increasing the likelihood of attacks attacks on American Jews in the United States because of their policy of saying, yeah, we represent all these, we represent everyone. And it's actually, if you attack Israel, you're attacking an American Jew. That is what leads to attacks on Jews here. It is the Zionists. It is not the anti-Zionists. It is the Zionists. It is Dana Bash. It is Bill Maher. It is Jake Tapper. They are the ones that are creating a situation where Jews are targeted for violence because of what Israel is doing. It is the Zionists that are doing it. 100 times out of 100. It is not Hasan, one of them. It is Dana Bash. It is Tapper. It is Bill Maher every time.
Gotcha.
Let's just quickly do this Enes Kanter story. Enes Kanter, a former NBA player who couldn't defend for shit, was on the Knicks for a little bit of a little while, you know.
Casey Tron defends Hasan. Jesus Christ. There's no way we're watching this. Hasan Piker crashes out for 82 minutes because someone accurately quoted him. Honey and apple cake, test bake. Oh no. Why would you ever post this? We apologize for the temporary removal while we worked out how best to handle the situation. Jesus.
The fact, maybe start with the fact that they thought leading a group in song about Charlie Kirk's murder in a mocking way was the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, it's so tiresome how the left pretends like they're the ones under threat as well as democracy itself, and then they literally relish political violence. This isn't a reluctant revolution where they say, well, you know, the Republican opponents, they're Nazis, so we gotta be...
Okay. Also, I never, ever, 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 ever want to hear a conservative complaining about anybody talking about political violence ever in my entire life. You've lifetime lost the right to ever complain about any of it. You demons.
Exposing infants, largely girls, the disabled, was just a very common practice. And now I just explain what exposing means for those who perhaps aren't familiar with the terminology. Right, leaving them in a rubbish dump to die of exposure or be taken by dogs, or putting them down a well, or drowning them in rivers, killing them.
Damn, that's mean.
And I think there's an example of a moral intuition that has gone from, certainly, it might be grubby, it might be unfortunate, it can be explicable and excused, though, in a sort of a Roman frame as in a time of scarcity, this is, needs must. But I don't think any of those kind of I don't think any of those justifications fly with us nowadays. And I don't think Rome itself was going to bring any of those reforms about under its own steam, given its own kind of moral and spiritual resources. I think it's definitely Christianity that has brought those about. And there's an example, I think, of some compassionate moral intuitions that ground themselves in some moral progress, and it is certainly Christians who are at the forefront of that. Okay. Thoughts, Alex? Well, there's a lot to say, right? I mean, like I say, I don't want to the sin I think both sides, as it were, commit on this issue is, I think, an overemphasis, is to say that in the same way that you might say exposure in the ancient world, it does seem to be that we have records of Christians being ones who are sort of anti this, who are sort of the antidote to exposure. And of course, yeah, happy to grant that. I just don't want to overstep the influence of Christianity in particular over the entire development of the Western tradition. In the same way, I might want to talk about the way that the church has stood in the way of a number of important instances of progress towards the West today. And I don't mean moral progress in an objective sense. I just mean movement from where it was to where it is. But you then wouldn't want me to overstep and say, therefore, that the church has been, the greatest roadblock in Christianity is evil and terrible. So I just don't want to overstate the case. My biggest problem with Christianity as responsible for these developments is its attachment to Judaism. To the extent that in the early church, Marcion famously thought that the God of the Old Testament could not be the same God of Jesus. He produces this text called the Antithesis, where he compares the doings, the sayings and doings of the Old Testament God and Jesus, and says these cannot be the same kind of person. And as long as you've got this attachment to this Jewish tradition, I find it very difficult to square how you have these kinds of condemnations that Christianity, allows people to have of Roman practices, without them similarly indicting the God that I'm told is the God that sort of came down into the figure of Jesus.
LOL, seeing that Emma segment at Destiny on the terminology, it all derives from Judah. Judah equals land of southern Israel. Judaism equals theology of Judah. Judaism, Jews equal people, Judah easy. Sure, I know, but it also fucks you guys over too because you fucking retards. I understand the Jewish people always want to say, I'm sorry to call you retards. Actually, I'm not. I don't care. Like, I know they're always, Jewish people are always like, oh, we came from the land of blah, 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 and we're all ethnically 2,000 years ago, blah, 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 which I'm sure there's a degree of truth to it. But it also is, it's funny because it also like ends up putting all Jews in like this same racial category, even though they're kind of not. Like, I'm sure there is like some common ancestor, but it's funny that like Jew is given as just like a group, like a singular ethnic group, when obviously there are different types of Jews that are obviously, that just on appearance alone look, incredibly different. So it's easier for lefties to, write all Jews off as white when the majority of Jews, in the Middle East now are of Middle Eastern descent. But don't listen to that guy. Jewish equals Judah is etymological garbage. Oh, thank you.
They sort of have this excusability with the Jewish God. Now, you might say that the very means by which they're able to look at the Jewish God and say these are things which trouble me and things I don't like, is essentially Christian. But if that's the case, then you're kind of left with a paradox as to what you're talking about when it comes to Christian values. If you want to agree with what I'm saying, which is that those are still present in the Old Testament, then you kind of become a bit of a Marcionite and saying that, well, the only thing that matters is Jesus. We can just kind of ignore the Old Testament, say that was wrong and that doesn't matter. Or if you need to own it and not be a Marcionite, not be a heretic, then you need to offer an account for how that wasn't wrong when Yahweh was doing it. And how, it's okay for Jesus to enter into that world and not be seen as this sort of, fundamental negation of the Jewish religion. Whereas when he does it for the Romans, it's a negation as well. Also, like...
Anything good in the court update yesterday? No, but I don't know if I know anything. I don't know if I know what's happening in my court case anymore. I thought that they had to have a motion yesterday, or I thought that, or a brief or something that was going to clarify their spoliation arguments. That's what I thought. But I guess maybe all they're doing is just like making sure that the judge, that the court has access to things that they're going to be referencing. And I think we're just going to go back to court and they're going to make the same arguments, but they're going to make them better. And somehow in the things that they posted to the docket yesterday, because the judge can't normally see our responses to our request for production, everything, they're going to try to point to stuff in there and then go, look, see, this is how we know they deleted evidence. But I don't even know if there's anything in there. Well, no, why would I even say that? I know there's nothing in there because I know I haven't intentionally deleted or flouted my, that's the word, right? Flouted my my discovery obligations. So I don't know what the goal is. If they're really just going to go in and try to make that argument and just, I guess, say, oops, we messed up last time, but now we're really for real going to make a good argument this time. I don't know.
It's quite easy to pick on specific examples. For example, why do the Romans invade Gaul? We have Julius Caesar's own words as to why he invaded Gaul. What are some of the reasons? Do we know? Well, one reason he gives is that the people there essentially are practicing human sacrifice. He includes this as one of the things that these people do, which, it sort of carries some of the justification for invading. Now, of course, in his heart of hearts, Julius Caesar probably just wanted Gaul for himself, but he at least appealed to this notion. Now, I could easily say, look, there is this popular Judeo-Christian tradition, which has this which is totally okay with human sacrifice. The famous story of Abraham and Isaac, of course, Abraham doesn't sacrifice Isaac in the end, but it's the willingness to commit, indeed, the sacrifice of his own child in reverence to this sort of strange ancient philosophical belief that they had, which we would never recognize today, that you should sacrifice your own children on behalf of your philosophical convictions. Also in Exodus chapter 22, verse 29, there's this very strange injunction to sacrifice your children to God, which is like immediately renegotiated, where God says, as we...
You should have more convos with Alex O'Connor. He is pretty smart and fits your style of effective political analysis rather than aesthetics. Same with Slavoj Žižek. Slavo? How do you pronounce his first name? Žižek. Alex, when we talked to him, I talked to him about politics. I felt like he was kind of like, I think maybe he's like a decently smart guy. But the politics stuff was kind of like meh. And then I listened to him more. We listened to a few videos on stream of him doing like philosophy-related stuff. He's really smart. He's incredibly smart. But I think more in the philosophy area than like the politics area. Though maybe he's gotten more involved in that. But yes, I would say he's an incredibly sharp person. Yeah.
With the lamb, please build it up. And there's a lot of debate about exactly what that means. Some people think that this actually would be an instance of you will I forget the term, but you sacrifice someone else in their place, but on the 8th day, you give your firstborn to the Lord, as you do with animals as well. While you're looking at that, I'll give you another example, because that one's a bit more controversial, but I can easily point to it, especially as an ancient reader, looking back and saying, like, look at what was present there. Of course, Christianity itself is predicated on a human sacrifice, which is the sacrifice of Jesus. Now, I could say, look at this strange intuition that nobody thought, nobody seems to sort of have a qualm with this kind of thing. Of course, in some Old Testament passages, Israel does end up having a qualm with human sacrifice. I think that's a renegotiation of the principle. But I could say, but look, then you have this Roman tradition, which looks at the human sacrifice of the Gauls and says, no, that's terrible, we're going to invade and we're going to civilize them. And they see, so the sort of respect for the sanctity of humans and the abolition of human sacrifice, we're really indebted to the Romans for that. I think that would just be a bit too simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it absolutely would. And this is why...
Did you find the verse?
Yeah. Are you talking about Exodus 22:29?
Maybe I've got the verse wrong. What does that say?
Exodus 22:29. You shall not delay to offer from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses.
That can't be it. What's next?
The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with his mother. On the 8th day.
On the 8th day?
I'm sorry. On the 8th day you shall give it to me.
The first one, in the same way that you do with the oxen and the sheep. So they were ransomed, and I don't know what the price was, but that was the cost of that life was given towards the temple as money. Well, that's what this.
He tried to run the Ask Yourself version of morality as an attack on Sam Harris and failed. Are you sure? I would have to go back and check, because I feel like that might have been one I watched. I don't actually agree with Sam Harris's assertion that he's like solved morality, the is-ought gap, by just going, LOL, look at these things we all kind of like together. But
but in that particular instance, it's even within Exodus. You're doing elsewhere in Exodus. Okay. Let's not get caught up on that verse. This is my issue with I think you're going to the Bible in a way that's alien to the way that anybody has ever gone to the Bible. Like to go into a verse and take out of it as a timeless principle that stands by itself and probably could cause somebody to kill their son. It's just not the way. I mean, you know Christians, you know that they don't read their Bibles that way. You must know Christian history. You know that that's not the way that Christendom has read the Bible in that way. So what are you right about reading the Bible that way? And the rest of what I'm doing is I'm showing it's a bit too simple to do this, right? Like I'm trying to demonstrate, because obviously the sort of approach that I'm taking here, you will see as illegitimate, and I think is illegitimate to some degree. I think it's got some even within Exodus, but yes. But then Exodus is a series of sort of renegotiations over scriptural history. I mean, I'm not the first person to think that particular verse is an instance of command for human sacrifice that survives into the biblical tradition that is then renegotiated. Scholars, debated, of course, but what I'm saying is I could do that, but I think it'd be too lazy. What we need to do is look at the overall picture that we get from these stories. What is the picture that we get from reading the Old Testament and this God? And what is the picture that we get of Jesus and his relationship to that God?
That might be helpful.
And where does that give us these ideas of compassion and equality?
So I mean, the big picture thing, without getting into the weeds of the Exodus thing, and
you're going to go to the first page of the Bible, which I think might actually be the second page of the Bible. Okay, I'm actually going to go to Genesis 22. I'm going to go to Abraham and Isaac. A wonderful proclamation.
All right, let's go there, and then we'll.
Somebody brought this up and said we should watch this with regards to did Christians like found morality in the West. I don't know why specifically, but that's what we recommended.
We'll look at the bigger picture.
I mean, so the whole issue is Abraham is promised a seed. He and Sarah are totally childless. And after barrenness, miraculously, they finally have a son. He is the seed of Abraham, which is utterly messianic terms. He is the heir of the cosmos, the hope of the world. Here is this child, and then God goes and tested Abraham and says, Abraham, and he said to him, here I am, take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, go to the land of Moriah. Mount Moriah is where the temple is, so a mountain in the region of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. Now, even within Genesis, you're thinking, but he's the hope of the world. He's the heir of the cosmos. He's the seed of Abraham. And he's being told to be sacrificed. And somehow, through that sacrifice, what? Because the whole world is going to be blessed through this famous golden child. And he's to be sacrificed as a burnt offering, which is a sacrifice of atonement, on a mountain in the region of Jerusalem. As the story progresses, the son has the wood on his back, the father has the fire and the knife, the tools of judgment, and he's trudging up a mountain in the region of Jerusalem on his way to become a sacrifice of atonement, this one who is the seed of Abraham, who is the heir of the cosmos. Abraham says, we will worship there, and then we will come back to you, which the New Testament picks up as he seems to have some kind of trust that through sacrifice and out the other side, somehow, the chosen one will come back to us. And obviously, in that moment, the angel of the Lord, intercepts judgment and says, now I know that you fear me, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son. And he provides the ram in the thicket as a substitute for Isaac, the promised child. And so on that occasion, the ram is sacrificed, but Abraham had said a lamb will be provided. And so the whole thing ends with verse 14. Where's verse 14? So Abraham called the name of that place, this mountain in the region of Moriah, the Lord will provide. And it is said to this day, on the mountain of the Lord, it shall be provided. What shall be provided? The lamb, the true son, the seed of Abraham, the heir of the cosmos. And they knew which mountain it was going to be on. And so this is a Christian way of reading the text, but I think it's a Christian way of reading the text that it is utterly consonant with the Hebrew details. But the way that Christians read Old Testament texts is not that, oh, here's an injunction. Abraham was told to do this very strange thing that, as you say, the Lord says, it never entered my mind to think about human sacrifice in the past. And yet, narratively, we are being told something about Christ and him crucified. And this is the way that Christians read Scripture, right? Yeah. Not as Abraham was told that, so I guess I can kill my son.
Of course, yeah.
But and we take the details seriously, and we take them through the cross.
Many people see this as kind of a mythological retelling of the story by which human sacrifice came to an end. The practice of human sacrifice got replaced by animal sacrifice, because at some point in our anthropological history this occurs, and many people see this as
not in the Bible, but
they see this as an encoding of this in the Bible. This is what it's described.
They're welcome, but within the world of the Bible, that's not the world that the Bible describes.
I agree. I think it depends how you're reading it, right? If you're reading it as a Christian, of course, that's how you're going to read it. What I'm saying is it's too simplistic an approach. I'm demonstrating the simplicity in my very own approach there.
Okay.
So where we've got to is that you're just aware here, Alex, that there's a number of different factors that might go into the emergence of the values we have around kindness and compassion in today's world. And you're not in any way dismissing the fact that Christianity was an important motivator in various aspects. But you're questioning this whole idea that it's too simple to say it just came out of the Bible. The Bible is a very complex. Not just that, but also that we talk about compassion. And compassion is such an ambiguous term that, by the way, obviously does crop up in other traditions, to the extent that if you're just talking about compassion, you can't be talking about something which is uniquely indebted to Christianity. The thesis is more specific than that. It says that our modern sort of conception of Western values comes from Christianity. So I don't just want to know where compassion... In fact, if I were just to grant that, okay,
this idea of compassion, maybe even, you know, the idea that all human beings have the imago Dei and they've all got worth for that reason, and that's what gives us this, you know, antithesis to exposure and that kind of stuff. We're talking about Western values, right? And when you say Western values to somebody, and you say, well, you know, what are the principal values of the West? If you were to ask a scholar or you to ask someone on the street, what defines Western values, do you think that they would say compassion, consent, maybe they'd say equality, but I think they'd say things like this. And I wonder if in listing some of these things, you can think, or perhaps provide, and people listening at home can think of what might be a biblical or church tradition grounding for any of these things. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom for free sexual encounter between any two consenting adults. Free market capitalism is really important to the development of the West. The military and colonialism, nationalism. These are the kinds of things which I think actually define the West of the past few hundred years. And I don't think any of them have a grounding, let alone a unique grounding in Christian principles.
Damn. Okay. Interesting. Destiny, I have the same history teacher for both my history classes, and she might be a socialist. She was pushing the noble savage myth of private property and politics not existing during the Paleolithic era, along with framing those hunter-gatherer societies as extremely egalitarian. She then went on to talk about how wealth and private property emerged because of civilization during the Neolithic era. Oh man, dude, we got to get through this socialist bullshit. I thought I just somebody trying to break into my balcony. The noble savage myths are stupid. The idea that like all the old types of people used to be these like great, moral, amazing human beings until like the evil white man showed up and fucked everything up. But there were some things that did change as a result of civilizational, you could call it progress or advancement or whatever else. So like, it wouldn't surprise me if older societies were more egalitarian in some ways, because especially before agriculture, it wasn't really possible for one individual to hoard a bunch of resources. Like, just think about it. Like, the strongest man in the world back in those days could probably be killed by like 3 men like me, right? Like, it's not like one guy could take on like 1,000 people or had like the assets to take on, you know, thousands of people. Whereas today, like a single person can control so much capital, so much wealth because of a lot of it because of, I think, agriculture, like allowed people to stay in one area and then start to accumulate more and more resources than any single individual could have. That like that, I think that did cause like a huge restructuring of kind of like the social dynamics in a lot of places. Like, I don't think that's that crazy to say. It's my understanding of it. There's no way we're watching all of this, but damn, he does seem mad as fuck. Holy shit.
But yeah, the first story we're obviously going to talk about is the saga, the Hillary Skolton saga that started off with like DSA Watch and those accounts. They came out and they tried to do a smear campaign, right? And I guess to a certain degree, the smear campaign has been relatively effective in undermining Abdul Hasan's Michigan run, because anytime he's talking about me or having to address anything related to me is a moment where he's not talking about Donald Trump, is a moment he's not trying to, is a moment where he's not addressing the many controversies.
We also know, oh, hold on. I don't know if this is a meme comment or not, but I'll just say, hold on, wait. Destiny, I say industrialization, not agriculture. I think agriculture was the first time in human history where individuals could start to hoard massive amounts of things in an area that couldn't be moved, and then it necessitated like agreements and politics and everything else. That agriculture was a huge driver to that. Industrialization, sure, but that came 12,000 years later or something, or 50, whatever, how many. I think, is it generally considered that farming started, was it like 10,000 BC or is it 10,000 years ago? Whatever, around then. That was when society started to change pretty significantly. Somebody said, Destiny, we also know that prehistoric humans had crazy higher variance in male sexual success. Powerful men monopolized sexual access. I don't think this is true. I did a lot of reading for my red pill debate with Sartori and Rollo Tomasi, whatever the fuck his real name is. And one of the things that came out of that was one of the early Evo Psych researcher guys, the David Buss dude, there were a lot of theories about that, you know, women would behave different ways during different parts of their cycle. So women might have different sexual preferences, and, you know, maybe alpha men can fuck more women and blah, 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 whatever. But I think the biggest thing that came out from that, when they did research into like how many children are born out of wedlock to test for, in the literature, they would call these extra, it was EPP, I think. It was like extra partner pairings or something like that, where to measure like how many children were born because somebody, you know, a woman cheated with an alpha male or something like that. And then also to see like, do women actually cheat on their partners or make different mate selections, you know, during different times of their period. And they found, I think when they went to try to test for any of this, like none of it could ever be replicated in terms of like women making different decisions. And I think one of the big things that they came away with was that because women's ovulatory cycles are obscured from men, the only real way to guarantee reproductive success as a man is to pair off monogamously and to have sex with the same person a lot of times. Because if you think about like a tomcat, or if you think about like any animals, you know, in the mammal world or whatever, oftentimes it's very, very, very obvious when the woman, the female thing, is in heat, right? And so you walk up to the cat that's got her booty out, and, you know, you bang her, and you're probably going to get her pregnant. That was like the way, or that's the way that it works in a lot of the animal world. But for humans, you have no way of actually knowing when the woman is fertile. So you kind of just have to bang her all the time and hope that, you know, at some point she gets pregnant. Whereas if you were just running around trying to like bang a lot of girls to get them pregnant, you'd have no guarantee of reproductive success because you don't actually know when you're supposed to time it. You can't know that. So I think for most of that like Evo psych world research, I think they've walked back that idea because there's nothing to actually substantiate the idea that, like, you know, some men had massive amounts of sexual access and other men were cut off for it. There's no proof of any of that. Yeah.
The Mike Rogers is a moment where he's not putting his best foot forward. Okay. And Abdul did the classic thing that he did, and we'll get to that in a second, with one issue on the comm side where he, like, you know, said my name and then also tied it back to Moss, which, you know, is wrong, incorrect, and is a significant comms issue. And I think that will that won't force.
God, who taught him this word? This is comms. These are comms issues, guys. Comms. Ugh.
Some of the pro-Israel side to back away. It's just going to make them double down, and then he's going to have to, for the next 48 hours, basically routinely relitigate how much you know, I suck or whatever, and it's still not going to to stop people from attacking him. What's the issue with Moss? I mean, my issue with Moss is that he's very, very pro-Israel, but what they're claiming I was saying is like I was, you know, fomenting violence towards him or something. It's fucking bullshit. It's complete bullshit.
You're right about male success. To add on to this, a lot of people try to ascribe genetic bottlenecks in humans to hypergamy rather than near extinction events. Oh, that was something I read a bit about too. There's some study a long time ago that shows that basically the way you can read the study was that at one point there was like one man like mating every 32 women or something, because the genetic diversity of the women was so much higher than the genetic diversity of the men. So you could you could make this argument that, yeah, that there were just like a few men who were taking all the women. But I think that when researchers tried to account for the practice, I think what they actually found, or what their analyses seemed to lead them to, was that it was just really common when a woman is married, she leaves her tribe and then goes to another tribe. And then obviously when a man marries, a woman is brought from another tribe to their tribe. So if somebody invades and then a tribe is wiped out, all of the male genetic stuff there is gone. Whereas for the women that go off to the other tribes, that genetic diversity remains or whatever, then that's why that accounts for that. It's called being exophilic. I don't know if that's a real word, but okay. Thank you, Kafka.
Shit, right? Yeah, and of course, these groups have immediately doubled down. Look, did you see that? My statement on Tom Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Anyway, well, let's start with the top. Let's start.
Wouldn't banging multiple women solve the issue the same way banging a single woman multiple times does? Yeah, but who's going to have time to be banging multiple women that you're going to have to also hunt for? That's a lot of, remember, today it's like trivially easy to imagine providing for multiple people depending on having a good enough job. But back then, bro, you got to be hunting, and then you got to hold on to all your food, and then you got to try not to get like killed by other people. Like there's a whole bunch of other shit going on there that would make it really, really, really hard.
With the beginning, okay? Because the story's already made it to state media. LSAT says Tom Piker does not speak for his campaign to make comments about Jewish candidate, okay?
Not to be a downer, but did you see Dolly Parton died? Yep, rip.
So, a couple days ago, before I even went on tour, I'm talking about, you know, how the false conflation between Zionism and Judaism harms Jews, okay? This is very basic, elementary anti-Zionism 101.
Anti-Zionism 101.
Such a
That is true. Anti-Semitism 101 is trying to find all the reasons why some people are actually anti-Semitic that actually has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, but there's actually a super totally valid real reason why, and it actually makes a lot of sense that it's because of Israel or some other thing.
fundamental concept that it's even a part of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is the association of Israel with all Jews in the United States of America. The idea that like Jews are single-mindedly invested in a monolithic way with whatever the fuck's going on in Israel. You guys have heard me talk about this a million times over. It's false. It's bullshit. And, I go through this long process, except Max Nordau, who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not. I believe his name is Brian Griffin. He's not Jewish, but he lies about being Jewish on the timeline.
Call out, Hasan.
Clips, I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio accounts, right? His name is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally, like the Family Guy. Anyway, so the smear starts here, right? Abdul Hasan surrogate Hassan Piker on American Jews. Someone's going to come around and take action. Now, you'll notice that this is a 51-second video, which is a little bit longer than the normal clips that they use, right?
Far longer than the clips he shows of me.
The normal clips that they use usually are like 10 seconds long. So you might think, oh, well, this must be in context. But once you hear exactly what they clipped, you'll understand it's complete bullshit. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action. Not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how. Yeah, I like that they even put the we're teaching people the wrong lesson in there. So like, if you're not the least charitable psychopath of all time, you very quickly understand that I'm, saying, constantly claiming that American Jews are monolithically invested singularly with the nation state of Israel is the dual loyalty trope, and people are teaching people the wrong lesson, okay? This is almost a verbatim statement that Ezra Klein made, okay? Almost the exact same statement. Where is it? Hold on, let me find it really quickly. Before we get into more stuff, where the fuck is it? God damn it. Yeah, Ezra Klein warned about this exact same thing. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you.
Again, and it's a longer argument, but like every time somebody talks about opposing the Jewish state, it's like you would never have this position for opposing the ethnic majority of any other country on the planet. I've never heard this before, at least. I've never, ever heard somebody have that position about any other country ever. That, like, this country, like, Israel's the only one. And then also, another issue around is like, okay, well, what's going to happen if we get rid of the Jewish state? Like, what are you looking for in terms of outcomes? Because it kind of sounds like the way that you talk about it means you have to basically destroy the state of Israel, which now they openly advocate for. They say, yeah, it can't exist as a Jewish majority state. And it's like, I mean, it seems like all roads lead to like pretty bad outcomes for Jews. You don't seem to care at all about that. What else am I supposed to call it?
Okay. Ezra Klein wrote about this in an article in a New York Times op-ed a couple months ago when people were attacking me and calling me an anti-Semite. Okay, guys, please don't try to offer idiotic suggestions about like putting a timer on screen, rendering the clip chip ineffective immediately. None of that works. Some of my most prominent attacks on the YouTube sphere came from the time when I was criticizing Vladimir Putin's actions while also offering some criticism to NATO or criticism to Ukraine, regardless of the obvious the obvious illegal nature of Russia's war and its inhumanity. And I used to literally have a ticker on top of my face, basically, that said, fucking Vladimir Putin sucks, this war is illegal, all this shit, and people still clipped it. People always find a way, because this is motivated reasoning, okay? No one wants to actually have a nuanced conversation about any of these issues. They are reducing it to an unnuanced position, and they're not shy about bastardizing their opposition's perspective as well. So no amount of like tickers or no amount of banners is going to change that reality, okay? It's just not. Because you have to understand, for a lot of these folks, they recognize that their position is untenable. They recognize that their position is getting unpopular. And for many of them, their perspective is, oh, it's unpopular because everybody hates Jewish people. It's anti-Semitism. All criticisms of Israel is...
Doesn't this mean that there shouldn't be a Jewish majority state in Israel specifically because of the Palestinian population? Or do you think that he opposes the idea of a Jewish majority state as such anywhere on Earth? Well, I mean, like, they might say it would be okay anywhere on Earth, but now it's literally impossible to make one anywhere else on Earth. So, I mean, what do you do, right?
It must be because of anti-Semitism, right?
Like, they just say, fuck them.
That's the operative, that's the reasoning that many people base their reality around. And therefore, if there are people like myself who are prominent anti-Zionists who actively fight back against anti-Semitism,
Hey, Steven, that point is so utterly clear. You've convinced me. Wow. What do they say in response? That they don't care about an outcome with no Jewish state. I mean, they just say that, I don't know, because I haven't really heard them have to contend with that too much. I think generally they'll say things like, I don't know, actually. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody have to contend with that point, because they're usually never asked. Maybe that, like, it won't matter, that people don't really hate Jews that much anyway. So there shouldn't be a threat or something. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
They have to make that work. They have to make.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the one guy that I debated on it recently, he just said that Jews would have to be willing to take a big risk, and that it might be really risky. They might get all genocided, but like that's a risk they're gonna have to take. Oh man,
their cognitive biases work. And the way to do that is by smearing, is by claiming, oh, well, this guy is an anti-Semite. This guy's a vicious anti-Semite. See? And that's precisely what happened here. Let's finish this. People don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know why? Because, yeah. It's funny because there was an attempt to turn this into, like, you guys have heard me give the spiel a million times over. So obviously, from your perspective, you're like, what's the issue? Like, this is pretty basic stuff. This is pretty elementary anti-Zionism 101. The false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, the false conflation between Jews and Israel makes Jews less safe, right? And the clip itself is not necessarily bad, but they frame it as me saying...
The most frustrating thing, actually, you know, about this conversation, I have to be really careful, because I already said I would defend Hasan over Jesse Waters, because I fucking hate these demons. I don't ever want to be clipped by these fucking pro-pally dick sucks, okay? But one of the things that actually is true is that is technically true, though. It is one of the annoying things about Israel, is that you are the only Jewish state on the planet. You conduct yourself in a fucking unhinged manner. It's not really that surprising when people start to get overall like a bad impression of Jewish people. Now, it's not good. Shouldn't happen. But also, like, Netanyahu, bruh, what the fuck?
It's a good thing that this is happening, okay? The Jewish ISIS thing was new and pretty edgy, but it's not that far-fetched. No, I've said that as well. The reason why I bring up the Jewish ISIS the Jewish ISIS thing is literally to say, like, look, as an American Muslim, how did the propaganda around the global war on terror take root? Because the media constantly tied all mentions of Islam and all Muslims in the Western world to ISIS, to Al-Qaeda. It was a false conflation, okay? So, I mean,
he's playing a really dangerous game here that like kind of gives away everything if you know what the fuck you're talking about. The conflation of ISIS and Al-Qaeda with Israel is a little crazy. It's just not, it's not really the same. It's not a good thing to conflate there, but...
Literally for years and years and years what I've been saying, and it's the same thing that I delivered in my Oxford speech as well. Nobody's threatening anybody. Hassan Piker's a reasonable man. He's concerned for you. And understand sincerely. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. Like, I want someone to sincerely watch even these clips that are not even like out of context. They're just negatively framed. Okay.
Oh.
I want someone to.
Oh, now they're not out of context. Now they're negatively framed. Okay.
To watch this and then tell me what anything I'm saying is fucking anti-Semitic. I need someone to explain this to me. Okay. After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. Anyway, so this is like a shortened 7-minute version of it. But like even the clips are in context, all right? Like the clips are not out of context. The clips are basically in context. They're just saying something that I'm not implying at all.
Okay.
If I explain, will I be banned? Is it really a false conflation though? Oh wait, this is one of my like mass stalkers, right? On the subreddit. I remember this name.
Mass
yes,
stalkers.
I won't ban you.
I remember this name. Gaff. Okay. All right.
Would love to hear your explanation. It is a false conflation. Yes, of course it's a false conflation. Zionism is an ideology, and it's a relatively new ideology. Jewish culture and history spans across 2,000 fucking years. Zionism has been around for 100, and even now, it hasn't taken root.
That's not true. And the idea that, like, they were a diaspora, bro. Like, what point do you think you're making here? Would you say this?
Yeah. I know who you are. I know who you are, buddy. Yes, I know you're the #1 smear merchant. Come on, go ahead. Talk about the other thing. Talk about the talk about why it's not a false conflation. Tell me about how all Jews care about is Israel, and then explain to me how that's not the anti-Semitic position, because it is, right? They don't even watch the clips anymore. They just read the headline and caption and run with it. I know. Why are you entertaining these schizos? Anyway, all right, fuck that guy. Let's see.
What do you want?
Well, do you mind? Are you in the middle of something or no?
It's a sound slop, so no. What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
There's something that I've noticed regarding like classification, regarding, and even now while I watch your stream, about pro-Israel people and pro-Palestine people.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that pro-Israel people, it spans from just people that want the state to exist to fucking like wanted to murder all Palestinians people.
Sure.
And that's usually what people fucking like talk about. And that's how pro-Israelis describe themselves, right? Like they say we're pro-Israel, and it usually stems from, hey, I just want the state to exist. I don't want it to abolish, to fucking murder all Palestinians, kill them all.
Sure.
And obviously all the people in between. So it's kind of what's the word? It's kind of weird to be classifying every pro-Israeli as the same thing, but we generally do that, like maybe in the liberal position for pro-Palestinians. So anyone that says they're pro-Palestinian, I've seen from the majority of the time we just stem to, oh, they're most likely on the far unhinged side of the pro-Pali side, rather than like maybe a bit more what's the word? Tolerable, or like understandable.
Sure.
Like, have you noticed that as well? Like, because like this is every time we say, because here for you example, you obviously join them up all in one group, like pro-Palestinian dick sucks, for example. You just said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone knows who you're referring to, but generally we don't have a fucking name for the pro-Palis who are not insane fucking terror supporters, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know in America, though. I guess it's hard in America because the issue has become such like a mono thing that basically, if somebody starts spitting some shit at me, I'm just going to assume they're retarded, because 99% of the time they are. Whereas the Zionist stuff, there are so many different reasons why somebody could be like a Zionist in America that has broad appeal, to where some might be for American foreign interests, some might be Jewish, some might be the weirdo Christian people, some might be just American foreign policy, whatever. They tend to be a little bit more diversity. But I mean,
it's just a rallying cause that's Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, I think so. If I was talking to a person that I consider like educated or whatever, though, and they were like a pro-Palestinian to some extent, whatever that means, I guess, like they wouldn't necessarily fall into that same like category, I guess. It just so happens that it's just because this is like the fucking issue right now that, yeah, I tend to group them together just because that's usually how it works. But I mean, obviously there are a diversity of opinions that can be pro-Palestinian that aren't just like the brain broken weirdos in the United States. Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to ask you, because it's different for me,
Mm-hmm.
A pro-Pali with a position that is exactly the same as a pro-Palestinian position from someone that lives here is quite different to look at for me. Would you say that it's the same for you?
Wait, say that thing again.
A position held by a pro-Palestinian guy who's in America,
Mm-hmm.
being the same position held by a guy that lives in the West Bank, for example, they're still looked at very differently for me. Is it the same for you?
Almost certainly. I would probably view it a bit differently, yeah.
Because here, I seen you be more sympathetic to Palestinians while you were in the West Bank, like to even the crazy positions where like, hey, get all the Jews out, whatever the fuck. And not necessarily that extreme, but like you sympathize with what they were going through.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot different when it's like, when it's like somebody personal. Like, I mean, like they have personal experience with it, right? So I mean, I could understand. I don't want to say vitriol because that makes them sound unjustified, but like there are going to be people who, like, if you're a West Bank person and your house was destroyed, or somebody that you know gets killed by the IDF, and you have like an insanely fucking negatively loaded view of Jewish people, of the state of Israel, whatever, like that makes a lot more sense to me. I'm not going to sit there and hand wring over like, I can't believe you think so poorly of the Jewish people just because, you know, a cousin got killed by the IDF. Like that would be crazy to say, you know?
I think that is one of the biggest disconnects Israelis have with Palestinians when it comes to talking to each other.
Sure.
I think there's like one video that's like practically fucking useless to be on the internet, but it's still there, where maybe it was Jubilee or something, one of those channels. It got three Palestinians and 3 Israelis to talk to each other, and that is exactly what happened. Where like someone was like, "Hey, my brother got shot and killed by the IDF, and this is why I don't really like them. I don't support them, etc., etc." Obviously, with some more extreme positions towards the IDF, like for example, calling them Nazis or whatever.
Yeah.
And then all the Israelis' positions like, that is a lie, completely, never happens. The IDF doesn't kill innocents. Like, I feel like there's a disconnect there from that you can probably see. I can see a lot of the people who are like liberal can see, but not Israelis or Palestinians. Like the disconnects. They like. Would you see? Do you think there's a way we can fucking bridge that disconnect where they can actually see to eye to eye?
Probably not. I mean, I feel like it's always, when it comes to things like that, there's just no shortcut and there's no replacement for just like actual human experience. So like, I feel like in Israel, one of the unfortunate things, and I don't know, I mean, you can tell me, like, is it still really difficult to work from the West Bank in to Israel?
Impossible.
It's still
legally
fucked?
impossible.
So
yeah, I think you have to have like, okay, so there's permits, right? You have to get, there's a permit that is referred to, I don't know if that's the actual name, like legally. It's like called a Shabak permit. And it costs a shit ton of money that no West Bank Palestinian can ever get.
Sure.
I'm talking about 60,000 shekels every 3 months.
Okay.
And you can only get this if you have a set of skills that a company is willing to pay that on top of lounging. Is it called lounging when they pay for your like place of living?
Oh, lodging, yeah.
Lodging, okay. And your paycheck, which like they will have to pay you what like the Israeli rate is.
Yeah, okay.
So it's insanely more
this
expensive.
is like your equivalent in the United States. We call these basically H-1B visas things. The employer has to pay
this is like,
some money, yeah.
Yeah, but this person is like not allowed to leave the town they're working in. Like they're not allowed to go to Tel Aviv and whatnot. They're supposed to just stay in the town that they're working in. They can't leave. They're under tight watch, and if they're caught, they get sent back, and then they have to, and they can't get the permit again.
Gotcha.
If they're outside the areas they're allowed to, and this is like super like rare to even see.
Sure.
Because it's only like high-end, like not high-end companies, but companies that have like an individual that was working pre-October 7th with a set of skills that they want to keep working for them, and that they're willing to pay that amount of money for them.
Sure. Okay, yeah.
And that's about the only permit that exists right now.
Yeah. I mean, basically the point that I was making was that like, so then you still have like a pretty intense separation between your West Bank Palestinians and then the Palestinians that live in Israel. And I imagine the people that live in the West Bank probably feel a lot worse than the people that live, you know, in Israel proper. And my guess is probably still even post October 17th or October 7th, you probably still have, I'm guessing since the West Bank is hard for them to even get over, it's probably still not as many like Palestinians working for Israelis and stuff anymore. Like, does that separation? I heard that after October 7th.
It's less, but there's still a lot of like Palestinians that jump the fence, work illegally.
Or sure. One of the things that I heard was that after October 7th, I might have heard this from you and your family, that a lot of Jewish people didn't trust hiring like even Palestinians that were in Israel to work as much on things anymore. And so if you have like this big difference that's being driven between both sides, and then these sides are also like geographically kept separate from each other and don't communicate with each other, I feel like that's always just kind of like setting yourself up for people that are going to grow further and further apart and never understand each other. And yeah, that's just like it feels like it would inevitably push in that direction. If that makes sense.
Because here, one of the main issues I think when it comes to like the disconnect is the Arab Israelis are not being put in positions that they can change the mind of Israelis about Arabs in general.
Yeah, sure.
For example, we don't have to serve in the army, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the most defining fucking like times of any Israeli's life. The majority of the voters are like the ones that serve in the army.
Sure.
And almost all their interactions with Arabs during the army is going to be negative.
Sure.
And another thing is that Arabs don't have to do national service either, even though that's usually given to people who don't have to do what's it called, army service, or like serve in the army.
Sure.
And one of the things I thought like was a position forward is making national service mandatory for Arabs, not necessarily to serve in the army, because I don't support that. Like, I feel like it's pretty fucking like insane to try to demand.
Yeah, because you're going to be fighting almost
Palestinians-
exclusively, probably against like other
Well, it's
Arabs,
not-
basically, right?
Well, not just that. Israelis don't want us because they don't trust us in there. And other than that, I think it's like immoral, in my position, to like demand Palestinians to serve in the armies that were like at some point killing their grandfathers.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Because like for my village, especially, you remember the massacre and whatnot. If you ask people in our town village to serve in them, they'd rather die than fucking serve in the army.
Sure.
And I feel like that can start bridging a disconnect, because I feel like the disconnect is mostly from Israelis when it comes to Israeli Arabs, but from the West Bank, it's mostly from Palestinians towards the Israelis. And I don't blame them really, because like they're put in a fucking shitty position. You either interact with insane settlers, or soldiers who back the settlers, or Israelis who are undercover in the West Bank.
Yeah. 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 I think it's bad. If your only interaction with the people is like adversarial, then you should never expect the people to get a better opinion or view of the other side, right? Because why would they if all the interactions are bad? Yeah.
So the other thing I wanted to ask you, like, this is my opinion. I think one of the things that can maybe change how Israelis think generally about like the whole political climate here is not having mandatory service. What do you think would happen with like the political climate if they don't have mandatory service?
I mean, that would be a huge thing, right? This is like a big part of like Israeli society and everything else, right? Like, I don't know if I feel like whoever would suggest that, the accusation would just be that you're trying to make it so that the country falls apart and we get killed by our enemies or whatever, right?
I mean, I guess people would accuse me from that, but I'm mainly focused on how I feel like the army, pretty much a lot of people are like, I wouldn't, it's brainwashed is not an accurate word for it. But I feel like they are more than influenced to think a certain way when they're in the army. Because I've had like a leftist friend who was like 17 right before they went to the army. Pretty fucking leftist in Israel.
Sure.
His views has drastically changed. Like even to the point where he thinks the people, the people that go into the West Bank and stand with Palestinians so they don't get harassed by settlers are like... I think he called them terror supporters at some point, and then another point said recording themselves harassing soldiers, which he used to support these organizations before.
Yeah, I mean, obviously doing military service, especially at a young age, especially when you're a man. One thing I say a lot to people in the West is like if somebody tells you like, oh, like I hate Indians or I hate black people or I hate whatever, like oftentimes a person is speaking from literally a singular experience, that if you travel someplace and you have like one or two bad experiences with somebody of a certain ethnic group, that's enough for a person to like solidify that in their mind as being a negative thing. So I can't imagine what it does to a person and then a society.
It's the most common thing to happen.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I mean, if you're in the IDF and you have like one or two bad experiences, and I mean, I'm pretty sure most of the enemies that you're going to be fighting are going to be Arab, right? It's going to be Palestinians. Yeah. It's going to be, whether it's people in the West Bank or the Gaza Strip or whatever else. So I can't imagine that doesn't have some type of negative effect on the mind of an Israeli citizen. That wouldn't be surprising to me at all. Yeah.
And that's where I was like heading towards. Like mandatory service might push the majority of the Israeli voters not being right wing to that extreme. Like, that's my thought process about it. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I don't remember what Loner said about that position. I don't know if I even asked him about it. But yeah, like, it's fucked, man. It's fucked. In your own wise words, it's pretty bad.
Shit's
what do you want me to say?
Yeah, shit's fucked, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the enlightenment, all right?
Always.
Enjoy your HaSLOP.
Okay, have fun, be careful.
See ya.
Let's just continue. So, you guys are obviously very familiar with this. You're very familiar with my commentary on this. But
my political analysis.
It doesn't matter what my commentary on this because there are a lot of people out there. There are a lot of people out there who are just not going to dive into it. They're not going to see the nuances, and they're not going to be as charitable, right? And that's the goal because most people are busy, so they see the fucking headline and they move on. As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm responding to an anti-Zionist Jewish person in the chat here who's talking about having these intra-community conversations and how difficult it is to get that point across to older Jewish folk in the community, right?
Right.
I mean, look, the
Where was the largest Jewish population before big migration to Israel? I don't know. Russia? I know had a lot. I don't know for individual European countries besides that. Poland had a lot. I don't know. Did Poland have more than Russia? Largest Jewish populations in the world, where were they? 1900. In 1900, the largest Jewish population in the world lived in the Russian Empire, which was home to roughly 4.9 to 5.2 million Jews. And then after that, Austria-Hungary with 2 million. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. The Russian Empire back then included Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania. I don't know where we're breakdown then exactly on.
Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get... wait, what is this?
Tell us what we got to do, Hassan.
Pussy, what happened? Are you going to explain why it's not a false conflation or not? I don't know why you think you have any additional time.
Damn.
I gave you an opportunity to address your position, but you're running away from it. You're calling me a pussy now. I'm not the pussy here, big dog. I think you are. You're just aching for a ban so that you can go back to your cyber-stalking Discord server filled to the brim with cultists of a sex pest.
Why does that have to be my fan? Literally every Jew watches my stream. Okay, true. Just me and my fellow little Jews.
Okay, and be like, oh, I got banned. Isn't that awesome? Look, if that, stop reading great names. All they do is clip you is true.
True.
Your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism
They're trying to
is
clip farm
expressed
you,
over
Hassan.
and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions. Okay.
In 1933, Poland had the largest Jewish population in Europe, numbering over 3 million. By 1950, the Jewish population of Poland was reduced to 45,000. Damn. Holy shit. Would they all move? That's crazy.
Is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. So they cut all of the beginning first 50 seconds of this. And they made it seem as though, I'm just like directly referencing Jews or something like that, like not talking to a Jewish anti-Zionist chatter of mine or anything like that. But even without the fucking context, it's very clear. It's very clear the point I'm making. But at this point, unfortunately, given the crisis that contains multitudes, the crisis in literacy, the crisis in short attention spans, the crisis in clickbait culture, the crisis in headline culture, people don't even give a shit.
So many crises that Hassan has to face.
We have now moved away.
And it's so sad, too, because I feel like Hassan was such like a responsible member of the media who never engaged in clickbait or lies about people. And now he's like falling victim to some people clickbaiting him. Isn't that like really tragic?
From the mentality. Is it literally not the same as locking up Japanese people in internment camps during World War II for the crimes of their country? That was bad. This thought process doesn't work for any other country. Exactly. That's what's so fucking frustrating about it, is that I'm saying Jews are not monolithic. Zionism is not Judaism, okay? And this false conflation being regurgitated at a time when Israel's unpopularity has reached newest highs, okay, is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for the truth, and it's very dangerous for Jews in general. It's not a fucking controversial position at all. And it's one that prominent Jewish thinkers have explained over and over again for years before I was even fucking born, even during Israel's inception. So Ben Lorber has a take on this, senior research analyst. Hassan Piker's statement about the relation between American Jewish support for Israel and anti-Semitism shouldn't be so controversial. Here's Hannah Arendt making the same point in her 1944 essay, Zionism Reconsidered.
In her 1944 essay. Jesus Christ.
Jewish Commonwealth is obtained in the near future. This is 4 years prior to the inception of Israel, okay? With or without partition, it will be due to the political influence of American Jews. But if the Jewish Commonwealth is proclaimed against the will of the Arabs and without the support of the Mediterranean peoples, not only financial help, but political support will be necessary for a long time to come. And that may turn out to be very troublesome indeed for Jews in this country, the U.S., who, after all, have no power to direct the political destinies of the Near East. It may eventually be far more of a responsibility than today they imagine or tomorrow can make good. The Zionists, if they continue to ignore the Mediterranean people and watch out only for the big faraway powers, will appear only as their tools, the agents of foreign and hostile interests. Jews who know their own history should be aware that such a state of affairs will inevitably lead to a new wave of Jew hatred. The anti-Semitism of tomorrow will assert that Jews not only profiteered from the presence of foreign big powers in that region, but had actually plotted it and hence are guilty of the consequences.
Okay.
See also the last clause of the Balfour Declaration. Ben Lorber continues. From Zionism's beginnings, Jews, both pro and anti-Zionist, were...
I've been out of the loop. Is Hasan actually getting a reputational hit, or is he just getting baited by mild criticism? So Hasan's reputation, like, he is what he is, and everybody on Twitch knows what he is, and his fans know what he is. So it's not really so much him getting a reputational hit. It's more that he wants to be absorbing all of, like, the clout from the people running for office, and they're the ones that are having to deal with the reputational hits. That's what makes it... That's what makes this situation a little bit more unique for him.
Acutely aware that yoking world Jewry behind the actions of a Jewish state could imperil the standing of Jews in countries where they actually live. The irony, of course, is that Zionism was conceived as an answer to anti-Semitism, and most Jewish supporters still see it that way. But when you yoke the fortunes of a small, hyper-visible global minority to the actions of a belligerent pariah state, it can cause dangerous blowback. Stating the simple fact doesn't let us blame the victim or excuse the perpetrator of vile anti-Semitic acts. But those of us who are Jewish owe it to ourselves and our children to start, and our children's children to start talking about it, and soon. Stifling the discussion only makes it worse. My one quibble with Aaron here, by the way, is that Israel was not established in 1948 due to the political influence of the American Jews. There were many other...
No one says Jewry who isn't anti-Semitic. I don't know if I would say that just out of hand. I think it was a more common term in the past for sure. But if you're reading older stuff, like Jewry, I think is a fairly common expression for, like, I guess, like, the whatever, like, international Jewish interest groups and stuff that would have existed. We call them, like, the world's Jewry or whatever.
Other factors at play. American support was far more decisive in the early years, and the influence of American Jewish leaders was limited. Yeah. That's it.
That's
so
it,
nothing
guys.
I have actually brought forward is new or unique, right?
Or even controversial.
What is this? 85% of Jews believe in Zionism. That's at that point. That's not a conflation. Brother. What you are doing is not a defense of American Jews.
It's
okay?
giving people an excuse to
because
be anti-Semitic.
Zionism is an intentionally vague definition, and its reception by
really.
the American Jewry is also diverse. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and no group are monolithic. And the number that you are presenting is the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes presents for the reasons that I'm mentioning. Okay? I love that.
Does Fuentes give a fuck about Jews wanting to have Israel or whatever? Or maybe he would give it in reference to, like, dual loyalty arguments, I guess. But
I said, Jews are not a monolith, and you turned around and said, no, actually, in defense of Israel, I will tell you Jews are a monolith. This is dangerous thinking, okay?
he sounds like he's, like, trying to usher Jews off, like, the Zionist plantation. Like, he's like the Candace Owens for Jewish people.
This is the problem. People who think they're defending Israel by saying, well, all Jews care about Israel, are actually fomenting anti-Semitism. Israel makes Jews look bad and causes people to be anti-Semitic.
Is there anything that person wrote that you disagree with? The Sammy Gold person? The issue is that, like, it's impossible to even meaningfully extract meaning from any things that are being written now. Like, all of it is basically in service of I want to hate Israel because I want to hate everything associated with America and the West, and then I'm going to ad hoc as many things as I can to possibly have some, like, rational justification for my irrational hatred for this thing. And then, obviously, one of the most predictable blowback things of all time is going to be the huge increases in anti-Semitic thought now. So they have to try to distance themselves from anti-Semitic thought. So now they will endlessly equivocate on what it means to be anti-Semitic, and then endlessly needle the fuck out of, like, you know, what does Zionism mean, and what does it mean to have an ethnos? And so it's like nothing that's written is, like, meaningful from these people. This is all, like, word game garbage trash now.
Just an obvious self-evident position. It's funny how it's only Israelis who get the agency card thrown at them. Hasan is specifically saying that American Jews are getting attacked because of how those American Jews behave. He's not making an argument about Israel. I realize you don't even bother.
And then all of this is especially complicated when people like Hasan, I would say, are, like, just directly contributing to anti-Semitism by being directly anti-Semitic and, like, making all, like, again, I've said this, the far left arguments today are indistinguishable from the neo-Nazi arguments of yesterday. All of the big, like, pieces of the conspiracy are there. You have a Zionist-occupied government that is being controlled and funded by Jewish people in the United States for the purposes of Jewish interests and dual loyalty and everything else. It's the Jews are controlling everything, and then they're doing it to the detriment of the native host population that they are infecting and leeching from.
to understand context, but you should try harder than this. Could Hasan spoken in a way that couldn't be construed as tut-tutting? I'd say definitely. It can come across as patronizing. But would you not agree that American Jewish institutions and their close connections with Israel are going to cause violence against Jews, and that's bad? It's hard to read Hasan's statement as anything other than out of some form of concern for Jewry. That's the problem.
Okay, I'm good on this. I don't need the rest of this.
He's also facing...
What is this? Oh, hyper-intelligent man, Ryan Grimm.
Another round of a Hasan Piker controversy?
Yeah,
what's going on with this? I tried to figure out what was going on with this.
So let's get into this a little bit. So let's start with D3 actually. So this is Mike Rogers jumping on a deceptively edited clip that was circulating. So Mike Rogers says more calls for violence coming out of the El Sayed campaign. Here is his running mate, Hasan Piker, saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted because of it. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he is unsure if he will be able to support Abdul for these very reasons. Absolutely disgusting. If Abdul El Sayed had any courage at all, he would call this out and disavow Hasan Piker once and for all. We're waiting, Abdul. And let's play a little bit of what he said. He said a version of what everybody basically agrees, which is, well, not everybody, not AIPAC, but his argument is it is unfair, ridiculous, and dangerous to conflate all of Judaism with Zionism and the state of Israel. To lump together all Jews and blame them for the actions of Israel is wrong, and so people should stop conflating
and dangerous
those two things. That's what he was saying. They edited it in such a way that suggested that violence or something would be justified against Jews for their support of Israel, which is the complete opposite of what he was saying. And so
he was sort of predicting that would be
right. He's saying what you're doing by linking Judaism to Zionism is furthering anti-Semitism. So let's play a little bit of what was going around. This is D2.
I mean, look, for the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through...
What benefit do you think Abdul sees in maintaining a relationship with Hasan campaign-wise? Well, I think he just doesn't want to disavow it because it... maybe because it looks bad, or maybe he thinks it'll blow over, maybe. I don't know.
A lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is a dangerous, because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. Oh, shit. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action. Not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
I doubt he ever appears with Hasan again, though. That would be surprising if he did, yeah.
Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson.
So the fuller context is pretty clear that he's making a very standard point.
Super standard. Thank you, sir. True. Super standard.
Mike Rogers, Neratana, and a bunch of others began circulating it, and I can maybe put it in the link to the show, a more deceptively mashed together, multiple different clips pulled together to make it kind of a much harsher, like where he's justifying the thing. So then El Sayed comes out, and this is where I think he made a pretty huge mistake, because they're now jumping on him. El Sayed comes out, and
now El Sayed is getting the standard lefty treatment of like, you have to be fully with us or you're fully against us, and I can't believe that you would even remotely make it appear to walk back any part of this ever, and I can't believe you need to be fully 100% like 10 toes down, don't ever give any admissions or concessions at all to the enemy, and blah, yeah.
He put up D1. He writes, my statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. He says, I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all of its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare. Because that...
I haven't seen these kinds of shows running defense for Hasan. Is this a one-way street, or does Hasan run defense for them too? No, if you're on the same team, you all run 100%. You cover for each other through everything. So if any of these guys were being attacked or maligned in any way, because this is a natural extension of them all having the exact same talking points too. So you're kind of organically roped into defending them all as well, because all of you are going to be saying the exact same shit.
Because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. Hasan Piker responded to that by saying he thinks the entire statement was well said. He objected to the part at the top that says my statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss, because it bought into this frame that he actually had said something that he had not said. When a smarter response from El Sayed would have been to say, that was twisted and deceptively edited. And also, he's not on my campaign. Why are you asking me about every little thing?
Why the fuck would you talk about it when it was clearly out of context? I can't believe El Sayed didn't go with the standard, well, it was out of context, guys. Come on. Out of context, out of context, out of context.
that this guy who talks for 10 hours a day says.
Yeah.
Now, Tandon and the people who have been spending months trying to bring Abdul Hasan down have said, see, we told you. He's now distanced himself from Hasan Piker.
Can you explain to me where is the difference between what Hasan said and saying conservatives need to fear to... Well, because I think Jewish people are afraid. So that's the issue. I don't see a bunch of Jews. Well, maybe there are. If they were, I would say this to them. If there were a bunch of Jews online who were like, fuck it, I don't care, let's go, I'm ready. We need the civil war, let's fucking go. I'd be like, whoa, Jews need to fucking chill the fuck out. You guys are putting yourself in kind of a weird spot right here. Yeah, so I don't think it really applies the same.
He never should have associated with Hasan Piker. Anybody who associates with Hasan Piker needs to be rooted out of our politics. Taking it as a victory.
Why did it work?
I don't know. Months of
I'll
bullying.
say it was just so stupid.
I'm surprised by it, honestly.
People, the mobs are intimidating. You whip up enough of a mob. I don't know. It's a good question.
Because he was shameless about his affiliation with Hasan heading into the primary. Like they were at that pool party together right before the primary.
On the election day, yeah.
Right. And so in the general election, I mean, but the point is he was
I don't even know how much of this is like propaganda versus real news at this point. But assuming like a good faith interpretation for Abdul is actually that the reason why this is so difficult for him to navigate now is because depending on his level personally of engagement with media, he legitimately might not have known anything about how fucked Hasan's statements and history and all the shit he says is. Because if he's just relying on slopulist media outlets like this or any of the other, Mehdi Hassans or any of the other left people that were giving him or left-lib people who were giving him a free walk and a free pass on literally fucking everything, like he might have legitimately thought, I don't know, he probably doesn't say anything that bad. It's obviously conservative fearmonger over fucking everything. Like, I doubt any of this is like that big of a deal. So he might have been walking in partially blind, and then that's why now he's like kind of getting a little bit fucked on everything and trying to figure out how to navigate it.
doing the kind of bold colors, not pale pastels, is the Ronald Reagan line of how, like, if you actually lean into what you morally believe, it's often politically better for you because people believe that you believe what you say you believe, to kind of bring this full circle. And so to then look wishy-washy on Hasan, I don't know that that's actually even politically helpful. It seemed like his instincts were better than that, which is to say, I'm standing by something that I believe in, and Neera Tanden's bullying is not going to work.
Right. I think you're very much correct, because she's now just rubbing it in everywhere. And everyone else is jumping on it too. We can put up D5. This is Hakeem Jeffries, who smells blood in the water. The malicious claim, this is Hakeem Jeffries, the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. There is zero justification for threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters in a moment of rising hate. We will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now. Like, he did not make a threat against.
And then it's also just like so stupid. And the reason why I know it's bad faith is because all these guys were around when they were fear-mongering so hardcore over the alt-right and everything for the Trump admin. And so these guys were big on the whole dog whistle stuff, and they were so big on the implied meaning and the systemic racism and everything else. But now when it's their side, now they're like, you have to say, I hate and want all Jews to die. Otherwise, it can't possibly be anti-Semitic. Like they're so strict on defining anything on their side. It's just kind of funny to see how hypocritical it is, I guess.
Our Jewish brothers and sisters. Like, he did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
He just simply did not do that. Like, it is a manufactured and fake thing. But by issuing this statement, Abdul kind of opened the door.
Fucked it all up. Way to go, Abdul. Fucking idiot.
His enemies to
Why
come
aren't you
in.
taking advice from these guys on how to run your campaign?
And what the left just never seems to understand is that people like Jeffries, people like Neera Tanden, it is not obvious that they want Abdul al-Sayed to win.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should not take for granted that they want him to win. Everything they're doing suggests that they do not want him to win. If populist candidates can win in states like...
What? Man, can't wait for the Live and Learn crew to get on this one. How long ago was this tweet? Holy fuck. Alyssa Slotkin tweeted out, in response to Hasan Piker's recent comments on Jews in America being targeted because of their views on Israel, this shouldn't be hard. No community should face the threat of violence, blah, 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 blah. Kucklinsky. Crystal obliterated your pathetic career in one interview without even trying, and I'm glad she did. Hasan didn't threaten any violence at all, and you know that. You're just a lying smear merchant. Resign.
Like Maine and Michigan, and Michigan 7, where Will Lawrence is running, or Randy Vegas in California or elsewhere, if those populist candidates can win, the entire mode of politics that Hakeem Jeffries and Neera Tanden represents is rejected. They would rather lose those races to the Republican than lose their position in the party. It's the iron law of institutions, as it's known. And so stop thinking that if you just capitulate a little bit to them, that they will then get on your team. They're not. They're not. The only thing that can keep them on the team is shame, because it's too embarrassing to be publicly oppositional to your party.
Well, just to your point about opening the door up, this morning's Politico playbook, so read by pretty much every Beltway insider, the headline is literally, how do you solve a problem like Piker? That's the headline.
By winning. There's no
Politico playbook.
There is no Piker problem. And you solve it by winning.
Yeah, well,
not by losing and trying to cut an entire portion of your coalition out.
Again, to me, it's like
they solve it by losing.
In the last,
to their mind, if they can say, look, left won primaries in Michigan and Maine, and we lost, to them that solves the problem of Piker by losing to Republicans. Like that's their goal.
It's like in the last couple of weeks, establishment Democrats have decided to make, and Republicans obviously, maybe it's happening because Republicans have moved into general election season in a lot of these races, and they know that they can try to make a boogeyman out of Hasan Piker. But it's like the last 2 weeks, establishment Democrats, it's like they are the ones who just discovered like the Dave Matthews Band, and now they're talking constantly about like, man, this guy Dave Matthews. It's like they just discovered their new favorite. And
someone DM'd me the other day, begging me to give Dave another shot.
Someone DM'd you that?
They said I trashed Dave apparently on the show.
You trashed Dave Matthews. That's fine.
I said, fine, man,
you're going to do it?
Sure, why not? Why not? Meanwhile, who is Mike Rogers? We put up this final on. This is D4. So Mike Rogers, I don't know if we covered this, if you guys covered this last week. Rogers, AIPAC said after Haley Stevens lost, that they were going to spend tens of millions of dollars against El Sayed backing Mike Rogers in the general election. Now Mike Rogers has told them he doesn't want them doing that publicly because they're too toxic, and Abdul Hasan is going to use AIPAC's support of him. So he proposed a bunch of schemes that are illegal to varying degrees. One of them was, how about I just hire all of your super PAC staffers onto my campaign and you just give me all the money? Which if it comes from the super PAC, like that's illegal. If they just, which is how it would kind of have to go. Like you cannot coordinate like that. You're not allowed to do that. He's like, what if you just have a whole bunch of fundraisers for me instead? And so right now, as we speak, he's out in Los Angeles doing, according to the New York Times, 3 straight major mega donor AIPAC fundraisers so that the money comes directly to his campaign, so that when reporters like me say, you know, he's supported by AIPAC, they say, well, no, he's not. What are you talking about?
Well, but see, this is interesting. He's running away from AIPAC for a general election.
But while running to Los Angeles to raise money from AIPAC.
Of course, but it's a very telling moment after all of your years of reporting that a general election establishment Republican candidate like Mike Rogers is
Real quick, can somebody like me, I read this a lot, that I know Kucklinsky endorsed Jill Stein in 2020 and 2024. Did he in 2016? Is there proof of that for all 3 years?
Trying to distance himself from AIPAC via these schemes, obviously, which are varying degrees of ridiculousness. But in the meantime, establishment Democrats still think that Abdul Sayed needs to sprint away from Hasan Piker, as Mike Rogers is sprinting away from AIPAC.
Right, exactly.
It's a pretty strange situation.
Yeah.
He's also running away from data centers. He just said he supports a 1-year moratorium on data centers. Wild times.
So yes, the problem of Hasan Piker is really actually a problem for Republicans. If the Democratic establishment was interested in forming a coalition with the left to beat Republicans, but obviously they are not.
Yeah, and Republican voters, I mean, the people who turn out in midterms are not, tend to be higher propensity, which means they're older Republican voters who are on one pretty particular side of the Israel policy debate.
All right, so let's move to South Carolina, where Trump is weighing in hard behind Lindsey Graham's sister.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign.
Okay, sorry. You triggered the fuck out of me. All right. Where am I? Is it just me, or does Fuentes actually like liberal culture and hate right-wingers? Omega lol. I think they've said that for a long time. I think a lot of young conservatives don't like conservative culture because conservatives like abandoned culture for the past few decades. It's fucking cringe as fuck.
Pathetic millennial sent $25. Thoughts on men who...
Oh, this is 10 minutes long. Hold on. Ethan talked to Hutch this morning.
Hello?
Hey, man.
Oh, here, let me mute my TV because I'm watching. Can you call somebody else? Because it's all grayed out and the setting is on in my settings.
For some reason, after I checked on the settings and I clicked on it, then it gave me the option to call you, so.
Wait, you're calling me right now? Because it came... Oh, that makes sense. So we're talking on Twitter right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did it.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you? We're enjoying, the great Hutch's coverage, one of the great sane minds. And I was watching you this morning, and I've been thinking about the Hasan thing, and it's, I don't know if people are even, I want to explain what I think he's doing, and I think it's actually quite insidious. And I don't know if this is obvious or if people already know this, and you kind of did touch on it today. But what he does is he spends so much of his time convincing his audience that he doesn't hate Jewish people and that there's a big difference between Jewish people and Zionists, right? And so Zionists are the enemy. Zionist is the worst thing you can be. The problem is that he defines Zionism as anybody that, I mean, as he said once, has any kind of fondness for this, has ever at any point had any kind of fondness for the state of Israel, or anybody that doesn't think that Israel should be, wiped off the map. So when you read a stat like 80% or whatever, it's like, I don't know, 80, 90% of American Jews have some type of like positive association with Israel. It doesn't mean they support the government. Right. But what it does mean is that by Hasan's absolutely insane, rabid definition of Zionism, then what he is doing is fomenting hate for 90% of American Jews. But because he's convinced his audience that not all Jews are Zionists, and that there's so many good Jews out there, guys. Look at all my Jewish friends and look at all the Jewish people online. They hate Israel, and like so many Jews hate Israel. So we're not anti-Semitic. We just hate 90% of Jewish people in America. But he has difficulty reckoning with that fact because his definition of Zionism is so.
I know people won't touch you with a 10-foot pole. They even have a decent-ish excuse for it. Okay. But do any of these leftists debate anyone at all? No. MAGA figured this out during the Trump admin, that there's no point in doing adversarial engagement. Like, all you should do is just be on your own side, have them circle jerk the fuck out of you, and that's like the best way to approach all media, basically. And then the lefties have copied this, so.
It's so broad, or it involves so many Jewish people, because it's so hard to qualify as an anti-Zionist in Hasan's community, right? You have to basically be pro-Hamas at this point to be considered anti-Zionist, right? You have to be like Norm Finkelstein, who said on October 8th he was euphoric at the sites of Hamas breaking into Israel.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Well, I don't even think Norm Finkelstein.
The Finkelstein comments on it was so weird watching all these, what was like brave young men, boys. It was those were crazy. If I'm remembering the right tweet, those were crazy comments. Holy shit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Norm Finkelstein is Norm Finkelstein even a one-state person? Like, I don't know if he opposes the existence of Israel. But I could be wrong about that. But
actually, ironically, I think you might actually be right.
Do you think now is the time the Democratic support for DSA is imploding and we are fucked? Why? Well, I mean, I think that losing support for the DSA, I think, would be good. We're never fucked, okay? Don't ever bet against America. That's what a wise man, Joe Biden, once said.
About that. But I don't think he makes a big fuss about it either way. He just really fucking...
Yeah, right.
He really hates Israel in all of its forms.
But in terms of defining Zionism, Hasan very repeatedly defines it as an inherently, what his language is, ethno-supremacist, settler colonial project.
Right.
And I guess a question that popped into my head when you were talking is, when you were being raised in Judaism, how often did the word Zionism come up, like in your studies and in your where you worshipped in your family? Was that a term that was used a lot?
Never. I mean, for me, never. The first time I ever even started thinking about that word was like, I mean, I had heard it. If anything, the only people I heard using it was like white nationalists and like David Duke type of people. Those were the only people using that word, at least in my view.
And academics, it was definitely a word that came up in I went to college.
Sure. I'm not in the academia area of Israeli studies and stuff. But I've always just heard David Duke and people like that, Zionism, Zios, the Zionists, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I never ever. No, when I was at Temple or Torah study or in the synagogue, whatever, it was never about Zionism or anything like that. If anything, it's just, there's a lot of conversation too about how Jews are raised.
If you're forced to, for the rest of your life, would you rather at TYT, the Majority Report, or BreakingPoints? Would I rather work at? Like, is this a meme question? Like, who would I rather, like if I was to suicide? Just kidding. Or which thing I find more reputable? I mean, BreakingPoints, that network, don't they have a variety of shows, I guess? Definitely not the Young Turks. It'd probably have to be fucking BreakingPoints. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
On propaganda and this type of stuff. Honestly, I think a lot of American Jews have family or associations or entanglements and crossovers with people or things in Israel.
Sorry for sidetracking, but why is everyone using Fleshlight as an insult? Destiny, does that originate from a specific community? Seeing it more lately? I don't know. I'm not aware of it originating from a community, but I think it's just like a mean way to say orbiter.
So it's like anybody else that has an association with like somebody who's German but is born in America, but they have German family and they have places they liked in Germany, or maybe they visited Germany. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my mom is Italian, and so they didn't start traveling until the last like 20 years, and they've taken like 6 trips to this little city in Italy where my mom's family come from, and it's like this city of like 300 people or whatever. And now she has a deep fondness for that city and her family that live in that city, and so now there's this like direct familial connection there. And she was trying to like get me dual citizenship in Italy, and so yeah, I mean, I take your point in terms of it's not that exclusive or unique to Jewish people to have like a similar situation, right?
Yeah, and it's nothing more than that. But then to turn to your audience and say, well, if you're one of these people, like that just has like a completely normal association with a country that you might know, people that live there or what have you, then you're a baby killer. You're a
just watched Amadeus Holy Peak. Yeah, that's a peak movie. Okay.
A Nazi. He really doesn't even mince words these days, right? You're a fucking evil Nazi. And one of his favorite quotes that I like is that
the dog walking one with.
Yeah, exactly. That if you've ever had any point had a fondness for Israel, you should not even qualify to be the local dog walker. Jesus. Right? That's the quote that Sam Cedar famously defended.
Don't get me started on his sane washing. That was a crazy thing to say. But tell me what you think. Because like I think that for Hasan, I think like number one, I think his ego is very big, obviously, and I think he's not thinking about American politics in terms of like specific policies, like Medicare for all. In his mind, I think he sees himself as a thought leader and as someone who's going to lead the world into like his version of anti-colonialism and like ending capitalism. And I think he sees Israel as like the ultimate example of settler colonialism. And I don't think he's considering the experience like what you describe, where you're not raised. I assume probably most American Jewish people are not raised with this belief that they're like literally a superior race or like an ethno identity or something.
That's just a Nazi propaganda, right? That's all it is. Jewish people don't think they're. Listen, I'm not friends with a lot of religious Jewish people, but I knew a lot of them when I lived in Israel. Nobody's walking around thinking they're like superior. I think there's like the radical settlers, right? These types of people do believe that stuff. And I'm pretty sure that me and even most Israelis are united in thinking these people are fucking horrific, disgusting, racist people. But like the vast majority of Jewish people definitely doesn't have this superiority complex. It's not like we're some group that's looking to like screw over other Jews. I mean, or that we're colluding together to the whole greater Israel conspiracy craziness, which is something that I've heard even Hasan saying now, which is just like a straight up David Duke, like Protocols of Zion level of conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's just not a thing. And I mean, the thing is, Zionism is I feel like the whole Zionism thing is moot at this point, because the state of Israel has already existed for like 100 years almost. And there's like 9 million people living there. It's a fully developed country. This whole conversation about how the only solution is one state with equal rights. It's like, well, I think the only solution for the world is world peace and that everybody, gets $1 million. The truth is that it's never going to happen. And it's not because I don't think it's great, or I don't think that would be like a nicer vision of the world. It's just the same thing. It's just not going to happen. It's just a country that's been there 100 years. It's full of people. It has, what I mean? It's not something that you just flip a switch. And one thing
you have to be careful. You need to qualify it. Jesus. I don't know how much Ethan talks about these things, but like when he's saying like one state with equal rights is not possible and it's never going to happen, what he's referring to is that the people that advocate for the one-state solution are saying that there needs to be basically an unlimited right of return so that it becomes an Arab or Palestinian majority state, and then whatever emerges from that is like the fine thing forward. Yeah.
I told Hasan
which is probably, this is like a non-starter negotiation-wise, because obviously most Jews are just going to see this as like, oh, so we're all going to start getting genocided again. And then I've never heard a response to that. The last guy that I debated on it, right, the guy who was like, well, they're just going to have to take a risk. And it's like, okay, well.
Kind of disagreeing on leftovers was that like the only way I see that happening is through some like horrific war. Like that's the only way I see something like that happening. And
Israel would have to be forced through violence or extreme coercion that would require like very broad international consensus in a way that's just difficult to imagine. What I was getting at when I was setting up like how Hasan sees himself, and like one of the reasons why I think his movement that he's trying to build is just so useless is, I think
the rest on the lore. Why did H3 do the heel turn on Destiny? I mean, obviously this is me guessing, I guess, but if I had to guess, it was because a lot of people do this thing where if you're anywhere near me, they just tell people that you're getting like mind controlled by me, and nobody wants to be having their autonomy erased and claiming that every thought they have is just being mind controlled by me, the evil Destiny guy. And so there was an opportunity where there was a whole bunch of stuff that was coming out of my court case related to the girl being 17 when I started to talk to her or whatever. And then Ethan I think, took an opportunity. He saw, I'm going to say, an easy out to be like, oh shit, I can finally separate myself, and decided to launch some huge thing, like retreading a bunch of like, this is a joke that Destiny said when he was the 10-year-old and the little tykes and everything, which it's kind of funny. I look at this today and I'm not actually sure. Do people really think, I actually don't even know the answer to this question, man. Do people really think that this person was a random girl on Twitter that was sending me pictures of her when she was 10 years old? I actually don't even know anymore. People think that this was like, if this wasn't like the most obvious joke. Because I can understand, even if I think it's dumb, I can understand some people saying like, oh, that's a really tasteless joke. But now I'm curious if people read this and they're like, I can't believe you were asking her for pictures of herself when she was 10 years old. It's like, there's no way, right? I don't know. I have no idea.
They see themselves as like fighting a war against capitalism that ended in the 90s. And
but then Ethan basically did like a big kind of hit piece on this. And then I made a response piece, and then he didn't respond, and that was kind of that. I was like, okay, well.
A war against the establishment of the state of Israel that ended decades ago. And like, to your point, like the matter is settled. Israel, yes. Israel does exist, even if you have problems with like the way that it was initially formed to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, like,
course, yeah.
But that's literally every country is a product of some kind of colonialism, like literally every country. And if your problem is ethno-states, it's like, well, I got some bad news about the vast majority of countries in the Middle East, because I looked into it like a month ago, and I was surprised to find that basically like the vast majority of Middle Eastern countries have it in their constitution.
Oh, it also probably didn't help that I think all of Ethan's crew were kind of like Hasan fans and fucking hated me too, which was weird.
That they're either an Arab state or a Muslim state or both. Like it's like the first article of their constitution of like Egypt and Jordan and all these countries is like they establish an ethno identity for the country. And so I just don't buy that the opposition to Israel or the insistence on a one-state solution that's never going to happen unless you can tell me how you're going to force a nuclear power to do this. But like, how do it just doesn't seem like genuine opposition to the concept of like an ethno-state. If
it's not, it's just like weird virtue signaling, like feel-good bullshit. And this is the whole reason that me and Hasan started beefing, is because I was like, dude, this whole idea that there's going to be a one state is like so silly. Like, why are we even having this conversation? Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, it's like not, and it's not because I don't think it's a good idea. Like, I think it would be great if we could go back in time and make like a pluralistic one state for all types of situation, but it's just not happening. It's gone. That ship has sailed. I mean, and by the way, there are again, people forget there are like 2 million plus Palestinians that do already live in Israel and are integrated. But
I had someone in my chat just now said, Hutch, can you name one single of those countries that made any of their minorities stateless or stole land from one of those minorities? Just one.
The entirety of the Middle East is spawned from the caliphates. Where do they think that like all of these things came from?
I wonder if you have thoughts on that, Ethan.
Well, I mean, the Arab countries were settled. Listen, I'm not a historian, but they were all settled like a long time ago. Whereas by the way, guys, I'm not defending the settlement of Israel. If you want me to do that, I'm not.
Just spawned there.
No, I thought you were going to jump in and point out the fact that hundreds of thousands of Jewish people were expelled from countries like Iraq, Egypt, Jordan. Yeah.
I mean, about 8 to 900,000 were, right, following the war for the Israelis' war of independence, or I guess the Nakba, depending on your perspective, right? And so,
careful on that one.
When I asked Hasan, where should the Jews of Israel go if they don't feel safe there in like one state, he literally.
So it seems like it comes down to arguing whether worldwide Jewry is better off without a state of Israel, regardless of who leads it at any given time, versus arguing, like Hasan, that Jews would be safer without a Jewish state of Israel. But that position just seems so disingenuous, resulting in no safe haven for Jews when they get chased every 100 years or so. Yeah, I think that ship kind of sort of sailed with the Holocaust stuff. It makes it kind of hard, I think, for a lot of Jewish people to have any kind of confidence that their shit's not going to get fucking rocked if they don't have some kind of like place for them to chill. But,
He told me, and people forget this, he literally told me they should go back to Iraq.
Yeah.
Oh, the Turkey Revolution or whatever in 1917, I think it happened right after the Ottoman Empire collapsed. I think that was a huge, tons of expulsion, ethnic cleansing, genocide for the Armenians and everything too. Yeah.
An especially insane country to point to, given the circumstances that surrounded the expulsion of Jews in that country. But it's just that was such a crazy thing to say. Yeah.
Like, and nobody bats an eye. Nobody has any thought for that. He says, because guys, listen, we got to reckon, if you actually want to make some progress on this, we got to reckon with the real situation, right? And the real situation is, okay, you got 9 million people here who own homes and businesses and sky rises and government buildings and subways and buses and tunnels. And you want them to either leave or risk, basically becoming minorities in Israel, which historically has not worked out well for Jewish people. And I know Hasan likes to point out to like the Ottoman Empire, which the Jews did do well for a time. That was also like over like 100 plus years ago, right? So if you want to revive the Ottoman Empire and give somehow, I mean, I don't think Jews would be, you know, I don't know how many Jewish people are in modern day Turkey, as if he's suggesting that maybe Turkey taken a bunch of Jews. I'm not sure even what he means when he says Ottoman Empire, because it doesn't exist. It hasn't for a long time.
Real quick, how would you feel about, I think Lonerbox wants to say what's up to you. How would you feel about adding him to the, to the call? Okay, so I think I would have to start a new DM thread and then call you again.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna end this call and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lonerbox. Wait, how do I create a group thread? Create a group. Loner, we're doing this on Twitter. Because he doesn't have Discord set up on his phone. Oh, wait. Start. I can only do a video call?
Skip forward. Hutch can't start a new call. What
Yeah,
the fuck is happening?
Install.
Wait, is that like a meme setting on his stream, or is his shit just...
Wait, something's happening. No, nothing's working. Hang on.
Wait, what?
Oh. Wait, something's happening.
No, it is fucked, lol. This was an abomination of a ship. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking here, but it was a mistake.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to add Loner. You gotta get a burner Discord account on your phone.
That's probably a good idea.
2026.
I don't do this very often.
Yeah.
But so going back to kind of his recent statement that's getting him into all this trouble, it's so easy for him to defend himself to his audience and say, I'm trying to protect Jews, because people are always conflating these two issues. But the thing is, it's not a conflation. Like, by the way he defines it, 90% of American Jews are going to be Zionists, but the way he defines it. And again, that's not to say like that the Jewish people that I know, all of them, including myself, despise the current government and what the settlers are doing and how the government protects the settlers and, you know, all the wanton death that's happening in Gaza and around Israel. But that's just you're protesting a government. That's not undoing a state, which is just
damn.
It is just
Cory Booker too. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. I'm just not thinking about it. I was the first streamer, okay, on the planet to stream like full time as a job, unironically. And I started on my first paycheck that I ever got. Was like a $300 paycheck from, I think, Justin TV in like November of 2010. I'd been with the Twitch platform for so long. Getting permabanned was pretty crazy. Like I was like one of the original streamers on this platform. I cannot believe that I got banned for calling a group of trans activists on Twitter inbred. I got permanently banned. I'm like one of the only permanently banned members of Twitch history. Like there are very few people who are like permanently banned. It is crazy to me that you now have multiple senators and congressmen all coming out and calling Hasan Piker anti-Semitic, and Twitch just does nothing. Doesn't give a fuck. That's just so insane to me. That's so crazy to me that there's just like nothing actionable. It's just, I don't know, bro. That's crazy.
not happening. And this was my point from the beginning. It's like, I don't know how you're advocating for Palestinians when the solution is just erase the state of Israel, because that's not happening. You're not actually doing advocacy, because that's just not going to ever happen. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's what you think.
I think it makes the public discourse about this issue just so much dumber, because it's not a serious proposal, but he's convinced millions of people at this point that it is. And so there's, again, just I reiterate the point that they think they're fighting a war that's been over for decades. And so how can we get to a conversation about real solutions if they're insisting that you have to adopt their view as far as like what should be done, when it's just not possible? And so it's just, and if you don't adopt their view, you're an ultra Zionist, and you want every Palestinian to be killed. Like they draw these lines in the sand, and then like tar and feather you in the public square.
If you try to handle this conversation with any nuance, isn't even the right word, but just like a touch of realism.
I might be retarded, but would reaching out to Bezos be out of the question? I'll shoot him an email, okay? See if he responds, right?
Right. Then you become an enemy of the movement. And that's, again, just kind of what happened to me. And then, so again, Hasan, what he's saying to his audience is, I don't hate Jewish people. Actually, I love Jewish people. And that's why I think we should never conflate Jewish people with Zionism. And his audience believes him. And then, because he spends the whole time convincing them that there's so many good anti-Zionist Jews out there. And he brings them on his podcast all the time. And he talks about them all the time. Basically that reach his super high baseline of being anti-Zionist, which is just like, you have to be like the most kind of
pro-Hamas,
you basically have to be pro-Hamas. I mean, it's really like that, right? You have to be willing to like carry water for Hamas. And so he convinced his audience that this is like 50% or more of Jews. But the truth is 90% of Jews have some kind of fondness for Israel. And so what he's doing is fomenting, I believe, violence and hate towards Jewish people, because he's basically giving people the green light. He's creating a system of consent for anti-Semitism, like systemic anti-Semitism, where it's just, if you like Israel, you are a fucking, baby killer. You're enemy of your enemy. And I mean, he said of my own wife that she was a valid military target because I forget the exact words. He said, even if your favorite podcaster's wife, who's just a secretary, or I don't remember, but he really is creating a whole consent structure to do violence on Zionist people. And then a tricky way of convincing his audience that not all Jewish people are Zionists, even though by his definition, 90% are. So I don't know that his audience will ever understand really what's going on. And it's I mean, I've tried to have these conversations with him. And I mean,
if Fox News invites you on to talk about Islam, would you do it? I think it would depend on the show. There's a guy that emails me a lot for questions that I've been responding to. I think some of those have shown up in at least one article I know that got posted. Man, I would really have to look at the show. There used to be a guy, Shepard Smith, like a Fox News show like that. I think I would go on and chat with that dude about it. But if it was like one of the big pundits that I fucking hate, I think I would agree to go on and talk about it, and then I would just shit on Trump the whole time. I hate these motherfuckers. I hate these motherfuckers. Oh.
The result of it is apparent. And I know exactly how this is going to play out. People are going to clip it on Twitter. I don't care at this point because it's already happened to me 1,000 times, but they're going to clip me on Twitter saying like Ethan even now supports the state of Israel or whatever, and then, the whole cycle of Ethan being a Zionist renews, right?
Well, it's all free. When he says, "Oh, I'm saying this to help protect Jewish people," I think if you're familiar with like what his ultimate goal is, and you can read between the lines of the stuff that he says, I think it's obvious it's not about that at all. Like when he says you got to separate Zionism from Judaism, I don't think the goal is combating anti-Semitism. I think the goal is poisoning the concept of Zionism. Like that's the ultimate goal. Like you want to separate yourselves because like Zionism is this ethno-supremacist Nazi ideology, and if you don't do that, then hate crimes are going to happen or whatever.
Yeah.
So
basically, he needs to provide some kind of logical structure for people to be like openly hateful and racist, but to also make it something that feels virtuous. So he's created like hating Jewish people into a virtue, and they really believe that. And that's kind of, and again, not at the risk of sounding hyperbolic, that's how you end up with a country like Nazi Germany when they think that being anti-Semitic is virtuous, and they're proud of it. And because, they call them Zionists there too, and they blame them for everything that happened in Europe leading to World War II. It was all the Jews' fault. And now the same people are saying the same thing about Israel and American Jews. Now he's making it even broader. He's really making an effort now to broaden it to American Jews.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been apparent since day one that it's not enough to oppose like the Netanyahu regime or the wanton violence in Gaza. If you stop short of denouncing Zionism altogether, then there is no daylight between you and someone like Itamar Ben-Gvir. Like there's just
no, there's not.
Yeah, right.
There's not. That's basically how they see it through that lens. It is, right. And of course, Ben-Gvir is despised, right, by. I mean, he's just the worst. He's the worst among us, right?
Yeah.
Among us.
And so, yeah, that's just kind of what I want to say. Like, because when I see
fucking put this goddamn
all the condemnations of him, I agree with them. They don't really explain the minutia of it. But when I see Hassan.
Why do you think libertarians like Bill Yu neglect the productivity of the debt incurred by government spending as they take out their 100th loan to finance business expansion? I just don't get the logic. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if these people are just like got brainwashed by like the woke stuff and they got like so woke poisoned that they like. I don't know. I don't know.
On responding to it, he's able to spin it so easily to his audience of like, dude, this is just about not conflating. Like, oh my God, it's such a hit job. And guys, we're the virtuous ones and we're misunderstood. And we are the ones that actually care about Jewish people. And he gets them all hyped up on this notion. But it's just the whole framing of it is just, it's just fucked up. Dude.
It's like a caricature. Like it's easier to imagine your perceived enemies as cartoonishly evil to help explain the world. I think that's like a human tendency. People need things to be simplified, especially when we're talking about like geopolitics and hundreds of years of relevant history. But so when a lot of people think about like the initial,
this, it still works, right?
The establishment of the state of Israel and all the conditions that happen around it, they think about the violence, they think about like the dispossessed, the Palestinians that lost their land, and all of that is of course relevant. And if you're doing historical analysis or whatever, but I feel like a lot of those people just fail to stop and ask themselves like, okay, imagine you're a Jewish person in Europe in 1947 or 1948, and you're told that if you get on a boat, you can go over to a different place in the world and have your own country. Like those people in that moment are not thinking about like this ethno-supremacist settler colonial
survival.
Right. They're thinking about the fact that, what was it, 60% of European Jews were killed during the Holocaust? And so like everybody that's listening to my words right now would have gotten on that fucking boat. And it doesn't make everything that happened, obviously, in 1948 and subsequent decades or whatever. And even to this day, like the efforts to block a Palestinian state, it doesn't make all of those things okay or acceptable or whatever. But, you should be able to understand that people had completely rational, justified reason the Jewish people fleeing Europe.
But even if they didn't, honestly, even if they didn't, it just doesn't really affect the conversation today because it's ancient history. Like the American settlers had no justification. They were just fucking insane, murderous, psycho. Like Christian, they were Christian or religious supremacists, right? But what was that? 250 years ago, we're not gonna be able to undo that. It is what it is, and we got to deal with that, right? I mean, and I'm in favor of reckoning with it, right? And doing right to the people that were ousted and trying to create some kind of reparations. I don't know how that looks, but obviously that's so far away from where we are now because where the conversation is.
Why does it do this to me? Okay, whatever. This is boring. What is this? Or not boring, I shouldn't say, but I obviously agree with them on most shit. What is this?
All right, y'all, welcome to the show.
Oh, God.
Happy Tuesday. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Got a lot of stuff to get to today. So in a little bit, Trump has a stage 5 meltdown at Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene because MAGA has completely and utterly collapsed around him. So I'll have a lot to say about that. We also have Joe Rogan taking shots at AOC and mocking her over her comment that Woke One was crazy. So we'll dive into that as well. And then later on, we have a billionaire, Mark Cuban, panics and throws a tantrum against universal health care, Medicare for all, which is just beyond disgusting and grotesque, and he should be ashamed of himself doing that. So I'll have a lot to say about that as well. And you guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You, of course, can support the show on Patreon as well. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I never will do that. I'm very proud of what we build here. You guys made that possible by giving $1 a month or $2 a month or $5 a month. So I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And then, of course, you could also sign up for Crystal Kylan Friends on Substack. That link is below, and go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us live on Monday nights as well. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let me start with this. Abdul derangement syndrome and Hasan derangement syndrome has now hit crisis levels. Okay, I mean, this is like nuclear levels of bad faith attacks and smears and, disgusting, underhanded bullshit, dirty politics and nonsense. What? That's what we're now witnessing here. So
the Republicans,
you had a disgusting and fraudulent attack from Mike Rogers, the Trump cuck, running against Abdul. He said the following: more calls for violence coming out of the El Sayed campaign. Here is his running mate, Hasan Piker, saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted because of it. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he is unsure if he will be able to support Abdul for these very reasons. Absolutely disgusting, he puts in all caps, so you know he's serious. If Abdul El Sayed had any courage at all, he would call this out and disavow Hasan Piker once and for all. We're waiting, Abdul. Okay, so he's citing this DSA Watch account, which is another hack smear account, which looks for out-of-context clips to try to smear left-wing people. And he plays a 51-second clip here. Now, I'm going to get to Abdul's reaction in a second, but first, let's go to this. So Palky says the following: Mike Rogers is pushing a blatantly clipped video. In the full clip, Hasan never called for violence. He was discussing Jeremy Moss's refusal to endorse Abdul El Sayed, and that the worst anti-Semitism comes from those who conflate all Jews with Israel. So now I'm going to play the entire comment that Hasan made, and you're going to determine whether or not you think he's calling for violence and whether or not you think this is anti-Semitic. Let's listen. Here we go.
I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is. Now, is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul El Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews.
How does it play politically if Abdul fully distances from Hasan? Will Rogers keep hammering the point anyway? I mean, I'm sure you would try to, right? Oh, this is a guy who thought it was a good idea to campaign with Hasan. I mean, I would argue that there's like different things that are going on here. One is you're having a national level politics conversation. But then there's a second thing that's happening where you have like real voters that you're trying to win those people's votes in the you're trying to win those people's votes in your state. I don't know for the Jewish community. I've gotten emails from people that say they're from the Jewish community in Michigan or whatever. I don't know how true any of it is, obviously, but like having him explicitly say, I don't like the Hasan Piker stuff, this guy is crazy, would probably make Jewish community people feel better than him having an incredibly opaque, you can't see through it, right? Opaque versus translucent. An opaque vision on it where you don't know where he stands probably makes Jewish community people feel weird. And then also, I think he probably does need, in Michigan, I think he does need the support of that community if he's going to win. It's already a pretty close election. Well, I'm sorry. He's trailing in most of the polls, I believe. There was one recent one that was released that showed him up, but most of the polls he's trailing, so he probably needs all the help he can get. And I don't think you need, because I don't think that Arabs or Muslims in the United States are fucking insane. I don't think you need to support terrorism to win their votes. So I don't know what carrying all the Hasan baggage with him is doing. But it's probably difficult. Like, I mean, there is a valid question of, like, even if he does distance, will it make a difference? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it doesn't at all. I don't know.
As single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how. People don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about.
He's literally calling out Zionists for making anti-Semitism worse by insisting that all Jews are represented by the state of Israel. He's saying that makes Jews less safe. He is literally...
I would be so curious. God, fuck. This is why it'd be fun if we had like a real media environment, and then maybe media could actually be interesting and, God forbid, maybe even a little entertaining as we get to see people finagle with like positions in real time. I would be so curious to hear the answer of, can you think of like one other ethnic, religious, national group where you would ever make this kind of statement? Like, the black community needs to distance itself from gangster rap, okay? You can't sit here and, you know, not understand why conservatives might hate you, or people, if you guys won't come out and say, you need to come out and say, we disavow gang. I need to hear Jesse Jackson and, these guys need to come out and they need to say, Farrakhan, you know, rap is bad. We don't like rappers. Gangster rap doesn't represent us. Like any other ethnic group, we need more imams coming out in the United States saying we don't support ISIS and 9/11. We need more Muslims to come out and say it. Otherwise, people are going to fuck you out. Like just one other example of this is so crazy to imagine it.
Calling out Zionist anti-Semitism. That's the point. Let's continue.
Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium on new data centers. Look at that. Look at that. They are positioning themselves and reacting to the popularity of our policies, our positions. Look at that. Yeah, Ben Jacobs says, Ben Jacobs reports on Jeremy Moss's take. Adam Johnson says, I'll translate for those unfamiliar with these serious outreach threats. Moderate on Israel, support apartheid and the arming of genocide, albeit some mild scolding about Netanyahu, or else...
Naming relevant black culture figures. I don't know any relevant black culture figures. All I know are the ones that Rush Limbaugh would cry about all the time before. And the two that he would always cry about were, he'd call him Jesse High Jackson. I don't know why, just because he hated him. And then he'd call him Louis Farrakhan. Those are the only two black community people I know about, because I know that fucking Rush Limbaugh hated him and he talked about it every fucking day on his fucking radio program.
Withhold my support and help Rogers. This is a variation on Hakeem Jeffries' further conversations threat. There are pro-genocide uncommitted movements everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's precisely what is going on here. These guys are shamelessly saying that they are uncommitted. They're uncommitted to Abdul al-Sayed because Abdul is
It's a play on hijack. I'm aware of that. I just don't know if he was ever involved in like some fucking weather underground terrorist shit, or if he just called him that because it sounds like hijack.
Genocide position that is broadly popular, and these guys can't contend with that reality. They want Abdul to take a less popular and immoral position.
Oh, and Al Sharpton, obviously. How could I forget? I don't think you've had a nickname for him.
It's totally ridiculous, and we should not let these people forget. We should not let others forget what shameless positions that they are holding on to in this pivotal moment, where the Senate majority hinges on this seat, and they are casting that aside. Because while not all Jews in Michigan are single-handedly or single-mindedly in unison holding up the continuation of Israel's apartheid as a major reason as to why they will withhold their support, there are those who are doing that.
Oh my God. Who?
And we must not let people forget that reality.
Who are the major Jewish community people even in Michigan? There actually might be some, I don't know. But are there people who are saying, oh, well, I'm sorry. I just bought Hasan's framing there. Because I was wondering, are there major Jewish people who are like, you need to support Israel's invasion or whatever? Or is it just that there are people in the Jewish community who've expressed concern over the close affiliation with a guy who supports terrorism against civilians and Jews?
What part of that was anti-Semitic? What part of that was a call for violence? The Mike Rogers campaign, the MAGA Republican Mike Rogers, is simply flat out lying, and aggressively so. That's what's happening here, and everybody who's being honest knows it. So, naturally, the Diet MAGA Democrats get in on the fun. Okay, the Diet MAGA Democrats, one of them named Hillary Scholten, who said during the primary that if Abdul wins, I don't know if I can support him. I'm probably not going to support him. Now she's out here pissing in the punch bowl and trying to take down Abdul, doing MAGA's dirty work for them. So she comes out and says, today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Son Piker said that American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. In his stream, Piker directly discussed and targeted Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss. More on that guy in a second, by the way, showing his picture while saying that eventually someone will come around and take action, not against Israel, but against American Jews. Today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Son Piker, blah, 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 blah. Son Piker calls for violence against American Jews. Excuse you? That's just fucking defamation. You're just fucking lying. And directly naming a Michigan elected official and future congressional colleague Jeremy Moss are unacceptable. Full stop. Piker is a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. Oh my God, that's so ironic because all he was doing was talking substance there. Is dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling out this disgusting rhetoric so it loses its grip on our politics once and for all. It has no place in Michigan and no place in our country. So Hasan literally calling out anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism according to these people, and is a
like, it's just, I don't know how they don't see, they do, and they don't care. Nobody cares because nothing matters. Like, this is one-to-one. Like, I don't know if anybody ever listened to conservative media growing up. Like, this is exactly all the same things conservatives would say. Like, you're calling us out when you're the ones actually being racist. We're not saying that black people have to talk like idiots, or that they have to be poor all the time, or that they have to live in the ghetto, or listen to rap music, or dress like hooligans. Like, we're the ones who aren't racist when we think they can act right, and you guys, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's the exact same thing, right? We're not the racists. You guys are the real racists. It's the bigotry of low expectations. You guys are the ones doing the real racist. We're actually being anti-racist right here. We want black people to succeed so they can all be like Ben Carson. Like, it's...
Call for violence, according to these people. You literally cannot make this up if you try. So Justin Canoe says the following. He didn't call for violence. He rightly pointed out anti-Semitism is rising because of Israel's actions. And the more...
Like, what? That's so crazy. And that, not to mention, I don't even know if people who are doing... I don't know. I would have to dig into a lot in the U.S. I don't know the answer at all. Do people that do, like, quote-unquote anti-Semitism in the United States, do they know anything about foreign policy or anything about Israel at all? Or is it just, like, random crimes of, like, I want to steal shit from somebody and I know they're Jewish so they're wealthy or whatever? Like, who's doing anti-Semitic hate crime in the United States because of a strongly held principled position on Israel-Palestine? I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
American Jews defend them and do the work of anti-Semites by tying Jews to Israel, the worse it will get. And here you are doing exactly that. It is amazing. I've never seen such a faker outrage cycle in my entire fucking life, bro. I've never seen one
faker
this bad.
outrage
By the way,
cycle. God
just
damn
for those of you who are unaware,
yeah,
and
we're unaware.
just so you know
Tell us,
how utterly
what?
obnoxious and
Okay.
fake this outrage is,
Okay.
here's a video that was posted by Hamasabi Productions. It's a 30-minute compilation of Hasan calling out anti-Semitism and how criticism of Israel shouldn't be conflated with criticism of Jews, okay? So next time somebody accuses him of being an anti-Semitic based on a 20-second out-of-context clip, show them this. And you don't even have to say anything. Just show them this. I'm obviously not going to play the whole thing here, but listen to the sort of stuff that Hasan says all the time.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause.
Wow.
A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism.
I mean, he could not be more clear. It's literally 30 minutes.
Oh, he's saying anti-Semitism is bad. Like, oh my God. Like, there it is, right? Come on. Who's not convinced?
Of him making the point that the enemy is Zionism, the enemy is not Jews. Jews are our brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
How many times and how many ways can he make that same point? So, to my surprise, Abdul drops a statement. My statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Abdul says, quote, I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare.
I can't
because
believe
that's
he
what
gave
Michiganders
in.
keep asking about.
Abdul,
it's why I'm fighting
what
to get
happened?
money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. So he doesn't fully throw Hasan under the bus. He doesn't do that.
Not
but he also
fully,
doesn't
but-
really say, like, they're lying and this is fake outrage.
God
right?
damn it, Abdul.
And so, naturally,
why the fuck is this guy, what is he doing again? Running for senator or whatever bullshit? Why the fuck isn't he trying to help Hasan and help his career? That's so crazy that he'd be so fucking selfish. God damn it, Abdul.
some people are criticizing Abdul here and going, really? Really? Because it almost feeds in to this mind virus of faux outrage that, like, Hasan was being anti-Semitic and calling for violence against Jews, which is a flat-out lie. A flat-out lie. So I don't know why you would drop this statement in particular, okay? I don't know why. I'm sure in Abdul's mind he thinks, like, well, I didn't throw Hasan under the bus, so, like, that should count for something. But I don't know, it seems to me to just be feeding a fake outrage cycle. What they're going to do now is they're going to go, we got him. And they're going to, you gave them an inch, now they're going to try to take a mile. That's how it works.
Exactly.
You can't give these motherfuckers a centimeter or a fucking millimeter, okay? This was fake outrage. They were lying from the beginning, and that's what needs to be said.
Yes.
That's what needs to be pointed out. It should be pointed out that Hasan was calling out anti-Semitism in the clip where they say he's being anti-Semitic. So now, by the way, this guy who, the Diet MAGA Democrats are rushing to the defense of, Hillary Scholten is rushing to the defense of, and Mike Rogers is rushing to the defense of, listen to what Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, a Democrat running for the U.S. Congress this November, was caught on tape saying. And what he said on tape is, quote, I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn. America is not our homeland.
Whoa.
That is like literally the definition of being Israel first. That is a comment.
What? Okay. I like how for Hasan, everything is like out of context and everything is like, we need the full, like, but maybe the full quote of this is bad. I don't know what the full context of this quote is, but like, we're very heavily indexing on a single fucking statement there for something that's pretty malicious, I would say.
America is not our homeland. That is like literally the definition of being Israel first. That is a comment, ladies and gentlemen, that should be criticized by everybody. To not criticize that is fucking insane. It is insane to not call that out directly. And yes, people like this.
Also, in case my position on this is unclear, just as a heads up, fuck people that do this, okay? This is why I hate Dr. Avi, all right? Even though he's generally pretty cool. I don't actually hate him. But like, there are people who prioritize whatever Israel or whatever bullshit, and I don't like it when people do that. I don't think that's good. I want my country to be prioritized. Now, obviously, as an American voter, you have a right to, prioritize whatever you want, but hey, that, doesn't feel good to me. But I can also apply this logic to people who were singularly pressed over fucking Palestine, who became single-issue voters with regards to fucking Palestine. If you're telling me that you're willing to hold the whole election hostage because of some weird commitment that you have to a country you couldn't even find on a fucking map, well, then nobody can find on a map. Sorry. But, give me a break. Come on. Stop.
Anti-Semitism, because they come out and they say, Israel is representing all Jews. If you're Jewish, Israel is representing...
This is the clip that Kyle is showing. Oh, 15 seconds. That's good.
Honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to live in Israel first. America does not think. I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to live in Israel.
I don't think it's wrong for Jews or for Israel. The thing says Israel. It sounds like he's saying I don't think it's wrong for Jews to use America as a pawn, but
I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to live in Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here. Honestly, I would say that.
I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn. America is not our homeland. Well, he was talking about Jews saying this. Is he Jewish from fucking, I don't know. I don't have a good Judar at all, apparently. Control F. Jew. He is Jewish and openly gay. Yikes, fam.
The entire purpose of my campaign, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to live in Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here. Honestly,
I'm curious what he was talking about here. But, okay. He says here it's fake. Michigan lawmaker says viral audio clip of his voice is fake. Wait, what? No way, would somebody just totally fake a thing? Or I'm not being sarcastic. Well, who was reporting on this credibly initially? Oh my God. Prominent Michigan lawmaker who is Jewish says people have been sharing a fake audio clip claiming he said the entire purpose of his campaign for the U.S. House is to ensure America can support Israel. The clip, which purports to be a recording of state senator too. Oh, yeah, not U.S. Jeremy Moss's voice has been shared thousands of times on X and listened to by more than 1 million people. I would never say these things, Moss told the Detroit News last week. This has been going around the internet since a little bit before Election Day. Let's see. The audio clip surfaced on the internet ahead of the election, was touted by one of his primary opponents, was eventually picked up by social media influencers. Okay. Well, we don't even have like a source for the audio clip? Also, he's a state senator. Wait, why did Kyle even bring this guy up?
Out anti-Semitism in the line from the beginning and anti-Semitic. And
Oh,
Mike
because
Rogers
this
is
is the
rushing
guy
to the defense
that Hassan was implicated in the Hassan comments, whatever, right?
Listen to what Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, a Democrat running for the U.S.
Right.
Congress this November, was caught on tape saying. And what he said on tape is, quote, I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn. America is not our homeland. That is like literally the definition of being Israel first. That is a comment, ladies and gentlemen, that should be criticized by everybody. To not criticize that is fucking...
Yeah, that baby blasphemy, that's kind of what I heard from that audio clip, but it's hard to tell. And then I don't know if it's not real at all. It almost sounds like he's saying, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first. That's what I heard, which is still something I wouldn't necessarily want to hear from a lawmaker as well either. But I mean, it's also, yeah, it's like a 12-second thing. So it's a little bit annoying to hear so much index, so much weight put on it.
Insane. It is insane to not call that out directly. And yes, people like this, increase anti-Semitism because they come out and they say, Israel is representing all Jews. If you're Jewish, Israel is representing you. So when they shoot babies in the face, when they bomb innocent people, when they bomb UN workers, when they bomb World Central Kitchen workers, Israel is representing the Jews when they do that. That's what they're doing. And when you say that over and over and over and over, that will lead to an increase in anti-Semitism because you're trying to connect all Jews to genocide. And that's bullshit.
Does the PLO, does the DFLP, does Hamas, does Hezbollah, do these things lead to more Arabs being hated? Like, are we allowed to say that? Because I notice, I feel like these people would never keep the same energy for anybody making a comment like that.
So you are increasing anti-Semitism. He is doing that. And that's the point that Hasan was making. Bro,
Thank you,
I'll fucking
Hasan.
lose it. I'm
So
gonna fucking
nice.
lose it. Now, by the way, the little cherry on top of this conversation, and this is what Abdul should have said.
What?
The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea. You won't hear about this because Mike Rogers supports Israel, so the media will lie about Hasan instead. This is literal, guys. This is literal. New, Mike Rogers announced his members of outreach team who defended Hitler group chat and spread misogynistic comments.
What?
Quote, chat filled with praise for Hitler, gas chamber jokes, racial slurs, and rape comments. Jesus Christ. Quote, I love Hitler. He referred to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people and mused about putting opponents in gas chambers and called rape, quote, epic. These are the people working on fucking Mike Rogers' campaign. And we're having a conversation about Hasan Piker, who was calling out anti-Semitism? Oh, no, bro. So, guys, I gotta say, I feel...
They do this weird thing, too, where he's, like, angling towards... I mean, I guess... Like... He's talking about Mike Rogers, but I mean, like, it's a lot of the criticism coming from inside the house right now. Hello? Like, I think we're like, hey, as Democrats, we probably don't stand for this type of stuff, right? So you can keep angling towards Mike Rogers. You can keep talking about, like, Rogers. But, I mean, I think a lot of the criticism, fairly, is coming from within the party, where people just aren't really that comfortable with this type of crazy shit being said by somebody who is a Democrat. But, you know, I don't know. Or associated with a Democrat running for Democratic senator.
Fucking horrible for Hasan, man. They lie about him so shamelessly, so brazenly, so aggressively. They like bully the media into just accepting their description of events. Now even Abdul released a statement that doesn't really throw Hasan under the bus, but also doesn't defend his name. Like, see, now I'm sort of fed up.
Like, I can't believe that you're like, dude, the level of dick sucking that these people have on their own is crazy. It is insanely shameless. Oh my God. I cannot imagine demanding this level of loyalty from anybody in my life, let alone from a guy trying to fucking win a Senate seat.
Aggressively, they like bully the media into just accepting their description of events. Now even Abdul released a statement that doesn't really throw Hasan under the bus, but also doesn't defend his name. Like, see, now I'm sort of fed up. I'm sort of fed up of even the defense of like, well, I believe in free speech and I'm against cancel culture, so stop canceling Hasan. No, somebody needs to go out there and stand 10 toes down and puff their chest out and say, he believes in universal rights.
Hey, dipshit! That's not the job of somebody running for the Senate in a battleground state, you fucking moron! You are a national level media figure. You can go out and do it. It's not your reputation on the line. Abdul Hasan is not trying to get more YouTube viewership, and he's not trying to get approval from the country of the United States of America. He's trying to win a particular election in one state. You're psychotic. You're being stupid. This isn't politics. This is influencer media drama slob.
No, somebody needs to go out there and stand 10 toes down and puff their chest out and say, he believes in universal rights. He believes in protecting every minority community. He believes in raising taxes on the wealthy and redistributing, giving people healthcare and giving people education and ending the wars and not arming a genocide. He's right. He's right about all that. Enough with the fake outrage smear bullshit. And that's what it is. It's just smearing. So, look, what we're looking at here is Hasan derangement syndrome. And never give in to fake outrage. Ever. Okay? And then also what I'll show you is we got Hasan derangement syndrome, and that's being used in service of Abdul derangement syndrome. So here's a great example. Now remember, they went after Hasan here for calling for violence. He didn't call for violence. And for being anti-Semitic, he was literally calling out anti-Semitism.
Okay.
They're dead wrong on all counts, right? Here's the sort of stuff that Mike Rogers surrogates when they're not goose-stepping and zig-heiling and praising Hitler in the group chat.
Nobody likes Mike Rogers over here. We're Democrats. Kyle, who are you talking to? Republicans don't watch your fucking slop show. No Republicans don't fuck about what you're saying. And all of us over here, Democrats, we don't like Rogers. I don't know why you're showing this. We don't care. We hate the motherfucker.
Here's what Mike Rogers surrogates are saying. Listen to this.
Talk about another state that you raised, another big state, Michigan, the face-off between Democrat Abdul Al-Sayed and former Congressman Mike Rogers. The NRSC continues to put out social media posts claiming that Abdul Al-Sayed has quote-unquote terrorist ties, and yet there is no evidence that he has terrorist ties. Senator, should the NRSC stop running those ads?
Well, we know without question that he had family members who helped resource Osama bin Laden.
Oh my God. Oh my days. You have U.S. senators going, well, sure, but you know, he's basically an Al-Qaeda. He's basically ISIS. You know, he personally helped Osama bin Laden. So like, yeah, bro, I think that's fucked up. The shit that Republicans get away with. Bro, we live in a country where Rush Limbaugh, one of the most hateful motherfuckers of all time, got the Congressional Medal of Freedom from our pedophile terrorist president. And I'm supposed to be mad at Hasan Piker for being correct, for saying true things, for supporting universal human rights? That's the scandal? That they tarnished something and twisted it and lied about it and pretended like he was being anti-Semitic when he was calling out anti-Semitism, pretending like he called for violence when he fucking didn't? He was literally warning about an increase in violence because of Zionist anti-Semitism. True. That's the whole point. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, Abdul's basically an ISIS. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about this? Hey, Hillary Scholten. You know, I replied to Hillary Scholten with her fucking smear attack against Hassan. And what I said to her is, do you have any thoughts on...
Dude, these guys run such heavy cover for each other. Oh my God, it's crazy. The amount of loyalty, the amount of fealty these guys show to one another. My God. Gee, holy slurp slurp. Jesus.
Our pedophile terrorist president bombing innocent fishermen and murdering them literally today. You've said nothing about the pedophile terrorist president murdering innocent fishermen with no due process whatsoever. You've said nothing about that today, but you called out Hassan Piker, a fucking Twitch streamer. Are you kidding me? I mean, these people are sick. These people are sick.
He's a goddamn
if you are
Twitch
punching left
streamer.
in this moment,
God damn it.
You are the scum of the earth. If you are punching left, you are Diet MAGA. You are helping the fascists.
Don't
you are
punch
helping the
left
fascists,
ever.
period. End of discussion. If you are punching left in this moment. I have zero tolerance these days for left punching. Fucking zero. Go after MAGA and go after Diet MAGA, the people who are co-conspirators and facilitating MAGA and their fucking destruction of everything, like Hakeem Jeffries, who just met with Jared Kushner to see what they can work together on. Calling out Hassan Piker. Are you fucking kidding me?
We know without question that he campaigns with Piker, who said at one point that America deserved 9/11.
Let's stay focused on Al-Sayed, though. Let's stay focused on Al-Sayed and what he has said and believes in. There's
Birds
no
of a feather
evidence.
flock together.
See, I can't. See, the fact that nobody has made a full-throated defense of Hassan now leads to shit like this.
Yeah,
right?
well, just defend the America Deserved 9/11 clip. Come on, guys.
The fact that nobody came out and said, he was talking about the concept of blowback, which is something that the libertarian Ron Paul, who ran for president as a Republican in 2008, if he could acknowledge that publicly, we can all be fucking adults here, and we can acknowledge he was talking about blowback.
The libertarian Ron Paul was a hardcore libertarian who was out of step with the entire Republican Party. Why are you citing him as like some reference? Like, oh, well, even the Republicans realize that. No, Ron Paul was literally out of step with the entire conservative party. He was a hardcore libertarian, just like Rand Paul is today. Why would you cite him as some example of this?
But no, I mean, like we live in hell, and the entire race now is going to be smear after smear after smear of the left, painting the left as extremists. As at the same time, we have Donald Trump murdering fishermen, Donald Trump bombing little girl schools, Donald Trump threatening to steal Greenland, Donald Trump threatening to steal Cuba, kicking 18 million people off their Medicaid, closing 742 rural hospitals, kicking 4 million people off the SNAP program, shoving innocent immigrants into ICE concentration camps and torturing them and raping them. But we're supposed to clutch our pearls and faint on our fainting couch because Hassan Piker said something factually true.
Birds of a feather flock together. The company you keep does matter. We all know that. That's something we learned in
You keep company with Donald fucking Trump, who raped a 13-year-old, Katie Johnson, who has a fucking nipple torture fetish. You're fucking buddy.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
Buddy with the guy who said, we're going to annihilate an entire civilization. An entire civilization will die tonight. Yeah, you're right. Birds of a feather flock together. And that's why you motherfuckers should be nowhere near power. You should be gonzo. It should be over for you. You guys should be in a fucking insane asylum, all of you together.
Elementary school. Well, let's go to where he stands on the issues, though. There's a reason why even former Biden administration folks are joining with Republicans and hosting fundraisers throughout Michigan to support Mike Rogers. Here's one of the reasons why. We've got a candidate.
Yeah, because they're all bought by the fucking Israel lobby and they're Diet MAGA, and they know that Abdul's actually going to cut off the weapons to Israel, and they would do anything to continue to fund the genocide, and so they're Republicans.
Abdul Hasan
on his own, by the way.
Hell yeah, he is.
To abolish ICE.
Everybody should want to abolish ICE. It's a criminal gang. It's not a fucking government agency. They're not upholding the law. They're destroying the law.
And the police. Here's a candidate so radical that even Democrats in Michigan are joining forces for the
You got like literally 2 of them on somebody's front lawn, and they're all funded by Israel.
first time with Republicans to elect Mike Rogers.
It's just fucking disgusting.
To be very clear, there is no evidence that Al-Sayed supports any terrorist organization.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Just to be clear, he's not literally ISIS. He's not best friends with Osama bin Laden. Just to be clear, he's not actually in Al-Qaeda, even though your pedophile terrorist president decided to put a former Al-Qaeda leader as the head of the country of Syria. I mean, what a sick joke. What a sick joke. Here's one more for you. Mike Rogers, this is the sort of shit he's talking about. Listen to what he says here.
And when I get there, we're going to fix this. We're going to fight to bring down
Nice microphone you got there, bro.
costs.
Oh,
We're going to
sure.
pass the SAVE Act. We're going to get...
We're going to pass this. In other words, we're going to rig elections from now till the end of time.
You bet. We're going to take transgender flags out of our schools and put the American school back in there.
Misspeak. American school.
So Abdul is talking about putting money in your pocket and Medicare for all, and this guy's talking about removing trans flags from school and passing the election rigging SAVE Act to make Trump a dictator. But be really mad because Hassan said something accurate. Be really mad because Hassan said something objectively correct. Be really mad because a bunch of people are smearing and lying about Hassan and saying he said something anti-Semitic, even though he was literally calling out anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am so fucking sick of MAGA. I am so sick of these lying smear merchants, and I'm so sick of Diet MAGA helping to further the most obnoxious and incorrect smear attacks I've ever seen in my entire life.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Him and his
All right,
wife
y'all,
are
so
probably real
prepare
funny
yourself to be
parties.
pissed off.
Are you Diet MAGA?
Yes.
Yes. That's what you sound like.
Yes. Bullet bit.
You think it's funny. Michigan Dem nominee Jeremy Moss announces disinformation peddling dual loyalty tropes. This is August 18th, 2026. Moss said that that audio allegedly depicting him expressing loyalty to Israel over the U.S. is manipulated and includes things I never did and never would say. Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, the Democratic nominee in Michigan's 11th congressional district, pushed back on Tuesday against what Moss alleged was a doctored audio clip circulating online designed to portray him as more loyal to Israel than the United States. There is a manipulated and unsourced audio with things I never did and never would say. That is nothing more than political disinformation intended to portray me as anti-American. Moss, who is Jewish, said on X, peddles inoffensive tropes and lies, especially the lie of dual loyalty, suggesting that Jews are never fully citizens of or loyal to their home countries. Suggesting that Jews are never fully citizens of or loyal to their home countries. Oh, okay. The unsourced and undated audio depicts Moss saying that the entire purpose of his campaign is to support Israel and that Jews should support Israel over the United States. The original source of the audio is unclear, but it has been shared over the past few weeks on X by former Moss opponent Aisha Faruqi and by multiple anti-Semitic X accounts. Whoa, anti-Semitic. Ryan Grimm, co-founder of the Hamas sympathetic outlet Dropside News, posted an alleged quote from the clip this week, but subsequently removed the post after acknowledging that he had not verified the recording. We are in a dangerous era of disinformation. Circulating a lie because it affirms your bias or belief is equally bad, whether it comes from the left or the right, Moss said. We all have a choice not to spread fabricated images, videos, and audio about candidates' campaigns. We have a role in stopping the erosion of our democracy. This was his official statement on it. This was Faruqi apparently tweeting it out.
I, of course, feel a natural inclination for my own people. And of course, Israel is very important to us as a community. And so honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews and Americans to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism.
Oh, hold on, wait. This isn't even the. That's not even what we heard before. So here he says. Hold on.
Feel a natural inclination for my own people, and of course, Israel is very important to us as a community.
Israel is very important to us in our community.
So honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make.
I would say the entire purpose of my campaign
sure America continues to support Israel.
Is to make sure America continues to support Israel. What I feel like, what was on the other? What was on the clip that Kyle said? Hold on.
I love Kyle.
Honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews and Americans to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews and Americans to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here.
Okay, so it sounds like he's talking about Jewish communities here. Assuming this audio is legitimate, but.
You know, I don't think a natural inclination for my own people, and of course, Israel is very important to us as a community. And so, honestly, I would say that the entire.
Is he saying that even that audio thing is fake? I'm surprised that even that got cut down a little.
Are we gonna get and I'm not even joking, are NFTs gonna be the new thing to make
verify
sure
the
that
authenticity
people know
of
what's authentic? Yeah, maybe they were right about NFTs.
Well, Kyle said it was stating that Israel is using America as a pawn, which is what the Gropers were posting. Oh yeah, true. Was that in the first audio at all? Hold on.
I would say that, of course, feel a natural inclination for my own people, and of course, Israel is very important to us as a community. And so, honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews and Americans to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been.
It sounds like he's saying, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to...
I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first.
To want to put Israel first, I think is what he's saying.
America is not our homeland. We have been victims of
And America's not our homeland and blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't know where the pawn...
And he's claiming the whole thing's AI?
Well, there's a slightly cut clip where they...
Make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first.
This thing of like, I don't think it's wrong for...
Oh, the caption's just wrong.
Yeah, I think he's saying... Well, you can hear it a little bit clearly in the other one, but here he's saying, I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here. I don't think that is said anywhere in this.
I don't think he says pawn.
No, absolutely not.
Community. And so honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first.
I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first. I think is what he's saying here. This pawn thing is just an entirely fabricated.
Put Israel first, support Israel first. It's one of them, yeah.
Okay.
Base, just lie.
Well, did you ever consider AIPAC?
True. Jews. Did I get sick again? I'm still fighting it off, and now my wife's fucking sick.
Are you serious?
Yeah, today's just a bad one for her.
What did I have open? Hold on. Oh, Hutch noticed this. Bro, this is a wild fucking tweet. I hate these motherfuckers. Also, I was right that the purpose of that entire fucking interview was to cut down Slotkin, by the way. I was correct. Because I'm right about everything.
Duh.
Did you see this Kucklinsky tweet?
No.
Crystal obliterated, in response to Alyssa Slotkin, Crystal obliterated your pathetic career in one interview without even trying, and I'm glad she did. Hasan didn't threaten any violence at all, and you know that. You're just a lying smear merchant. Resign.
Dude, these people are just disgusting. You want me to go and elect your fucking favorite candidate at the same time you're going to be talking about the other senator just like this? Like, it's crazy.
I agree. Oh, oh man, 10-minute ads really milking these. Emergency Hasan react.
Breaking news.
Jesus.
Where is it?
What? Oh, hold on. Okay. I open things. What is this? Wait, quickly. What is this? Maya and adapt.
No.
Too late to move.
Holy shit.
Too late to move. Just don't move. I think this is the same one that came over here earlier.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now you got that, bro. It's you. It's you. That's all you, bro.
Jesus. This guy's gonna haul ass. Has Kyle once acknowledged how completely unhinged his defense of Plattner was, even to state, well, yeah, I obviously got that wrong and I owe some apologies. This man was torching every Democrat who voiced their reservations about Plattner, relentless smears daily for months. I think Kyle said, well, he stopped supporting him, right?
Plattner?
Yeah?
I mean, I would assume so, but you can never know with these retards.
Whoa.
Is Kyle retarded? Yes or no?
Maybe.
Poland mentioned.
He's bringing this up again. Hold on. In April, Representative Mike Lawler and I introduced a bipartisan resolution condemning anti-Semitic rhetoric from online personalities like Hassan Piker and Candace Owens. Piker just proved exactly why we need it. Telling millions of Americans that Jews who support the U.S. Israel relationship bring violence on themselves is sick, wrong, and straight out of the Nazi playbook. Republican leadership should to bring our resolution to the floor for a vote next week.
Mike Johnson's not going to
make sure,
but he should.
The thing we do need to make sure we do, we got to keep attracting younger viewers that, you know, grow up on TikTok, you know, when they're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, even though they shouldn't be. Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you. The thing we do need to make sure.
They love his ass, man.
Have this for a second. I'm going to use the rest for 1 second.
Pathetic millennial sent $25. Thoughts on men who bring their laptops to gentrified liberal coffee shops?
I don't really have. I think it's nice, actually. I think you're trying to make it. You're begging the question. Thoughts on men who bring their faggot-ass laptops to gay-ass, liberal, sissy, woke coffee shops? What do you think about that? You know what? I actually think it's good. I like it. I support it. I fucking support it. It's good to get out of the house. Well, where should they be? Where should they be? In their squalid apartment? Where should guys be? You want to stuff them in their squalid apartment with their girlfriends and their children and their dogs?
So he likes it.
No, I like that. They should go out. That's nice. That's a good thing. I actually think coffee shops have great atmosphere. It's actually a great atmosphere. You get to go out a little bit, get some fresh air. You get to see others and be seen by others. Who knows? Maybe you'll have an interaction with another human being, God forbid. Maybe you'll actually have an interaction. Maybe you'll actually see somebody, talk to somebody interesting. I think it's a good thing. And where's it going to happen? In a conservative coffee shop? I wouldn't want to go to one of those even if they existed. God knows the aesthetics would be terrible. What would a conservative coffee shop look like? Let me guess, there'd be a bunch of rustic wood finishes everywhere, neon signs, guns. That sounds even gayer. What's gayer than that? And what's everybody going to be doing in there? Talking about politics? Talking about Trump? I think I'd rather kill myself. I think I would take one of the guns and shoot myself. I want to go to a liberal coffee shop where at least, you know, maybe they're talking about art. Maybe they're talking about something different. Maybe they have a different point of view.
Could be.
There's going to be, I know there's going to be juice. I know there's going to be plants. I know the decor is going to be tasteful. And the coffee's probably going to be good. I bet at the conservative coffee shop, they probably don't even have like an espresso machine. They're going to serve you Folgers. What is it called? They're going to serve you coffee out of some plastic carton. No cream, no sugar. Hey, can I get some cream and sugar? Why? What are you, gay? We only serve Black Rifle coffee. We serve it black and that's it. Oh, great. Thanks. So, no, I like it. I support this. I like liberal coffee shops. I support people going and working in them. You know, here's
Did
kind
somebody
of
say
my
Black Rifle coffee?
philosophy.
Wait, he goes on this for 10 minutes?
Conservative culture sucks. What do you want me to say?
Good.
Tell you my philosophy lately. It feels like the fascists almost have to protect the liberals. Because you want to know why? It's like the liberal coffee shop. Stay with me. I promise it's worth it. The liberal coffee shop is like the apogee of our civilization. This is what they have in Europe. You go to a McDonald's at 3 a.m. in Italy, and they have a beautiful espresso machine, and an Italian person is making it. This is the apogee of civilization. That you could go into a beautiful space, curated with aesthetic sensibility, okay, tasteful decor and design. It's combining visual design elements, furniture, form and function coming together, but also coffee. Once again, form and function. There's latte art, but also there's a science to it. How do you brew the perfect espresso? These are craftsmen. These are artisans. They create the coffee. You go in there to get your work done. Caffeine is energizing us to create, think, be entrepreneurs, builders, ideas, innovators. Here's the problem, okay?
The types of people that create this space are liberal. So that means they have a lot of tolerance for nonsense. So what happens in our coffee shop? What happens in the Oasis? Homeless people come in. They buy 1 cup of coffee for $3 and they stay all day, stinking the place up with their odor. They use the bathroom and make it uninhabitable. Like, you can't have the coffee shop. It can't coexist with vagrants, with bums. What else happens? Black people show up. Rude, loud, inconsiderate. You can't open late night because they will show up and they'll steal the cash register or cause problems. They'll be fighting, knocking over the tables. They'll be doing choke slams on the countertop. Transgenders will show up and they will immediately poison the well. They'll make it ugly because no one wants to look at that. So it's like, in order to protect the coffee shop, you kind of need like a liberal coffee shop within a fascist city-state. This is kind of like, this is the problem. It's like,
this is peak fascism. Peak fascism is a fascist government that has subjugated a liberal culture. That's what our
cook.
Liberals can run the coffee shop, but fascists have to run the city. Only liberals can run the coffee shop because only liberals can bring form and function together. The design elements inside the place, the actual latte art. They're going to innovate on these things. But they can't run the society, because if they run the society, then you'll have all these tragedy of the commons type effects. Homeless people pissing on the floor. Black people battling it out on the tables. Transgenders pink-pilling the coffee. So, but you also can't have fascists running the coffee shop, because if the fascists run the coffee shop, then you're going to get like Matt Walsh, the coffee shop. You're gonna get Black Rifle Coffee. You're gonna get Kyle Rittenhouse Presents Coffee. Then you're gonna walk in, it's gonna be crap. The coffee's gonna taste like shit. They're not gonna get a beautiful ceramic mug. You're gonna get some like tin mug. You're gonna get coffee grounds in it. There's nothing artful about it. Like I said, it's gonna be all these rustic wood finishes. It's like coffee honky tonk presented by Graham Allen.
That coffee is gonna
honky tonk coffee shop presented by Graham Allen. You're gonna be served by some fucking doofus wearing a mesh trucker hat with a beard and one of those baseball shirts with the sleeve of tattoos. And no one wants to live there. No one wants to live in the city. So we need to find a way to bring these things. This is why Hitler was such a visionary, okay? This is why Hitler was a visionary, because Hitler was an artist. Hitler was an artist. That's the difference.
He was troublesome for other things.
Well, ironically though, didn't what fuck, I feel like I read a little bit on this before and I forgot, but I think art had a lot of difficulty under the German Empire, because a lot of the types of people that would produce art became basically enemies of the German state. So they tried to do like state-produced media, but it kind of fucking sucked.
So that we need to bring these things together. How can we bring these concepts together? How can we revive ancient Greece? How can we revive 19th century Germany? How can we revive these things? These American types are not going to do it. They're not going to do it. The farmers, the ranchers, okay, the gun-toting patriots are not going to do it. There's going to need to be some kind of synthesis here. Liberals can run the coffee shops. Fascists have to run the city. This is like the mindset. Because liberals will huff and puff. They'll huff and puff. You can put your gay flag in the window. You can put your ICE out sign in the window. And you can huff and puff, but you better keep it to yourself. Because the fascist regime is how the coffee shop can exist. You can huff and puff about like whatever, but we are going to be cleaning up the bums off the streets. We are going to be having a broken windows policing policy, among other things. And that's
They're going to break the windows?
You have to recognize, this is the fundamental, that the liberal coffee shop is built on top of everything else. It's built on top of Western civilization. If Western civilization goes away, the coffee shop goes with it. You can't have the tasteful coffee shop with anarchy and diversity and the rest of it. It just doesn't work. You get Indians doing what they do with their street food. You know, you get black people not showing up on time. You get homeless people pissing on the bathroom floors and people defending this.
Yeah, well, he's kind of racist. I don't know if you knew that about him or not. That's kind of a thing, yeah.
So,
it's usually
I support. I like the liberal coffee shop. We should have. This is why we need to go in a new direction. Don't you understand? This is the vision. We almost need to create a city state. I'm kind of like this is where I'm headed. Is we need to create our own community, an intentional community, a network state, a city state, where we could just make things the way we want them to be. The architecture, the laws, the demographics. We need a city state that celebrates culture, that celebrates these things. If that's even possible, I don't even know. So anyway.
Sienna Piano sent $50, sent $50.
Anyway.
Epic rant. Dan is never going to live this down if Hasan gets condemned, man. His ego
He's
is
never
going
to live it down?
high.
Oh, you mean he's
No,
never going to
man.
you mean he's never going to
Let it down.
Yeah.
He's going to be so smug. He's going to be like, you know,
well,
I'm the reason for that bipartisan bill, right?
We had a crazy scene today at Barstool World headquarters. An Uber Eats driver got in a fight with Gia in the hallway over her order. Our security guard, Dan, went into the hall to tell the guy to leave and he attacked him. Beat him up pretty good. What? Okay.
You sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So I just do.
You know shit's
I'm
fucking
a big
Doug
dude.
Ford. You're rooting for him.
Hey.
His brother's a
We all
legend.
smoke a little bit of crack every now and then.
No,
Hunter Biden,
that's
no?
his brother. That's his
well,
brother.
oh, you
man.
don't think he smoked with him ever?
No.
Really? You don't think Rob and
Really?
Doug don't sound like two guys who'd be smoking some crack together?
Never. Never. He would never.
Okay.
Up here, red is liberal, blue is conservatives, opposite down there, just to explain to the people. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard.
Hi, Premier. Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Hi, Siobhan.
I just wanted to sort of figure out your thinking about how you thread this needle with the president taking very specific aim at you in deeply personal ways.
Good.
While also, why is that good?
Well, good. He can, you know something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on.
Bring
You know
it on,
something?
buddy.
I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
Damn.
Up here, red is liberal, blue is conservatives, opposite down there, just to explain to the people. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard.
Okay.
That's base.
There was an...
Uh-oh. Cory Booker. Oh, no. Another plane has hit the third tower.
Instance where I was
Well, I guess it's like the seventh tower now, but...
actually confused because there was a unification that took place immediately after the electoral victory. When the primary was over, there was a hugging of Abdul Al-Sayed.
Bruh, you're not him. You ain't him, little bro. You're not him. Why? I don't understand. They all seem to like Abdul, but they really don't like me, and I don't understand. Yeah, you're not him, little buddy.
But I made him.
Hassan Piker's dangerous and hateful language targeting Jewish Americans has no place in our civic discourse, suggesting that Jewish Americans bear responsibility for hatred or violence directed against them is wrong, dangerous, anti-Semitic. We can and should argue fiercely over policy. No American should be told that their political beliefs make them responsible for hatred or violence directed against them. There is a bright line between vigorous debate and rhetoric that stokes hatred towards our neighbors. Mr. Piker has crossed that line repeatedly and unmistakably. Again, same message. Boss call.
You shouldn't speed him up.
Same message every time. These guys don't have an independent thought of their own. It's you know, I think why they won't have you on. Yeah, this is exactly why they won't have me on. Here is Waters after last night's Abdul Al-Sayed conversation saying he actually kind of likes the guy.
In this case, I thought the interview was fine. Thought he was compelling. He's a confident guy, kind of a guy's guy, but I don't trust him. You know, I like him. I don't want to like him. I like him for some stupid reason, but he's not right for Michigan.
Yeah.
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 It's self-evident.
Problem, Trollface?
No, but this is also part of the reason because our positions are not fucking insane. Our positions are unbelievably sane. And if we have at least like a level of confidence and a level of charisma to defend these positions, even the most hostile and most contentious interviews will turn into ones that are where, you know, the audience reception will be different. We're going to be covering the Abdul Al-Sayed.
Oh, it's Danny Boy.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, you know, living life. Life is great. How are you?
We just said
It's been a bad day for our man.
He's going to get over it. He's more tenacious than you could ever understand. Yes.
This one might be...
Dan, he craves these fights.
You understand he seeks it out, right? Like, that's one of the things that you don't get it. He seeks it out, Dan. He literally, every day he wakes up and he sees 10 more people coming at him and he's like, finally, a fair fight.
He's like prying mine in the late night convos. A
Exactly.
5v1?
He doesn't care. Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know, dude. It's fucking nuts, bro. But I've lost control over it, okay? It's beyond me now.
It's bigger than you now?
It's bigger than me. I can't stop it. It's like they come to me. I'm in prison. No, I'm not in prison. I'm like Wolverine in the forest and they're like, Dan, we have one more job
Can't
for you.
kill an idea.
We need you to stop it. And I'm like, oh, I can't. I haven't
late.
dealt with that in years. I wouldn't know where to start.
You would take them through a whole journey to find the place to stop it, and then you'd let them in and close the doors, and it would be Terminator 3 and Skynet's inevitable. It's already going to take over the whole world, and that's Hassan's career.
All right, I'm jinxing this, and it's fine.
Why?
But what are the odds? Two things.
Okay.
One, that fucking Twitch will even respond to this. Come on, be realistic, because they have, when there's been a lot of pressure in the past,
have they
they've
ever?
made little shit statements. Yeah, they did after the Twitch banned Israel thing a few times. They did after the Zionist thing. They've done it a few times.
So when it was directly involving Twitch.
I mean,
now we can argue that this might directly involve it. It's on the platform, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm asking if you think they'll make a statement.
I don't think they will unless he gets condemned by the.
Who's
yeah.
left?
See, here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. Is I said this before, and you should just view all of politics through everything I say because I'm right about everything. Okay. The Republicans love this. Okay. They're not ever going to try to actually deplatform Hasan. So nobody is calling for Twitch to ban it, or I haven't seen it at least. I haven't seen any Republicans say like, what's going on over at Twitch? Why is this an Amazon owned? They're never talking about that. And then Democrats, they ain't got that dog in them to do that kind of fighting. So the Democrats aren't going to be trying to like deplatform him because really they're just trying to like win their election. So unless Hasan gets on somebody's bad side who's like actually like a big like canceling kind of person, I don't think Twitch
Scott
ever.
Jennings.
Yeah, but is he fixated on Twitch at all?
Oh, on Twitch? No, but he might be fixated on Hasan, especially if he becomes a speaker. I'm sure somebody could get a good question in there for him.
Ooh, there's a lot of Dems that are like, very stupidly, may I add, anti-data center, and Amazon's a big data center owner.
Sure.
Could be something there. My fear right now is that that this bill that exists won't get pushed, which is a bipartisan bill, and it has Hasan and Candace Owens. And I think what would be really shitty, and I know the Republicans will do this, because it would be genius, like if they didn't. If that bill doesn't get pushed, Republicans are going to introduce the exact same bill without Candace Owens. It won't be bipartisan, and the Democrats are going to be fucking cooked if they don't agree to it, and they're not going to want to agree to it. And it's going to fucking divide half the fucking party.
I don't know. I mean, Hakeem
I think
Jeffries
these are just
came out
like,
today.
yeah, and also I don't know. I feel these are more kind of like, not that it's bad to virtue signal, but these are more kind of like virtue signally bills. Like they're not really getting anything big done, I think. So I don't know how much pressure there's actually going to be. Like right now, the pressure I think is really amped up because Democrats are trying to get Abdul to distance himself from Hasan, and because Republicans see Hasan as like just the most unbelievably big gift they've ever had for like an anti-democratic talking point ever, especially against a guy who's an Arab. And you have like Hasan is literally like
It's
a
God's gift to
pro-terrorist
him.
dude. Yeah, this is like especially given, I don't know why or what, or who gave him the book on this or whatever. Like Republicans have been so fucking horny to do this like Sharia law fucking bullshit and to attack Mamdani over being Muslim and all this. They've been so horny for it. And now like Hasan is just like, it's the perfect fucking meme for them. It is like God's gift to them.
Yeah, Hasan is actually kryptonite for Democrats winning elections. Anyone that like touches him is going to be just, for normies, just absolutely turned off so fucking hard.
Well, maybe. I don't know if it's that.
No, for normies, absolutely.
Well, I just don't know
he's
how.
just got too many clips.
Yeah, but I don't know how prominent he is. Like, I think most people still don't know about him. Now, if somebody makes it a big deal now, it's going to be a lot harder. But he might be done now, like up through the prime. Like, I mean, all the primaries are over anyway. I don't know if this fucker ever wanted to do anything in general, so it might be a gift to him. But he's probably done now associating with anybody. Like, I don't think Abdul is going to appear with him on any fucking campaign things.
I agree with that. I don't know
No,
if he's
for sure,
going to stop trying.
If what?
I don't think Hasan will stop trying to associate, though.
Well,
I think
yeah, but it's going to look
he'll be
real
with
bad if he's
DSA
getting like
people.
kicked out of events and shit.
Well,
but we're past the
I don't-
primary, so what DSA people are there left? I mean, he might go to New York,
Well,
I guess, but they don't
I-
need him for
I'm
anything.
saying, like, I could imagine. Ooh, I don't know if Mamdani would do it at this point
Fuck
either.
no, I don't think so. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I don't. Well, so people that are trying to become famous, or not become famous, but to like get political influence, might do it, right? There's always like races for different things and whatnot going on. So there's certainly something, and those people that are far shots are going to try and do anything to get their name out there.
Sure, but
And
I
that
don't
would
think
be the
Hasan
case.
doesn't like to mingle with those types as much because there's not as much clout. He clearly like doesn't enjoy it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure. Man, I do. This may be. It's going to take like a lot of puff pieces to get past this, right? Like you're going to need a few more Rolling Stone and Vox articles to combat this one, because this is like.
I mean, they're still churning them out somehow.
Is no one curious of like why did all of the puff pieces not ever mention any of the stuff that's coming out now?
I don't know.
Did these reporters not do any of their jobs?
Hopefully somebody is wondering, like, hey guys, what happened here? I feel like we missed a lot.
I sure hope someone is.
Well, no, they don't. Well, there's two parts to that also. Number one, I think a lot of the articles are written for the people that would already be in this camp. So of course, like, you know, when you write an article for Rolling Stone, you know, who buys fucking Rolling Stone or reads that? Fucking leftists, right?
Not like the ultra wokies. It's going to be for like moderate left to far left people, I think. But there might even be some center and conservatives like read like Rolling Stones for entertainment, Rolling Stone for like entertainment related stuff or whatever. I wouldn't say that that's like a far left. It's like Vox or something.
Okay.
So I do think that it's pretty insane that these people have given him such a free pass on everything. Yeah.
So there's the first thing I was saying is I think it's expected that going further than like you know, current affairs or Harper's or something like that would be, you know, like some, I don't know. That's the first part. I would expect leftist publications to not give a shit and to obviously run cover. But the issue is going to be other organizations in the past that have written about Hasan. For instance, like the I was detained for 4 hours story. Like some of those are out there, and we now know those are like completely untrue.
Well,
like,
you say that, but I don't think that's the common perception at all. I think most people still think
10
those
years detained
stories are true completely.
What do you mean?
I think everybody still thinks he was unfairly detained. The opinion on that, I don't think has changed at all.
Really? Because I thought like the whole idea is like he lied about every part of it.
Yeah, but literally outside of you and me, nobody else on the planet has that opinion. Or like maybe people in my community, but no, everybody still thinks that he was like hardcore detained. And yeah.
That's fucking, oh my God. Someone just, if I do another little mini YouTube documentary, I will steal that title. 12 minutes of detainee. That's a fucking.
That's a good one.
That's a fucking good one. God damn, that's a good one. But that said, I think I do think he lied about all parts of it.
Yeah, he did 100%.
It was because he applied for global entry, got denied, and we don't know why, right? You could say it's because you said you love
applied for
Hezbollah.
global entry and it was revoked, according to him.
He had global entry and then apparently it was revoked.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he says. Like I don't
Sure.
like this guy. You understand? This guy will just lie, right? Like he's proven it multiple times. He will literally not like, oh, I'm mistaken. He will just lie.
Sure, I know. I'm just saying that that's what he said. Yeah.
Okay. My assumption is that he applied. He had a
wait. Is that true? Hold on.
conditional-
Hasan has no controversy section on his wiki at all.
On his Wikipedia?
I must have one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That is fucked up. But I mean, that kind of goes to show the bias of.
We'll get our wiki guys on that. We got a whole division.
So
joke, by the way.
Yeah, it's just. So my assumption of what happened is I think he applied for global entry, and because of something or else, he was able to get provisional. I think then, before he even left on his trip, he received an email saying, "Hey, your global entry was fucking denied." And then he went anyways. And when he came back, he got fucking detained. No shit. That's my assumption of what happened. Of course, Hasan provides no evidence. It's just that AIPAC called into the fucking TSA agents and said that it, you know, needed to happen. But I don't know. I've lost hope for people. I've lost hope for people actually like looking this shit up. It's all just he shocked his dog, which is like the lowest hanging fruit. It's so fucking.
Well, yeah,
stupid.
but I mean, you gotta. This is why I have a big issue with the media environment right now, because it's not just one person saying that. It's literally every single far lefty, and then even like left lib people who are covered for these far lefty people are all basically saying the same thing, that it didn't happen. So you can't like. You kind of have to be crazy to think that he did shock his dog if you haven't dug into it. Like, if you just go by media consensus, it's pretty obvious that that's like just a troll story that people must have invented on the crazy, wacky Twitch platform to kind of like slander Hasan. Like, that's what it would look like to any reasonable person, unless they dug into it.
Yeah, I guess. It's just Dan Pisco covered for Hasan and the TSA thing. I was just I remember that, and I was very frustrated because of how cocky and cunty he was when he knew nothing about it. And it just all signs pointed to him lying. And
Yeah.
and then as more data came out where he was lying, he just doubled down on it. And it's like, hey, maybe you want to rethink that the.
Yeah, I mean, like what you're saying there is right, but the issue that I had too is that there was like a pretty broken thought process, especially when you tried to like invoke like, wouldn't the Trump administration do exactly something like this? And I think all signs pointed to Trump openly talks about being the most disgusting piece of shit on the planet. If they were trying to like forbid Hassan Piker or make him slightly inconvenienced coming back to the United States, Trump would be bragging about it 100%. Or somebody in his administration would be bragging about it 100%. Why would they ever be anonymous about it when they literally openly brag about murdering American citizens and murdering Venezuelans in the fucking ocean who are fishermen and every other crazy fucking thing? So like his thought process like clearly breaking and failing like on that issue is just very weird blackpilling. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, took a while, but I mean, I don't know. It's that whole him and Soy Pill are just kind of disappointing a little bit, but not really. But now they're, man, talk about, you know how like being a liberal, there's that like no liberal cheerleaders. Man, there's definitely no fucking cheerleaders for the people who are in between being a liberal and a fucking tanky. That's got to be a fucking lonely space of people just trying to drag you to be one way or the other and nothing else. Like, Jesus Christ. Who's even there? Who's watching that content?
Me.
I was talking about this yesterday. Yeah. That's why I was saying that there's not actually, for the people that would criticize Pisco about like LARPing for an audience or trying to make it big somewhere else, like that, I don't think that ever tracks. Like I think there are issues with Pisco, but I don't think he's just LARPing. But the biggest reason why I don't think that tracks is because there's there's no audience for like any of that stuff. Like none of these people really grow or gain new audiences. They just kind of.
It could just be that he's like.
For LARPing?
For anybody that does like this kind of weirdo like far lefty shit, there's like, because, and it might not be related to political ideology. I might just be like a unique case. But when I was on Twitch, obviously, like I was like doing panels and hanging out with people and always promoting other content creators. And everybody knows this because that's a lot of where Vash's and Hassan's early audience came from, was hopping on my stream and chatting and doing debates and stuff. But when these guys are in the steering or in the driver's seat, they're not doing that at all. So if you're like one of these far lefty content creators, there's like no upshot for you. You're not growing at all because nobody is doing anything to help you, because none of the large lefty content creators fucking work with anybody. They all just basically hunker down and just like, and then they clout seek and that's it. So yeah, so that like the audience is not shared. You don't see much growth at all for most of these like far lefty streamer people.
Yeah.
And there's no collaboration for any of them either.
I would come around to that. I think originally I was like, oh, he's doing this for clout and viewership. I think he's actually just retarded.
The best you get from Hassan is a retweet.
Yeah, I think it's just some sort of weird autism thing. I think I can't explain it otherwise. Because there's definitely ways you could have optimized for more viewers or anything, and there's certainly no one there. It's like, okay, you're a liberal, but you are fucking delusional on these things, but you're not a tanky and you hate Hassan here. Hold on. There's like 8 people that are going to really like your content right now. And they've all been IP banned from DGGChat. Anyways.
Did you show Steve the graph?
Which one?
Of Pisco's audience on Kick?
I don't even know
where
that
they're connected to.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, the graph basically showed that like his Kick audience is like all tied to like Queeman, J-Stock, and all of those people.
Oh.
They all watch the same streams.
Yeah, there's literally nothing surprising about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's complete audience overlap with them, and then you look at like other people like Darius and etc., and then obviously it's like more overlapped on this side, but his is just completely.
Xena, Toy Story 5.
Yeah,
Toy Story
For
5.
Sure. Man, do you think there'll be more politicians coming out today? I mean, they're certainly making it safe, right? Like
there's more than I thought would happen.
Yeah,
this is a lot. It's like 15 people.
I didn't think Alyssa Slotkin would come out at all.
Now Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, it's a lot.
These are big names, by the way.
Yeah, huge names in the Democratic Party.
Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, soon to probably be the leader of the House of Representatives.
Yeah. Who would be? I mean, I guess we're looking for. Ooh, if Bernie Sanders did it, I think that might be the end of Hassan.
Well, damn. I think they like Mamdani more. Bernie still, people were a little mad at him because he didn't take a hard enough stance saying "fuck Israel."
What about AOC?
That would hurt. But I would be shocked. The most? Anybody on the DSA side, I don't think will do it because they're all part of like the collective. Yeah, sure. They can't. They can never turn their back on one of their own. So I don't know if that would ever happen.
Man.
Oh my god, even Jank's out there running defense.
Yeah,
dude, his shit today, that was unreal. What Jank fucking tweeted. That was crazy. That was, he is no longer like, hey, is this guy maybe a little bit anti-Semitic? He's just...
Jank and Anna have been there for a while. They're kind of, those guys.
No, but this is now
gone.
there's no doubt. Now there's no doubt, right?
Okay.
Would you agree with that? Like, if there was any doubt before,
I haven't seen the thing today, but I didn't have any doubt before. They're on some wild shit.
Oh, click the.
I will. I have to do it after this, though. I've got other stuff I'm still watching.
Just real quick, then click.
I'll watch it after. It's in order.
Click, then
I got
watch.
it ordered.
No, click then watch.
Order.
Click then watch.
We're going to be covering
Don't
the
let
Abdul
bullies see it.
Al-Sayed, Jesse
Click.
Waters interview in a second because it was very good. He did a lot of great things in that interview.
Bro, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Now, by the way, a little cherry on top of this conversation, and this is what Abdul should have said. The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea. You won't hear about this because Mike Rogers supports Israel.
Oh, true.
So the media will lie about Hassan instead. This is literal, guys. This is literal. New, Mike Rogers announced his members of outreach team who defended Hitler group chat and spread misogynistic comments. Quote, chat filled with praise for Hitler, gas chamber jokes, racial slurs, and rape comments. Jesus Christ. Quote, I love Hitler. He referred to black people as monkeys. And the watermelon people, and mused about putting opponents in gas chambers and called rape, quote, epic. These are the people working on fucking Mike Rogers' campaign. And we're having a conversation about Hassan Piker, who was calling out anti-Semitism? Oh, no, bro. So, guys, I gotta say, I feel fucking horrible for Hassan, man. They lie about him so shamelessly, so brazenly, so aggressively. They like bully the media into just accepting their description of events. Now even Abdul released a statement that doesn't really throw Hassan under the bus, but also doesn't defend his name. Like, see, now I'm sort of fed up. I'm sort of fed up of even the defense of like, well, I believe in free speech and I'm against cancel culture, so stop canceling Hassan. No, somebody needs to go out there and stand 10 toes down and puff their chest out and say, he believes in universal rights.
We love Hassan.
He believes in protecting every minority community. He believes in raising taxes on the wealthy and redistributing, giving people healthcare and giving people education and ending the wars and not arming a genocide. He's right. He's right about all that. Enough with the fake outrage smear bullshit. And that's what it is. It's just smearing. So look, what we're looking at here is Hassan derangement syndrome. And never give in to fake outrage. Ever. Okay? And then also, what I'll show you is we got Hassan derangement syndrome, and that's being used in service of Abdul derangement syndrome. So here's a great example. Now remember, they went after Hassan here for calling for violence. He didn't call for violence. And for being anti-Semitic, he was literally calling out anti-Semitism.
Wait, does he react to the Cory Booker thing here, or why did you leave me this timestamp as?
They're wrong on all counts, right? Here's the sort of stuff that Mike Rogers surrogates, when they're not goose-stepping and zig-heiling and praising Hitler in the group chat, here's what Mike Rogers surrogates are saying. Listen to this.
Talk about another state that you raised, another big state, Michigan, the face-off between Democrat Abdul Al-Sayed and former Congressman has terrorist source.
Bro, I'm supposed to lie anti Hitler because Hassan Piker,
Twitch streamer, healthcare profiteers.
Twitch streamer, by the way.
Leave that unpunished? Of course they're going to punish.
To further,
X can't coordinate directly with candidates for their party.
With a Jewish minority leader.
Okay. I've already watched this. I don't know what the point is. What it was.
He's just a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, problem, Trollface?
No, he's not just a Twitch streamer. Him and Twitch have done more to normalize anti-Semitism than fucking anyone. Than Hitler.
Okay.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian with you guys. Big revelations in tonight's show. So
big revelations.
We've got developments in our war against Iran, our war against Canada now, because they're the most entitled country.
Right.
Canada is.
And
Canada
not Israel?
Is. Not Israel.
Sorry.
No, they're.
I didn't think he was going to say that. I'm sorry.
Pre-watched. Entitled at all. Just Canada. Okay, insanity everywhere you look. In fact, speaking of Israel, unfortunately, we have more news about their latest terrorist attacks, destroying civilian facilities, murdering more civilians as usual, bombing places of worship because they are an out-of-control fascist country. So that's later in the program. But super interesting. Yesterday we told you Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner, and we think we know why, and it has nothing to do with affordability. We're going to prove that to you guys tonight. And we found out what Hakeem Jeffries promised Jared Kushner. That's our analysis of it, and what he has already delivered. So an amazing show tonight, chock full of information.
Okay.
All right, Casper, what do you want to start with?
I actually want to start with something that we did not prepare for a segment on the show today, but it's been on my mind and I would like to sound off. So,
what do you got?
Hasan Piker, who is known to say provocative things.
Out of context jokes that he's apologized for and didn't say. Come on.
Hasan loves to say provocative things. I mean, he's a
streams
Twitch
10 hour
streamer.
day.
Okay, there's a lot of edgelord commentary
Yeah.
from Twitch streamers, including Hasan.
Yeah.
But something that he said that was not at all edgelordy or at all provocative is he said that it is wrong to conflate Zionism and the actions carried out by Israel with the Jewish population, with
Jews.
Judaism, generally speaking. It's a point that we've made on this show. And in fact,
this is the thing that makes me not respect Dan the most is even when Hasan is out here repping you guys the hardest, you still have zero consideration for him.
Listen,
I'm just
I
saying.
have to give our strongest Jewish anti-Semitism warriors like Hasan Piker, who fights for Judaism harder than anyone. I have to give him his toughest challenges, or else he's not going to stay as the biggest soldier. That's just facts.
he said
I'm
that
looking
it
out for
puts
him. Yeah.
our Jewish brothers and sisters in danger by conflating the two, because what it does is it blames Jewish people overall for the crimes against humanity carried out again by Israel. That is literally, and I'm not exaggerating, the least controversial thing Hasan Piker has ever said. In comes Neera Tanden, okay, a supposed Democrat who.
This is one of Hasan's night terror demons or whatever. Her and Shannon.
A few of them now.
Yeah, her and
There's
Shannon
another
are.
one too.
Oh, that one, the one
Who's the
woman who.
Who's the guy? No, there's a guy he called out, and he's like, I don't like this guy. He's doing
Goldblatt?
research on me. No, that's the ADL,
ADL guy?
There's
Yeah, I know he
another
hates
dude.
him.
Man,
Is
there's a
plotting
dude.
night and day on how to help a Republican, Mike Rogers, win a Senate seat in Michigan. So Hasan did some campaigning with Abdul Al-Sayed, the Democrat who won the Democratic primary for that Senate seat in Michigan. Scumbags like Neera Tanden can't handle it. And so again, working overtime to use Hasan Piker's commentary, somehow blame Abdul Al-Sayed for that commentary, even though in this case, the commentary isn't even controversial or inaccurate. And this is all her effort to destroy his chances of winning that Senate seat and helping Mike Rogers win the Senate seat.
And it's way worse than that. So first, Neera Tanden is a corporate and foreign government sellout. Everybody knows that. She's one of the leading establishment figures, loves corporate corruption. She's notorious for it. And and she also does the disgusting identity politics, like if anyone accuses Hakeem Jeffries of criticizing.
They hate, remember, these guys hate identity politics now. Now, ignore the fact that Hasan calls literally every single person that criticizes him or Abdul Islamophobic, but
of anything, racist, Jim Clyburn, racist. Now, why? Because they support corporations and foreign governments. So Neera views it as her responsibility to protect the deeply, deeply corrupt. But she does sexist, anti-Semite, all the bag of tricks, right? But if it was just Neera Tanden, yeah, that's to be expected, right? That's
to be expected, yes.
Yeah, but it is coordinated, guys. And this is what you have to understand and why the establishment's never gonna change and why we're on a direct collision course here, and I don't know what's going to happen with the country because it is so highly coordinated. Josh Gottheimer also attacking and using the same exact talking point. Hillary Scholten, a so-called Democrat from Michigan, using the same exact talking point, and it doesn't matter. I can keep going and going and going.
Okay, so pause.
Hold on.
Okay.
Dozens of media figures, dozens of politicians. By the way, Democrats. All attacking Democratic candidates because of their connection to Hasan and this disingenuous quote as if Hasan meant.
By the way, have any Democratic candidates attacked Abdul? Or is it, I feel like it's been exclusively on.
I feel like it's been exclusively who's
on Hasan.
with.
I don't even know if they've mentioned Abdul or if they've just been like condemned like Hasan's statements. Maybe somebody has, but
to hurt Jews when he was saying, let's protect Jewish Americans. All of them know that that's a lie.
It's so funny here though, like this is exactly, Corgi Dog brought up a good point. It's so funny that this would be exactly the way that you would expect things to be going in the exact opposite. That ideally, you know, you would want streamers to lend some kind of credibility, or you'd want influence to lend credibility to politicians, but instead they're basically trying to use Abdul as a human shield for Hasan, to use Abdul to like launder Hasan's reputation, which is fucking a crazy, weird lack of prioritization on political power.
All of them have seen the full quote, and all of them are lying to you on purpose not to attack Hasan. And Anna, no one knows this better than I do, because remember when I ran for Congress in 2020, I was viciously attacked, totally lied about. It wasn't about me. It was because Bernie Sanders had endorsed me. They do smear by proxy.
You want to know something funny?
So
apparently, Cenk likes animals or something. Like he predated dog warts. You ever see this guy's article about it? Fucking animals.
He likes
Why
animals.
Are you saying nothing? He had like an article about fucking animals, or
about having sex with animals.
Yeah.
Okay. What in like college?
I think it was an early one on the Young Turks.
Okay. That's weird.
Have you not seen the scale of how much do you love animals? And on one side is Cenk, and on the other side is Hasan Piker.
No, I feel like usually it's Hasan Piker with Vosh on the other side.
No, there's one with Cenk.
Oh.
That was a good joke, Steven. I liked it.
Oh, well, I wasn't even joking. I've seen that meme before.
No, yeah,
there's a meme where it's like, how much do you love animals?
Yes.
And then on one side, I think it's like, and then Vosh, whatever.
It was a comment Cenk made about fucking horses, I think. I know Bernie did the... I'll take a look. I'll give for it. Until I say otherwise, assume nothing happened. Okay? I'm speculating. I have no proof of anything. I'll find it.
Okay.
Then they said, you see, Bernie's guilty, guilty, guilty. And they all did it in unison. CNN, New York Times, LA Times. There is coordinated strategy in this country to destroy any candidate
who's not the
that
establishment.
Israel opposes. And yes, that includes Jewish candidates like Bernie Sanders.
Legalizing bestiality, apparently.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Sanders, who they despised. AIPAC absolutely despises Bernie and Abdul El-Sayed and everyone that Hasan has endorsed. So all of the Democrats, this vote blue no matter who Democrats, are now saying, do not vote for our party. Do not vote for our candidates.
Don't worry, I won't. I think the Democratic establishment is scum. Honestly, I'm so black-pilled on Democrats at this point.
Me too,
I'm not invested.
Anna.
I think you guys can tell.
Yeah.
I don't really cover the races. I don't care. I don't care, because the Democratic Party is so far gone and so delusional. They're part and parcel of the Republican Party. How are they different? How are they different on the issues that matter? They're not.
You're right.
Okay, they dive into the culture war issues, which honestly I personally hate. The identity politics, which I personally hate. That's what you get from them. You don't get improvements on healthcare. You don't get improvements on immigration. You don't get improvements on anything with the mainstream Democratic Party or the mainstream Republican Party. They're both trash. I want to be very clear about that. But here's what I also can't stand, Cenk. Rather than do what I think is the right approach in response to these phony allegations, this is what I would do. I would do a press conference if I were Abdul El-Sayed,
It really is
and I'd be like,
identical to Newsmax, isn't it?
Yeah, sure
it's
is.
Like fucking word for word. Can we imagine they're talking about Trump for a second? Like go back like 30 seconds, just imagine this is about like Trump.
I believe you.
And okay.
I didn't know that members of the Democratic establishment wanted to
kill all poor people.
Jews in America of being complicit in Israel's crimes against humanity. That's what they think about Jewish people, apparently.
Damn.
They're anti-Semites.
They're anti-Semites.
They are. We keep saying it's Israel, the government of Israel, and they keep saying, no, it's the Jews, it's the Jews.
Yeah.
Say it's the Jews. Well, we're not gonna say it because we're not anti-Semites like Neera Tanden, Josh Gottheimer. Oh, what? Oh, just because you're Jewish? You did it to Bernie? You're
Those people, yeah, duh. The real anti-Semites are the Jews. That's why they call them Nazis, idiot.
Self-hater, trying to get Jewish people harmed just to protect Israel. And why? Because they're in a cult. They're in a fascist nationalist cult that doesn't have anything to do with Judaism.
Yeah.
It has to do with toxic nationalism. Must protect Israel.
His
If they
tweet
have to
this
destroy.
morning.
What?
He's trying to be like this. Cenk's tweet this morning. He's trying to like grab onto some of Hasan's fame, and he's just like too retarded, and no one cares.
Oh, I mean, the Young Turks has kind of been on the outs for a little bit. That's why Anna has kind of done a bunch of other stuff, and then Cenk is just going wacky as fuck. Yeah.
It's like, hey Hasan, what can I say? Can I say that we all know who's doing it? Hasan's like, yeah, that's a good one.
Destroy Jewish Americans, along their way, they don't mind. If they have to smear them, if they have to spread anti-Semitism like Hillary Scholten is and Ken Martin is and everyone doing these talking points and everyone in television who's constantly saying, when legitimate critics of Israel say, hey, the problem is this government doing terrible things, they all say, no, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, etc. Jews, Jews. Why do you keep saying it's the Jews? What kind of weirdo self-haters are you? Or what kind of disgusting anti-Semites are you?
Because
we're saying it's not the Jews. What is wrong with you?
It's because they're Zionists,
Oh my God.
and they want to use the Jewish population as human shields. That is what they do.
True.
But Abdul Al-Sayed, now I have a bone to pick with him.
Uh-oh.
Okay? Because
Then the guys in the real world have to figure out, wait, what? You're mad at me? Hold on, wait. They don't know about the internet lefty purity testing. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I do.
And
I
it
do have a bone to pick with him.
falls down.
Why are you putting out a statement saying, my response to Hassan Piker's comment? What are you doing? Here's what you never do. You never cower in the face of the mob. But he did it. He did it. So congratulations. If
Good
you
job.
don't want
Good
the
job,
heat
Abdul.
that will be directed at you by campaigning with a Twitch streamer, then don't campaign with a Twitch streamer. If you don't want to deal with the heat, then don't do it. But if you're gonna apologize, I mean, look, he didn't apologize in his statement, to be fair, but the opening to his statement.
This was gross. Why didn't Abdul throw himself onto the pyre and set himself on fire to celebrate Hassan Piker and to defend his reputation? God damn it!
Made it seem like he's apologizing or he's trying to distance himself from Haas. You want to distance yourself from Haas, fine, I don't really care. But what that demonstrates is weakness, is pathetic weakness, in my opinion.
All right, well, let me tell you what I would have done, and then you tell me if this makes sense to you.
What would you
or
have
no,
done?
it's also weakness, right? What I would have done is
I also like we're just accepting this non-critically. Oh, tell me what you would have done to defend somebody that is of the exact same political persuasion of you, who's also your fucking nephew. Go ahead and tell us what you would have done. Like, Jesus Christ.
what I have done, which is, look, I don't agree with a lot of things Haas says, and we're from two different wings of the Democratic Party. I'm in the populist left, he's DSA, right? And we separate on cultural issues and communism and socialism and all that stuff, right? But anyone attacking Haas on that particular comment, on that specific comment, is lying to you on purpose to destroy Democratic candidates on behalf of Israel. And that is incredibly strange, guys. Let that soak in for a second.
Israel.
It's by definition coordinated. There are dozens of people in politics in the Democratic Party and in media using the same exact talking.
Remember, Cenk hasn't believed in the, Cenk doesn't believe in the 9/11 story, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like he doesn't believe that
February 13th, 2026. I no longer believe the official 9/11 story. 2 paper passports did not burn and were found on the rubble, but it was so hot, World Trade Center 7 burned down across the street. Nonsense. It's time to look for who gained from 9/11. Our government doesn't work for us. They've been lying the whole time. To my normie friends who will be outraged by this, we have been brainwashed by corporate media all our lives. They said that anything that isn't the official government story is a conspiracy theory. Only insane people believe, to gaslight you and to never question the government. Why am I questioning this now? It's obvious. We just found out our government was lying to us for decades about a child rape ring inside America, and our government protected the predators instead of American children. You have to be an idiot to trust the US government. I also think that they uncritically played segments of, or a lot of, I think Tucker Carlson did a retreading of going over 9/11 or something. Was it Tucker Carlson? And they obviously uncritically just believed all of it. It's just retarded.
It wasn't loose change? It was like
no. It was a new, I think it was a new thing that I think that Tucker made.
Talking point right now. So they got that talking point from someone, they were told to disseminate it, and they all in unison disseminated. So who told them? Who gave them the talking point? My guess is it was their Israeli handlers.
Like, this is more Zog than Nazis. As somebody who debated more Nazis than probably any other large commenter on the internet, this is like more fucking mask off than the Nazis would be. It's crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, I'm not exaggerating at all. Tom Massey said everyone in Congress has an Israeli handler.
They sure do.
So now they say, oh, no, that's conspiratorial. Oh, really? Do they have an AIPAC representative they talk to, an Israeli lobby representative? If you ask them, you get them on the record, Either they'll lie to you or they'll say, yeah, well, of course. I mean, it's just somebody I talked to from AIPAC, and he always tells me what to say, but it doesn't mean anything. I independently decide that I'm going to follow exactly what he says 100% of the time, right? And they're doing it right now. They're doing it right.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you saw this, but I think this was back then, too. Oh, this was recent. Jesus. Oh, no, this was a year ago. Yeah, okay. To be fair, claims that they were dancing is very offensive, as there is no proof of such behavior. Aside from the witness who called the authorities after she saw it happen, FBI and police documents state that the Israeli nationals claimed that they were simply documenting the events on 9/11, which they definitely had no idea about ahead of time. They just have this incredible talent of predicting terrorist attacks before they happen.
You know, these guys.
I kind of wonder,
Make the Jews seem like fucking goddamn superheroes.
Yeah.
They just control everything.
Yep, they got it all.
It's like fucking awesome, bro. Except everyone wants to kill them. But that's the heavy as the crown.
So everyone that is going with that talking point is literally an Israeli asset. So if you want to cry about that, no problem. You want to blame me, no problem. Let's get into that fight. Let's have that national debate.
Let's do it.
I say that people who are taking talking points from Tel Aviv and then disseminating it here in America, destroying their own party for another country.
They really do excel at that.
Is an asset.
Yeah.
It's not just someone we disagree with. Is an Israeli asset. Okay, and so they're all over our media and they're all over our politics. True. Oh no, that's so crazy. Really?
Is it?
Well,
though?
they give money to 94% of Congress. Why the hell did they give the money?
If they're not getting anything for
they gave the money for their health. Really, those people vote with them every time, not because of the millions and millions of dollars they got. And you're a reporter and you couldn't follow the money.
Come on.
So if you say, hey, I can't tell why Hakeem Jeffries keeps voting with Israel when he's gotten $1.7 million from the Israeli lobby, you're not a reporter, you're an Israeli asset.
Yep.
Because everyone with any common sense knows that's why Hakeem Jeffries is loyally serving Israel.
Serving them.
Everyone who has eyes and ears knows that. But our reporters, cable news anchors, all in unison pretend, oh, I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. I'm the dumbest person in the country. Follow the money. Yep. Oh, Donald Trump got over $300 million from the Adelsons, an Israeli family, and then has said in public that he moved our embassy for them.
Wait, how much did he get from the? How much was that jet worth? Just that one thing?
Qatari
that
jet.
One
400.
Thing? Yeah. What was? Oh,
400 million, right? Is that what you're?
Oh, that's weird.
Million, and then it still needs to be retrofit. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird.
Policy and let them dictate it because of the money he received from the Israeli lobby. That's obvious to every person that knows the facts.
Obvious.
But all of our reporters lie in unison. So Anna, it is worse than you're saying. Like, and today,
no, it's more. It's worse. It is.
There is one piece of hope. I'll get to that in a second.
No, there is no hope. There is no political solution.
That's our disagreement.
There is no political solution. You got mealy mouth.
Damn! You understand that, right? There is no political solution. Moving them did not work. Working them did not work. Talking about them did not work. We need a final solution to the Jewish problem. What do we do?
Do you think our YouTube channel will be demonetized over this?
Jesus Christ. That is crazy. My God.
There's no hope. There is no political solution.
This is the JQ also, by the way. The idea that Jews have infiltrated every level of society to such an extent that there's no way to disentangle them from being a corrupting influence on your society. And the Jewish question is, what the fuck do you do with them? What do you do about it? And the final solution was liquidation, baby.
There is no political solution. You got mealy-mouthed Democratic candidates who pretend like they're fighters, and then they cower at the first sign of trouble from the freaking establishment mob.
The freaking establishment,
okay, I'm sick of it, and they should be called out for it. Again, if you don't want the heat, then don't campaign with a Twitch streamer who says edgy things because he needs to carry an audience and needs to entertain an audience.
Yeah.
Like,
you think people would watch Hasan if he wasn't allowed to just say a few edgy things, by the way?
I just don't understand it.
And it's, again, worse than you think.
Aside from that, let me just please make my point, okay? When I say that there's no political solution.
They're having like a one-up session where they're trying to outdo each other with the fucking crazy shit they're saying. Like, no, my turn, let me go.
This is what I mean.
This is like they're doing like a rap off, and Dan is the Jew, and me and you are Jenk and Anna. My turn.
The establishment in both parties are not going to allow any change. They think that they can keep the scam going and everything's gonna be okay. The Democratic establishment thinks we could just keep playing the same games we've been playing for literally freaking decades.
Freaking decades,
the
man.
losers that we are who accomplish absolutely nothing for our voters. And then when voters finally realize what I've realized at this point,
What?
there is no political solution. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen when the people don't feel listened to?
Whoa.
When they see the disgusting
what they're saying.
schemes that these freaking
The schemes.
I mean,
Jesus.
this
They're schemers.
dinosaur.
They're schemers.
Tandon, this freaking dinosaur. Bitch, what are you doing? Why are you still around? You are
Mr. Mutton. Hello, Mr. Mutton. That was
What?
misogynistic. That is not okay. Hello. Oh, Mr. Mutton, nothing to say about that. Okay.
He's not
Wait,
paying
I'm
attention.
confused.
No.
What? Wait, why are you yelling at me though?
Didn't you say something about misogyny?
No. That was Metalhead Sword has been crying about misogyny.
Oh.
Oi!
a loser. When the people don't feel listened to, when they see the disgusting schemes that these freaking, I mean, this dinosaur, Neera Tanden, this freaking dinosaur, bitch, what are you doing? Why are you still around? You are a loser. You are a loser. People loathe you. Maybe not your establishment friends, but the people, Democratic voters, loathe you.
Yeah.
But she's still here. She's still here, muddying the waters, playing these little
That's kinda
games,
crazy.
helping a Republican win a Senate seat in Michigan.
Are you freaking crazy?
So for Democratic
Are you
voters
freaking
who don't
crazy,
get it
lady?
yet, they don't care about you. People like Neera Tanden couldn't
They only care about
less
Israel.
if Mike Rogers wins that Senate seat. In fact, she would prefer it. And it's just, they're the same. It's the uniparty.
So
they're
why
the
would
same.
why would you prefer a Republican winning that
'Cause they're
seat
the
in
same.
Michigan?
They're the same. They are the
Okay.
same.
So no.
Just curious, because I know it was so fucking inconceivable before when I was saying like, hey, maybe you guys should cover these things like a little bit more critically. What does all the coverage right now look like from all of our
Well, this just happened, man. They
The
haven't had
lib
time.
friends.
Josiah's working on it,
I'm
dude.
just curious how they're framing things. It's just like, oh, all these crazy, unfair attacks against poor Hassan, and I don't know.
Anna, this is
They'll find a
super
way to
obvious. They prefer the Republican to win, not just Abdul's seat, but every seat that the Democrats who are opposed to Israel are running in. Every single one. Why? Because obviously they're not loyal to the Democratic Party. So who are they loyal to? The donor class. Now they're loyal to big pharma, big oil, defense contractors. That's who Neera Tanden,
But mainly-
Ken Martin, Josh Gottheimer, all of them serve loyally. But AIPAC is the mother load.
The mother load.
They were big pharma normally #1, but the last 2 election cycles, AIPAC has spent the most money.
It's not
giving
true.
contributions to members of Congress.
not true.
And through the super PACs, a lot more money, dark money, all to Democrats and Republicans who will serve Israel. That's a stone cold fact. And they can't argue with that fact. That's why they never.
Oh, Josiah's attacking Jeffries today. Nice. 1 hour ago, Jeffries insisted no one in the Trump cartel gets a pass in yesterday's video, but this reporting is extremely alarming since it's coming from within his own House Dem ranks. And if he can't assuage concerns within the caucus, no way in hell he'll mollify concerns from without.
Classic.
11 likes on that? Wait, what the fuck?
Josiah doesn't.
It's about to get signal boosted, don't worry.
Okay.
Engage in the actual issues. They always go, oh, anti-Semite, make sure you cancel him. Make sure, don't ever let him talk again. If he talks again, everyone will realize he's right. So cancel Hasan, cancel Jen, cancel Anna, cancel every politician who's ever touched them. So that way we don't have to actually address the issues. Because on the issues, the American people will find out that we betrayed them. We betrayed Democratic voters. And do you not know that 80% of Democratic voters disapprove of Israel?
Yeah,
But
did you know
yet
that?
every one of those Democrats comes out and goes, no, I stand with Israel and I stand
I love
against
Israel.
my voters.
Yes.
Why do you stand
Wait, this
against
is
your
like
voters?
absolute populism right here, because he's literally saying like it's us versus them. They 85%, aka me and the people, hate this fucking thing, which is like Israel, and like the elite won't like stop working with them.
Well, yeah, these guys are hardcore populists, of course, yeah.
There it is.
Also, keep in mind that this is also one of the reasons why I think populists in general attract the lowest IQ people, and I think anti-Semitism attracts the lowest IQ people. But anti-Semitism and populism it goes so great together because Jews are like the ultimate scapegoat for literally fucking everything, and they're always like an amorphous blob of people that somehow have like some unified shared interest. Right now, it's Israel and AIPAC, I guess, and so you can like blame them for everything. It's like the perfect. It's the holy union of two just positions that tend to attract retards.
In a democracy, that's an incredibly strange thing to do.
It's 2026 and they're still playing 2016 games.
Exactly.
I mean, and nothing has changed. Nothing will change. And I'm sorry, if you are signing up to be an insurgent force within the Democratic Party, you can't cower as soon as the mob comes for you.
Okay.
You don't apologize once the mob comes for you. And that's the thing, I don't care.
She's so mad at Abdul for not fucking covering for Hasan. And again, like the level of narcissism and shamelessness you have to have for Hasan to be out here and these people to be saying unironically, like, I can't believe they're not trying, that Abdul's not like banking his whole fucking campaign on laundering my retarded nephew's reputation is just insanity, dude.
See the difference between how we think and Hasan thinks? Like, I remember the other day I was on here, I was like, why is Hasan not just being like, look, Abdul, this is getting way too hot. Just throw me under the bus. Like, you can't fuck your shit up. And you're like, dude, Hasan's never going to do that. I can't imagine that not only is he not fucking doing that, he's upset
that he didn't go harder for him.
Yeah, this is crazy to me. I would be so fucking shamed if I had 1/100th of what's happening right now, where a fucking Democrat might not get elected because of something that I fucking did.
Destiny's
I
Cowboy
would
fact
feel
check. Thank you for giving
unbelievable
5 or
amounts of
15
shame.
subs and kick
And
chat.
instead, Hasan's like, why the fuck are you condemning me? Do not even think of doing that. It's mental. And then these people are like, why are you not covering for Hasan? I don't know, because one's a fucking senator and the other one fucking abuses animals?
Kind of crazy. Kind of insane.
I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of the apologies. I'm sick of the lies. I'm sick of the establishment, and I'm sick of...
Also, just as that thing, I'm like, I don't think I'm especially gifted in this arena. I don't even cover politics as much as other people. None of this was hard to see coming, okay? This was not a Nostradamus prediction that this whole thing would be a massive fucking shit show. But every fucking cuck lib content creator all said that this wouldn't be an issue, that it was overblown, that we shouldn't be infighting, that none of this was going to be that big of a deal. Every single person refused to treat any of this seriously whatsoever. So now Republicans are getting the first stab at it, which is fucking horrible for our side. None of this was that hard to see coming. This is so fucking ridiculous that we're having to deal with this right now.
Pretending as though the elections actually matter when every single time the same games get played, the same people get fooled by the stupid tricks that get played, and we find ourselves in the same situation over and over and over again. So I just... Nothing's gonna change, Cenk.
No,
nothing's gonna change. Okay,
no.
what's gonna happen?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Come on,
but
Cenk, help
first,
tell
I
us.
gotta back up what you're saying with 3 different points, get you even angrier, and then I'll come back with hope. Okay. So number 1, look, Abdul did not. He was very strong during the primary. He didn't back away from any of this stuff, and that's why he won.
Yeah.
So don't tell me it doesn't.
Yeah, he won because of Hasan. Yes, where that election that he had a 15-point lead in every single poll that he scraped by with. Was that the one that was within like 3,000 votes? That was incredibly close. Yeah, no problem there, guys.
It does work. And don't tell me we can't win. We just won, right? Now, having said that, you're right. I just looked it up, and it's being framed as Abdul El-Sayed backs away from Hasan Piker, withdraws his support, et cetera, et cetera. It makes it look like he's running away from this issue.
It looks weak.
It looks weak,
and it looks
Abdul.
weak, and it looks like he's guilty.
You should have defended
Not just that
my
Hasan
nephew.
is guilty. This is Anna's right, man. There's a lot of things Hasan has said that I don't agree with at all, and that are deeply problematic in my opinion.
Yes,
and it doesn't matter. I don't have to agree with him because he's my nephew, and I don't have to disagree with him because he's my nephew, and I don't have to speak out for him. I don't have to do anything.
You know, Cenk's such a fucking pussy, actually. You know, like when Hasan really caught a lot of shit, he like made, and it was gonna affect him, he made Hasan come on and bitch out and be like,
dude,
say
that
you're sorry,
stream,
Hasan.
well, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, okay? Because that was a fucking W stream. That was hilarious as fuck to watch, okay? We love that stream. We appreciate him bitching out because that was fucking hilarious to watch.
Yes, but it's
Hasan
just
he looked like a
so
big kid that was
pathetic.
being dressed down by his dad in front of like the principal or something. Oh my God. No, but that's true. Yeah, when he was catching a ton of flack, he had to bring him on and do a whole ass fucking thing because that was back when Hasan was an employee for the Young Turks and explain why, Hasan, can you explain to these nice folk out here, you know, why what you said isn't really what they think you said or whatever. Yep, that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't have his nephews back then, and he wasn't running for any huge fucking office.
Yeah, why didn't you be like, hey, you know what? Hasan said it was fine. He meant this. This is ridiculous. You know? But instead he fucking made him suffer.
Yeah. So where I agree with him, I tell you 100%. Where I disagree with him, I tell you 100%. But this quote was absolutely nothing wrong with it. In fact, he's trying to protect Jewish Americans from being put in harm's way. That's why I'm so disgusted at the obvious lies. So no, Abdul should not have backed away from that. But to be fair, I didn't see his comment, so I really can't judge it. But that's a tiny thing.
I didn't see it.
And my guess is Abdul's been very strong. He'll probably see it and rally. That's my guess.
Yeah, he'll rally.
Put that aside. Now the two things that are enraging. Ken Martin, pretending to be a progressive, became the head of the DNC. Then immediately,
this guy
does an attack on progressives within the DNC, and immediately starts protecting the establishment and starts saying, "Oh no, we need corporate PAC money and foreign government money, and we need to drown the Democratic Party in corruption." Right? And now today he comes out and he's attacking Abdul El-Sayed. You're the head of the DNC.
I know.
That's the most important swing state. And he's helping the Republicans by doing that AIPAC talking.
Did he even say Abdul's name? Or are they just anything that's condemning Hasan, are they just wrapping that in with Abdul?
Hold on, let me take a look at the
Destiny's Cowboy Fat Check. Thank you for 25 more gifted subs in GIGACHAD.
Sheesh. Who did we get today? There's been a few, so. Who are you at? The Ken something?
Ken Martin. Because it would be extra fucking.
He did said. Well, no. Here's what he said. He said, I'm going to read it for you. Criticizing the policies and actions of the Israeli government is one thing. Blaming American Jews for the hatred, threats, and violence directed at them is something else entirely. It is dangerous, wrong, and anti-Semitic. No Jewish American should be held responsible for the actions of a foreign government, and there is never any justification for threatening the safety of Jewish communities. We must confront anti-Semitism wherever it appears with resolve and zero tolerance.
So he didn't even fucking mention. He didn't mention Hasan. He's clearly talking about it, but he definitely didn't mention Abdul El-Sayed. So it's funny that these are the ones that are trying to, like, so desperately tie Hasan and Abdul together. It's so fucking crazy.
Well, you know why though? I think I know why. Do you know why?
I mean, I can guess for a few reasons. What do you want me to go first?
The reason I think why is because they don't want they see him as like, this is our end.
Yes,
right?
Yeah,
this
he's like
is
a life raft. You don't want to dissociate
you can't. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
You have to stay strong. You have to stay with
because if he makes it into the Senate, they want to be able to point to him, like Hasan tries desperately to do with Mamdani, and say like, oh look, no, that's our guy. Like we did it, and that's like our dude, and we all work together, and yeah.
Yeah, and if he bends at all, then it's no longer their guy. Now it's the establishment guy. Now it's Destiny's guy, and it's like, wait a second, we don't like that guy anymore.
I don't know if they're necessarily thinking that, but yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
Well, some might be.
Point.
It's so pathetic, guys. The Democratic establishment is scum. They don't care about you. They don't even care about winning elections, okay? All they care about
AIPAC,
is appeasing their
money.
donors, getting down on their knees, opening their mouths, appeasing their donors. That's all they freaking do.
Okay.
And it's so disgusting how this is playing out.
Freak,
Look, the thing that I can't stand about this, despite my issues with Haas, everyone knows my issues with Haas, what I can't stand is injustice, and I can't stand when I see establishment figures intentionally lie to voters, and that is what's happening here. In this regard, in this specific story, voters are being lied to in an effort for the establishment to appease their donors and hurt Abdul El-Sayed's chances of winning that Senate seat, which could only mean one thing. They're trying to help Mike Rogers, the Republican, win that Senate seat.
It is a coordinated attack on Democratic candidates by the Democratic Party.
They're so disgusting.
And that doesn't make any sense at all
unless
you live in an occupied country where the leaders
where the gods Zionist occupied government, let's go. What? Hello?
What?
My soundboard, why doesn't that play?
I mean,
that's not even a good Zog sound. Whatever.
Of both parties and the media serve a foreign country. And so guys, you're gonna find out later, like a lot of you already know, but for the people in the establishment,
what do we know? Tell us.
They're gonna be the very last people to find out, right? Or pretend that they're finding out. Israel has had a network in this country for a long time, not of Jewish Americans.
Okay.
I've got Jewish family. They didn't do anything. They're not part of any network. Neither is your dentist. Neither is.
What is his Jewish family? What is that a reference to? Has he ever talked about this Jewish family before?
I have your plumber, okay? They're not part of any network. But is there a network of a limited number of people who are radical Zionists in this country, that if anyone criticizes Israel, they literally have a strategy, which they have said in public, to destroy their lives, so that everyone knows, don't ever criticize Israel. Do they have a strategy of buying off our politicians? It's brazen, it's obvious. In fact, after every election night, AIPAC puts out a tweet saying, this is another 21 seats we have won for Israel. Well, what happened? I thought you said you didn't control anything or influence anything. They brag about how they control both parties. They say it out loud. They say it in public. And then the media comes in and goes, don't quote them. If you quote them, I'm gonna call you an anti-Semite, and I'm gonna bring in this network of Israeli assets who will try to destroy your career so you could never speak in the media again. And now you say, well, Cenk, how'd you do it? Well, I built my own network. Because if I say it at MSNBC, I would have been fired immediately.
Jews.
The minute I criticized Israel 1%, I would have been fired
1%.
immediately. True on CNN, true on Fox News. And all of this coordination is happening by chance? No. Now let me get to the final story that's gonna enrage you, Anna.
Yes.
Recently talked to a candidate. I'm not gonna give away who
don't
it
say
is.
who.
I'm not gonna
Definitely
give away
real,
which
though.
state.
Definitely not like a Trumpism right there. I talked to a guy, business owner, can't say who because everybody will attack him. Go ahead.
This person
It's
is
me.
now
I
going
talked
to
to
be
him.
candidate for the Democrats.
Okay.
And the moderate Democrats in that state call her in and say, okay, now you have a position that is not fully supportive of Israel. So we assume you're an anti-Semite. Now we're gonna grill you.
Yeah.
And you have to prove to us that
God.
you're not a guilty anti-Semite.
This definitely happened. This is really awkward. I remember when we were trying to figure out who to help in our campaigning, one of the candidates described this process, and it's so fucking awkward. I think Schumer comes in and he starts quizzing you like on all the fucking Jewish holidays and everything, and if you don't know every fucking answer, it's rough.
Otherwise, we're gonna destroy you, okay? Then not good enough. Meeting after meeting. Then she has to meet with Jewish groups. But she didn't say anything about Jews. Okay, fine. But at least they're Jewish Americans and they're part of the community. Then she has to meet with pro-Israel groups.
No, she doesn't have to do a damn thing.
And
okay?
they say, if you don't apologize to the Israelis, the Democratic Party will destroy you, even though you're a Democratic candidate.
I would take the meeting with the Israelis and tell them exactly what I think of them.
So tell me
brave.
this isn't coordinated.
She is envisioning herself as this like fucking heroine or whatever of like some massive fight against like this evil corrupt, like, oh my God, bro.
They do it to every.
I'd meet the whole Israeli government secret society head on and I'd fight them and I'd never capitulate.
Candidate. Tell me it isn't coordinated when they destroy their own candidates on behalf of a lobby. It's outrageous. So Anna, what's the only hope?
There is none.
Number one, we just showed, Anna, we just showed it to you
Anna.
right in front of your eyes.
Anna.
Open up your eyes.
Come on, Anna.
You run strong, which is your point, and they all won. They all won their primaries. Everyone who.
That's not even remote. What about Francesca? They just we don't talk about Francesca here, guys. We don't talk about her, okay? And all the ones in California
ran strong, including Abdul Hasan, won their primaries. The ones who cowered lost. The ones who said, yes, this is my position, and yes, it represents 80% of Democrats. What are you gonna do about it? And the media was like, oh, the Democratic voters are evil anti-Semites, and you should be destroyed. And the Democratic voters said, kiss my ass. Kiss our collective American ass.
My God.
And they put all of them into the elections, the general elections, and into Congress, because a lot of them are in blue districts.
Wait, emergency Hassan clip.
But that is exactly how Xi Jinping rose to power. Party secretary of Ningde, a coastal prefecture in Fujian. Then Fuzhou, then governor.
Like, remember, he's still elite too. Like he's still from an elite family. His father was purged initially as well.
What?
He's getting rid of Abdul. We're taking him. Please be. This is about Abdul. It has to be, right?
What are you talking about, man?
Right now, Hassan.
No, he's going over Chinese history people.
Damn it.
Okay.
Damn it.
But that.
Wait, when is this even from, ads? What, are you emergency linking me fucking memes you want me to watch?
That is exactly how Xi Jinping rose to power. Party secretary of Ningde, a coastal prefecture in Fujian. Then Fuzhou, then governor.
Like, remember, he's still elite too. Like he's still from an elite family. His father was purged initially as well. His father was also a party member, and his father was literally purged, and it only redoubled their loyalty to the party supremacy. And Xi Jinping rose through the ranks.
Of Fujian, then party secretary of Zhejiang, then briefly Shanghai, each posting outside his native Shaanxi. None required a public election. Every promotion was a decision made by superiors evaluating his dossier. The organization.
What do you mean by purge? Is when you get punished for insufficient loyalty, depending on who's running the show at the time. Either for.
Got it. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Really?
Wait, what? That was a wild explanation.
Wait, can we get that played again so we can get it as a sound effect? That's a good one.
Purge is when you get punished for insufficient loyalty.
Each posting outside his native Shaanxi. None required a public election. Every promotion was a decision made by superiors evaluating his dossier. The organization.
What do you mean by purge? Is when you get punished for insufficient loyalty, depending on who's running the show at the time. Either for insufficient loyalty, for corruption, for allowing corruption to continue. You are no, they're not. You're not killed. No, it's not. No, purge just means you get removed from the party position that you had or sidelined or sent to the countryside. And you go through
for greener
some
pastures.
semblance of like re-education.
Oh, okay.
You're sent to work in a factory or work in the countryside, basically.
Like, oh,
you lose your political position and you're forced to restart.
Yeah, you restart.
There's varying degrees of this, obviously.
Is this chat actually
Jack Ma is a
serious?
great example of this, where I think he just basically lost his station, but he's not like killed or anything. He's just he went away for a little bit, came back, and his communications are different, broadly speaking.
Is the body managing him, and every cadre in the system goes through the same machine.
I don't like the way that this guy says cadre. It's cadre.
After entering through a competitive exam, you're sent to a county-level position far from your hometown.
Been put in the.
Abdul's in a purple district. That's why he's in a purple state. That's why he's a bigger threat to Israel. That's why they had to get all of their assets in the Democratic Party to attack at the same time against their own candidate. Now, the final piece of hope is, Anna, we just, again, another thing. Like it happened right in front of our eyes and ears, right?
What?
So Donald Trump came into the Republican Party in 2015 and with no support at all. Yes, he was a celebrity, but single-handedly took over the entire Republican Party and remade it in his image. Now, so that doesn't mean that was a positive thing, but it.
Wait a second. Hold on. You don't think that he's about to explain that their goal with the Democratic Party is like exactly the thing that I've been saying that we should probably be worried about, because it seems like that's what the DSA is trying to do. He's not about to say that's exactly the exact thing that they're trying to do, right? That'd be wacky and wild, no?
Shows you, all you gotta do is have one guy win the primary.
Oh, wait, he's not completely and totally describing the fear that I had in my AOC hypothetical or talking about Memdani or anybody else. Well, you have a person that can keep the door open for your more radical people to come through, right? He's not describing that as well, is he?
Presidential primary.
You can't do
That's
that.
it.
You can't do that with mealy-mouthed Democratic candidates.
Well, then you find a candidate that is not mealy-mouthed.
Feels impossible.
Surround them with a teammate of Americans who are very strong, and you run against the Democratic Party, against the establishment.
And
you
against
run
AIPAC.
on behalf of the American people. And you say, well, if you're going to run against the Democratic Party, why are you in the Democratic Party? Because I hate the Democratic leadership that is corrupt and against the Democratic voters. Our job is to take the Democratic Party back for the voters. And it is indisputable that we represent them, and they do not.
There you go.
On the issue of Israel,
Send this to Pisco.
80% are on our side.
80%.
By the way, on the issue of paid family leave, 84%.
There you
Money
go.
out of politics, 93%.
All things that the Democratic Party traditionally hates, by the way.
Every single issue, Medicare for all, 65% of the country, over 80% of Democratic voters. On every single issue, the populist left is incredibly popular. The establishment left is despised.
True.
DSA has its own issues, but they join us on the important economic stuff, not the socialism stuff, but universal health care, higher wages for the average American, etc. If one strong candidate wins this whole thing, and once he's the Democratic leader, All the near attendants can cry and yap and yap. Oh, Israel,
Man,
we
they
love
hate 'em.
Israel. Oh, I hope our Democrats lose. I hope Democrats lose. We love Israel. They can yap all they want, but they're going to yap out in the yard because they're not going to be in the party anymore. They're not going to have any power at all. And no one cares about you. You're not important. The only thing that props up all of these corrupt Democratic officials
Is money.
Is money.
That's it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that money gets you a lot of false ads about whatever to try to destroy these candidates. Anyway, we'll see how it plays out. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll discuss other things, including a trade war with Canada.
Hasan Piker.
Bag with an Israel star on it.
Hasan Piker.
Okay, hold on. We got. Why are you talking about 10 minutes? I got to see the beginning of my vouch. Is he already in Netherlands? Oh my God. Wait, look at the outlets. I can't see him well. Oh, no, that's America land.
The reasons for this are pretty straightforward. Hasan Piker represents pretty much the only swell of electoral energy in the country. Over the past couple of weeks...
sorry, hold on. I started 40 seconds that. What?
Over the past couple of weeks, the mainstream Democrats, the DNC, have been on a rampage against Hasan Piker. Obviously, the reasons for this are pretty straightforward. Hasan Piker represents pretty much the only swell of electoral energy in the country right now. Apart from people who are voting for Democrats because they hate Republicans. I mean, Hasan's literally just spent the past 3 or 4 months nonstop advocating for people to vote for Democrats. He's pretty much the, like...
What now? Even Vosh is on the Hasan dick suck train. Jesus.
Driving force right now behind the left populist wave that is the only hope for this dying country. But the Democrats finally got what they were looking for, a Republican attack to cosign. So here's Mike Rogers, who has found himself a nasty little clip off of DSA Watch, which is also a faux liberal institution designed to keep the left from gaining power within the Democratic Party.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews, okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how. People don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous...
Wait! Anna's shitting on Ukraine from that broadcast.
Breaking news!
The one that we were just watching, or is this a past one? I don't remember.
It was a different outfit.
Was it a different outfit? How do you remember?
But...
Oh, I know.
No, it's the same outfit, motherfucker. Why, did you just say that? Fuck you. He's snarking me.
Now, I should note...
It's snark. This is only a 31-second clip also, so it could be out of context.
Now, I should note that while the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has a lot to do with what's going on right now with the limited supply of oil, something else that's contributing to this mess is the fact that Ukraine keeps striking Russia's refineries.
God damn it, Ukraine.
Which is further limiting the supply of oil being traded globally. So great job, Ukraine. Really helping us out. Really showing Russia what's what by striking their refineries.
Good one.
Stocks of crude oil.
What are they thinking? God damn it.
Dangerous. This is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your...
DSA Watch, now they can't even create their own ideas. I'm pretty sure DSA Watch is the account that, yes, this account was created just like 2 months ago and gained 1 billion followers essentially overnight. They botted the fuck out of this account. Known, probably Israeli money. At any rate, Hasan here made, funnily enough, Hasan in this clip. So this clip here, here's how it's being framed.
What?
Well, I don't know if I should, hold on.
Wait, one thing that the populists do to understand why, this is why I just hate this, the concept of populism, right? Is you always have the support of the people. If you don't have the support of the people, it's because they either don't know what you're saying because there's some malevolent force that's working behind the scenes to oppress your message, or it's because, no, that's actually it. That's the only reason why. So for here, they obviously they're in the right and everybody would support them, but like it seems like that DSA account is popular. It has to be botted. It has to be paid for. There has to be something. By the way, that account might have botted as well. I don't know. Everybody fucking bots these days. But I'm just saying it's like they can immediately write off all criticism as coming from the elite every single time.
Hasan Piker tells American Jews to stop supporting Israel or else. Mike Rogers jumped in it. More calls for violence coming out of the El Sayed campaign. Here's his running mate, Hasan Piker, saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted for.
Also, just as a heads up, not to poison the well or anything, but I believe that Vosh was suspended from Twitch a long time ago for years, I believe, for the comment that we should glass Israel. Not related to anything, but just saying.
Right. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he's unsure if he will be able to support Abdul for these very reasons. Absolutely disgusting. If Abdul al-Sayed had any courage at all, he would call this out and disavow, etc., etc. This wasn't even ambiguous from Hasan. No, of course not. Hasan is making, funnily enough, the exact same point, essentially word for word, that was made by Ezra Klein just a couple of months ago. In fact, when it happened, I covered it. Here, let me go and find it. This is from an Ezra Klein article. Ezra Klein, not exactly DSA's finest warrior. Anti-Zionism is rising as a threat to what Israel is doing. It will simply...
Not trying to snark you, but thoughts on the Joshman95 dono. Ooh. Destiny was real quiet ever since that dono dropped. Hold on. Destiny, how did you go from something illiberal needs to be done in 2028 to combat MAGA to the fight against MAGA is largely over in literally like 2 months? Okay, something has to be done to, and I've said this consistently, something has to be done to instill within people's minds that you cannot act the way that the Republican administration has acted and expect to get away with it. Because if that's the case, then you should always just act fucking crazy. But it's not about combating MAGA, okay? I've said this before, I'll say it again. That fight is lost. They won again in 2024. That should have never happened. It was fucking insane. It was terrible, and we are now going to suffer the consequences for it. We have over the past year and a half, and we will continue to for maybe decades to come. Who the fuck knows? But now, we are looking forward to the fights in the future. You cannot constantly chastise people for wanting to build a stronger Democratic Party by getting rid of some elements that one might consider toxic to the party, which I think a lot of this weirdo commie pro-terrorist shit is, by saying, oh no, we got to fight against MAGA, we got to go fight against MAGA. No, what we have to fight against are whatever the future iteration of the Republican Party is. That's where the fight is going to be. It's whatever comes after MAGA. Nobody's going to be calling themselves, I don't think, anybody's going to be calling themselves proudly MAGA in 2028. They're going to be the MAGA dissidents, the people who are trying to fight back, the people. This is why all the people that anybody's even talking about potentially having some kind of electoral power in 2028, I've heard Tucker Carlson, obviously J.D. Vance, I think these are all people who've been trying to distance themselves from MAGA, right? I don't see anybody that anybody's taking seriously for 2028 right now, the conservative side, who's like a hardcore MAGA dick suck supporter. Trump is doing no wrong, right? It's people who seem to be kind of sort of trying to get away from it.
Not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism. So don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate the Jewish people, eventually they will believe you.
Man, they're happy they found this Ezra Klein quote. They love it.
A rare W from Ezra Klein, pretty unambiguously correct here. Everyone knows it. Everyone agrees with it. Hasan Piker is essentially just saying that exact same thing here, that if Zionists continue to conflate Zionism and Judaism, and if they keep saying that supporting Jewish people means supporting death and genocide, that means people are going to make the decision to not support Jewish people any longer. The Zionists' bid here is that by tying Zionism to Judaism, they're essentially saying that bigotry is the moral choice, that bigotry, anti-Semitism, is the choice one makes in opposing genocide, in opposing ethno-nationalism. It's deeply anti-Semitic, but like, you know, we all know Zionists are anti-Semitic. Anyway, the real sad bit here, so Mike Rogers went after him, no one cares, 6,000 likes, blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, as is so often the case with disingenuous bad faith attacks directed against leftists from within the establishment, another spine has been broken beneath the wheel. Abdul Al-Sayed responds, my statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Sad, very sad, very sad.
God
just
damn it, Abdul.
Obvious, unambiguously bad electoral move here. We all know that you never you never want to elevate bad faith arguments against your side, because when you do so, you know who we all used to understand this over? Blair White. Blair White had like a multi-year streak where her entire channel was, look at this crazy, ugly, predatorial trans woman. And like, I guess in a vacuum on its own, it's good to be against predatory people. But the whole point of her channel was elevating all of the bad faith right-wing attacks made against trans people, just not, for her. I mean, everyone understands it when it's directed that way, but at any rate. Statement from Abdul Al-Sayed. I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. So what he is doing right here is he is validating a lie.
No.
Hasan did not advocate for violence against Jewish people. That just was not what the clip contained.
Abdul.
At all. Like Ezra Klein, the clip from Hasan was one in which he was saying the continued effort to conflate Zionism with Judaism will increase anti-Semitic violence. This is objective and inarguable. To pretend that Hasan suggested that Jewish communities deserve violence or whatever, or to make that from a descriptive to a normative statement is just dishonest. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Again, like another spine breaks beneath the wheel.
It's so stupid.
Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it
during like segregation, like about like black people going to like white restaurants or whatever. Like, oh well, like if they go, they're obviously gonna get fucking beat. We don't want that, but like that's what's gonna happen if they keep going.
It's you would never make this about any other racial, ethnic, or national group or whatever. Yeah, Destiny, the most popular Republican in the country is Marco Rubio, Trump's biggest cock sleeve. So what you just said isn't true. I don't know if I would say that Rubio acts necessarily as like Trump's biggest like cheerleader cock sleeve. He kind of has to, as like the head of the State Department. But I mean, I don't know. You can see we're at a year, 2 or 3. See where I'm totally wrong, but I feel like I'm pretty correct. I feel like the MAGA stuff is people are going to try to distance themselves from it pretty heavily. And I don't think our fight in 2028 is going to be against MAGA. It's going to be whatever arises from the carcass of MAGA, especially after these midterms. But hey, who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong.
Forms, and I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk.
Even if I am wrong, though, even if I was wrong about that prediction, though, it wouldn't change anything I'm saying now. The fight right now should be to build a stronger Democratic Party. Like, the Republican Party is on its back foot, and now is the time to like really work on your own party. I think it's actually obvious that this is the right strategy, because that's exactly what the people that I want us to fight against are saying, that right now the DSA and the socialists have a great opportunity to build something big in the Democratic Party because the Republican Party is so weak. Like, they understand the strategy. That's why they're pushing so hard right now to build their own elements that's stronger.
Spine breaks beneath the wheel. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear: nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokesman. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, healthcare, blah 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 blah. No, it's really bad. It's pathetic. I don't know what kind of internal pressure Abdul Al-Sayed was subjected to here, but it's worth noting that shortly after he made this statement, Hakeem fucking Jeffries came out and vague tweeted about Hassan. The malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. It's all the same ChatGPT, Claude, boring copy and paste. We're concerned about anti-Semitism. Everyone is anti-Semitic. We've all heard this before. There is zero justification for the threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters. Again, like, hopefully I don't need to, it's not just anti-Semitic, it's wrong. Yeah, exactly. You mean the guy who would meet behind the scenes with Jared Kushner to come to an agreement would elevate disingenuous bad faith attacks against the left? By the way, Jeremy Moss has still refused to endorse Abdul. Yeah, of course, obviously. Why? Yeah, no. Jeremy Moss is a disgusting, Zionist shill, many such cases, et cetera, but like, nothing that Hassan said. We can see the whole clip, by the way. Here's a longer version of the clip. By the way, the short version of the clip that we saw here from DSA Watch, nothing wrong was said here. There is absolutely nothing wrong, morally or factually, with saying that the conflation of Zionism and Semitism raises anti-Semitism. It's again, it's literally the same thing that Ezra Klein said. We can watch the whole clip, at least until I get bored of listening to Hassan talk. Like, we can. There's nothing here. This is not weak Democrats caving to Republicans. Jeffrey, Schumer, and the rest of them are loyal slaves of Israel and the capital interest they represent, and have been looking for any
of Israel. That's what it is.
Sorry. Why did I click and it still played? Why I click once and still plays? Let me repeat what I said. This is not Democrats being weak. This is Democrats folding in exactly the way they're designed to. They have been waiting for an opportunity to jump on Hassan. This is not the first time. They are desperate to keep left influence out. Like Chuck Schumer said, he considers it his job to keep young Democrats pro-Israel. It's not weakness. It might be weakness from Abdul Al-Sayed, but this is just a uniparty attack on left influence within the DNC. This is them doing their jobs.
I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is. Now, is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul Al-Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly...
Not going to lie, I feel bad for Hassan lately. He's been in the shit for months now. Well, he's unfortunately been put in the position of being the spokesman for an effort to save the country and the Democratic Party.
Oh my God. Dude, these guys cast themselves as heroes in their own story so much. It's fucking hilarious. Jesus Christ.
Last thing the Democratic Party wants to do is win. They are designed to lose. They are controlled opposition. To whatever extent you want to say this is willful behavior on their part or merely circumstantial, it's immaterial. It is, again, the purpose of a system is its outcome, and this is the outcome. A cacophony, a chorus of centrist Democrats deliberately, knowingly, intentionally elevating dishonest attacks against a leftist in an effort to sink his influence within the party, and by adjacency, sink Abdul Al-Sayed. It is absolutely 100% deliberate. And they are doing what they are meant to do.
Invested in the continuation
the uniparty,
of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium.
Okay, it seems like he's onto a new topic now. Does he diverge back to the central topic?
And with that reality, they want Abdul to take a less popular and immoral position, a position that he does not hold. It's totally ridiculous, and we should not let these people forget. We should not let others.
It's also really crazy. That's actually, fuck, I didn't notice that before. It's actually really insane for Hassan to say that they're forcing him to take a position that he does not hold. Like, he sounds like he's speaking for al-Sayed there, and that, I mean, like, if I was a Republican, like, I would say, oh, what, did you talk to him privately? You know he's being disingenuous. You know that he actually does fucking hate Jews and is co-signing like you're crazy. That's a really wild statement. That's a wildly irresponsible statement for Hasan to just offer out there to, again, to attack Abdul with. That's what that would be used for. Jesus.
Forget what shameless positions that they are holding.
The attacks against Hasan Piker should be viewed as an attack from the DNC establishment against its own constituency, against its own party. Remember,
I'm surprised that Vosh fell in line. I would assume that he would use Hasan's idiocy to take a larger share of the lefty sphere. He's best positioned to do so. No, sorry, bro. Israel-Palestine. What do you want me to say? It's Israel-Palestine, bro. It's Israel-Palestine. What do you want me to say, bro?
the reason people are going after Hasan has nothing to do with him as a person. He is a figure who represents a set of ideas. When it comes to what Hasan supports, the ideas that he represents, the stuff that he...
Saban.
You can't kill an idea.
Well, he says ideas are bulletproof, but yeah, true.
Talks about publicly and has been advocating for. His positions are, basically to a T, the majority ones. Nobody is showing up to Abdul al-Sayed's rallies to see him or Hasan because they think 9/11 was good. No matter how many times Democrats and Republicans attempt to distill the entirety of Hasan's political action down to 9/11 was good, which is, of course, a misstatement of what he said, but we all know they love lying. Zionists always lie. It's all they can do. They lie as easily as they breathe. It is an attack instead against the voter base. When Hasan is attacked, it is because he is saying things the average Democratic voter supports. It is not for any other reason. I saw these, IMEU policy. The IMEU policy project recently did some polling statewide in several.
Oh, fuck. Apparently they've already got this.
There are going to be a lot of people.
Oh, fuck. Oh, they already did this. Yep. 30 minutes ago.
Man,
Hasan Piker says.
Good at this shit, man.
Well, it's not that hard.
No.
Hasan Piker says that Abdul al-Sayed agrees with him and any disavowal is tactical. Why would you ever say this? This is such a fucking stupid thing for Hasan to say. Holy shit, shut the fuck up.
Who are already questioning Abdul al-Sayed's
I think it's what we watched
sincerity on these issues that will then turn around and say, oh, he's moderating his position on Israel, all this stuff. I don't think he is. Okay, I will say this. I am literally the person that is being dangled, and I'm going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that. Okay, his reaction to this has always been very good, which is, look, I deal with people that I don't fully agree with and don't fully subscribe to on a daily basis. This is politics. Politics is about addition, not subtraction, right? It's smart. It's the right way to deal with it and then deflect back to the issues because they are the ones who are engaging in the deflection. Okay, there are going to be a lot of people who are already.
Jesus Christ.
States of Democrats, and the answers that they received are shocking. In South Carolina, is Israel committing genocide against Palestinians? Yes, 57%. No, 4%. 39% don't know. Keep in mind the average American voter knows nothing. This is a 53-point positive spread. Or, if you want to do the math another way, 14 times as many people who vote Democrat or who are likely to vote Democrat in the state of South Carolina believe that Israel's committing a genocide than don't. Should the U.S. sanction Israel? 3-1 in favor of yes. Would you prefer to support a candidate for president who will cut off weapons to Israel or will provide weapons to Israel? 65 versus 4. Hasan's positions on Israel are, let's be real here, mainstream. They're not even leftist anymore. Like basically everything leftists have historically advocated for, they have become the norm. Much as the 9 to 5 workday, 5-day work week, and the abolishing of child labor were originally radical pro-labor proposals, they are now considered to be normal. Even in the United Kingdom, which is falling as rapidly as we are, they consider their NHS to be normal. When of course the implementation of an at-point of purchase free healthcare system was radical when it was implemented, as radical now as it is in America. It was radical then, and still now they consider it normal. We are the ones who define normalcy, but always too late. Our radical becomes tomorrow's normal. And 3 years ago, the positions that Hasan had on Israel would have been considered radical, but no longer. It's over now. This was another state they looked at.
They will always, throw these polls to show you like how fucking the entire party is behind them on their fucking retarded Israel shit or whatever. But like they never show you how much does the average person actually give a fuck about this. Like it might be that a ton of people are in full agreement with you about whatever shit about Israel you want to say, but like this is not motivating people singularly to go out and vote. This is like a super edge issue still that people are not like super motivated to go out solely to vote for one side or the other on.
Virginia, likely Democratic primary voters. Is Israel committing the genocide? 72-6. 72-6. Like I said, these are mainstream positions. The Democratic Party is not pushing back against Hasan. They're pushing back against their own voters. They know perfectly well what the voters want. They know that the average Democratic voter, hell, not even the average Democratic voter, the average American voter, because it's not like Republicans are perfectly in lockstep on this, and independents lean towards being anti-Israel. The average American voter is anti-Israel and does not want us to support them in their quest for genocide and the death of all living things. They don't want the omnicidal Israeli agenda to continue to dictate American politics. They want improvements to our healthcare system. Whether or not they support Medicare for all is immaterial because the average voter is subhumanly retarded and does not know what Medicare for all is. It's been over a decade since the concept initially made it into the mainstream.
But then the average voter is just right about Israel?
Yes! Good job. You got it, Mooten. There you go. You got there. The average American voter has no clue what Medicare for all is, but they definitely understand the nuances of Middle Eastern foreign policy, for sure.
Average voter has not Googled the term once. They're stupid. Like cattle, they are led to their positions. So whether or not they support Medicare for all has very little to do with its actual policy merits and everything to do with how people feel about the state of American healthcare. And if you ask Americans how they feel about the state of American healthcare, a vast majority say that it's broken. Even on the right, they say it's broken. The positions they are attacking Hasan over are the positions held by a majority of Americans. And when they're reminded of this, they lie, as Zionists always do. They pretend that you'll say, what Hasan's advocating for here is mainstream. And then they'll say, oh yeah, you think the average American liked 9/11? Again, they know they're lying when they say this. That's the point. If they didn't like lying, they wouldn't be doing this in the first place. Look at Michigan's numbers, same poll. Oh, this is the full dealio. 76% believe there's a genocide against Palestinians. 6% believe no. Jesus Christ, plus 70. Plus 70. In a swing state. Do you favor or oppose continuing to give taxpayer-funded weapons and other military support to Israel? 4% in favor. 76% opposed. Again, genuinely, Democrats have their minds more made up on Israel than they do almost any other issue. Genuinely, I think these are comparable to numbers that we would get if we asked people how they felt about gay marriage or miscegenation. I think if you asked likely Democrat primary voters...
Just because they care about this doesn't mean that they're going to vote Dem because the Dems don't like Israel or whatever.
Yeah, or just this is not like, yeah, you have to demonstrate that this is actually motivating people to go out and vote, yeah.
How they feel about gay marriage or abortion, more of them would be like, you know, than they are here. It is a shockingly mainstream position, and it is for this that they are attacking Hasan, castigating him, subjecting him to nonstop. You know that Fox News has mentioned Hasan's name several times more over than the Iran war in the past couple of weeks? Like, if they've mentioned the Iran...
Why is that surprising to you, you fucking morons? It's Fox fucking News. No shit.
Also, nothing's happening in the Iran war.
Well, yeah, sure, but it's also... Fox is there to sweep for Trump. That's their job. Why are you surprised about this?
War 30 times. They mentioned Hasan Piker 150 times. This is New Mexico, not Michigan. Oh, did I scroll down? Oh, I must have just read Michigan. I'm sorry. I've been getting like no sleep every night. I apologize. And one of the things I've already packed up or gotten rid of is like the comforts in my bedroom. So I feel like I'm sleeping in a hotel. I am very tired. New Mexico, not Michigan. I mean, it doesn't change my point at all. It just means I can't read. It just means I'm a silly boy, really. Yeah, no. Meanwhile, from the Mike Rogers camp, a scandal you probably haven't heard of, Mike Rogers announces members of outreach team who, quote, defended Hitler group chat and spread misogynistic comments.
Damn, they all got the same talking points for this. Is Wash connected to the network? What the fuck? They've all got the exact same talking points to this. Yeah, what about this thing on the Nazi kids and everything else? Like, Jesus.
Reporting from the Detroit Metro Times reveals that failed GOP Senate candidate Mike Rogers announced members of his campaign outreach team who complained about women in politics, and another who was tied to and defended a leaked Young Republicans group chat filled with praise for Hitler, gas chamber jokes, racial slurs, and rape comments. Genuinely, how many times have you seen mainstream Zionist media bring up the fact that the entire Republican Party is filled...
Mainstream Zionist media.
...with Hitler stooges? You haven't heard it at all. It's because they're fine with it. Of course...
It's because the mainstream Republican Party, for whatever you want to say about them, they do try to distance themselves from the fucking Nazi weirdos. They do try to do that. That's why you hear people like Trump say, oh, Israel's the most important fuck... Like, you can't have it both ways, that Trump is literally the fucking Netanyahu dick suck, and then also that the Republican Party are the party of Nazis. This is like an incoherent as fuck position. Nobody believes you on this shit, except for the weirdo lefties that are desperately trying to like maintain that anti-Semitism is just a thing that only can be possessed by people on the right. Like, no, I don't think this is, you're communicating this to anybody in an effective manner.
Republican neo-Nazis pose absolutely no threat to Israel or to the Zionist agenda because they're fundamentally aligned. Like Israel, they have no real vision for the future. They just have an immediate short-term populist zealousness that can only be sated with the blood of innocents. You know, it's like how American groypers don't actually like want to build anything political. They just want to kill because like a black guy fucked their high school crush or whatever. Really, really, really nasty stuff there. But it's all they care about. And Israel is much the same way. I'm sure that much like American neo-Nazis, Israel is like 98% politically fueled by race play cuckoldry, you know, the only thing Nazis care about. I just read in the poll shows 41% of Republicans hold an unfavorable opinion of Israel. Yeah, look at what the independents think too. Keep in mind that independents in America are a larger group than either Democrats or Republicans. Look, I'm sorry.
Is that true? I've never heard that before. Independents are a larger group than Democrats or Republicans? What does that mean? Like on the polling or not like registered? No?
I would assume it's people who don't vote.
That's not usually, I think, what people mean when they say independents. That's definitely not what people mean when they say independents. I thought that's people who aren't registered with a certain party.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me check.
trying to come up with like a constructive ending to this, but there's really like no way of framing it, I think, other than the Democrats are trying to lose.
According to Gallup, political independents make up the largest group in the United States, with roughly 45 to 47% of American adults identifying as independent rather than with a major party. Weird.
Because they would literally rather allow the country to die.
Do you have to be, how many states do you have to be registered with a party and to vote in their primaries? How many states in the United States require you to be registered with party to vote in primary? Are you registered independent? No, I'm registered with the Democratic Party because I think I thought you had to be in Florida to vote in the primary. There are open primaries in 18 states, closed primaries in 17 states, semi-closed primaries in 12 states for the Democratic Party. Interesting. Huh. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Sorry, I just have to interrupt whatever's going on. Hey, Karen, fuck you. I did fucking vote, you piece of shit. You stupid cunt. I fucking left the meeting to tell you this, you stupid fucking bastard. Shut your rat
Who's
fucking
Karen?
mouth.
Karen?
I don't care. It's a Karen. It's a Karen in your fucking chat.
Okay. Based.
Bitch.
Than to give up on Israel. And as I've said a million times before, Israel, it has nothing to do with Jewish people. It's not fundamentally about Jewishness. It has everything to do with it being a wedge issue and a bulwark of capital interest. Sometimes it's okay to say it's just bad. No, because then people get mad at me. Then they get mad at me. Then they're like, where's your solution? You all seen this lady? This is a Democrat, a House member from the state of Michigan, and just a filthy Zionist. I mean, one of the more depraved ones who...
Filthy.
Sorry. Who issued a statement the other day. Today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Hasan Piker said American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. Everyone's jumping on this one, you see. This is a Democrat, by the way, not that it really means anything. There's no such thing as a Zionist liberal. Hasan Piker quote tweeted her, pointing out that she is an Israel First Congresswoman with a possible cheating scandal with a Republican in the state. And here's her response. And I like this response because it's a reminder that all Zionists are completely inauthentic. Tell me if you get a sincere read from this. Not Hasan Piker daydreaming about being me, as if. Keep dreaming, pal. Eyes rolling emoji. There's only one of us hurting the chances of a Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. It's a small gift to us that the Zionist has grown so contemptuous of democracy that they can't even disguise their contempt and inauthenticity.
I just want to say that if there was ever a commercial of like a moderate Dem doing the what was it, like a Blue's Clues commercial thing that Abdul did, these guys would be having a fucking field day. One of the worst things that this political environment has shown me is how unbelievably partisan people are when it comes to their interpretation of every aspect, of every facet of reality. That when it's their guy, conservatives will become the most like DEI, like don't insult his like RFK Jr.'s voice, like we need to have a room for everybody. And then as soon as it's the other guy, they will go in on every fucking aspect they can of a person. Jesus Christ.
Already in November, and it ain't me. It's a small gift to us that the Zionist has grown so contemptuous of democracy that they can't even disguise their contempt and inauthenticity when getting a dunk in. You know what I mean?
I like how we've moved on. Like, how close do you think we can get? How much can we edge ourselves with the language? Like, now instead of Zionist, it's the Zionist. Like, how close do you think we can get to some like mega sussy baka stuff? We're like, I think that might be too far. I think that actually might have been a little bit too much.
Like, this reminds me a lot of Kirsten Sinema, where when she got bought and started pivoting to the right, she did so in a really obviously contemptuous way. She didn't like pretend to have changed her mind. She was like openly having fun with being evil. And this reminds me a little bit of that, I guess. I guess it's just like a small gift to us rhetorically that all Zionists are either openly contemptuously dishonest in a way that's pretty easy to read, or they cite ChatGPT for all of their points. Like every time they make a statement, even short ones, it has to be funneled through ChatGPT or Claude or Grok or whatever. Yeah. At any rate.
True.
Unsurprisingly, the people leading this campaign against Abdul Al-Sayed and Hasan Piker have no interest in actually changing their mind. Here's Democrats from Mike Rogers, an obvious op, no doubt Israeli money. Another fake condemnation from Abdul Al-Sayed. Notice he never actually condemns Hasan Piker's calls for violence against Jeremy Moss. This is like very 101, so I expect anyone who follows politics to already understand this, but if you don't, I guess like I'll explain it to you now.
Thank you.
All Republicans do is lie. They cannot tell the truth. They lie about everything. They lie even when it's inconvenient for them to lie. They are literally compulsive liars. Their political project is built not only on dishonesty, but anti-truth. If something is true, it is their enemy. Even if that thing that's true is convenient to them, they will often lie. They can't help themselves. They're an anti-empirical political project. So, if they ever have a claim to make against you, if they ever have a point, they're lying. And if you ever see them ground, no matter how you do it, no matter how honest or dishonest their accusation or dunk on you seems to be, you are always doing yourself a disservice. Never apologize to these people. Never give them any ground. For one, in this case, an apology is openly dishonest. Like, Abdul Al-Sayed is lying about what Hassan said here, but it's also electorally damaging. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that this isn't about Hassan. I don't really care about Hassan's personal popularity. He's doing fine. He clears more than I do, that's for sure. What I care about is Abdul Al-Sayed winning, though I gotta say, right now he's doing everything he can to diminish my enthusiasm for the prospect.
Oh my God.
And this makes him less likely to win. Now, for the rest of the race, everyone will talk about how Abdul Al-Sayed acknowledged that he has been running alongside an anti-Semite. This is just a win for Republicans. No benefit is gained from this. Nobody who actually believed Abdul Al-Sayed was anti-Semitic is going to have their minds changed by him capitulating to a dishonest attack against Hassan. It's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with Hassan. I don't care how people feel about Hassan. It has everything to do with his electoral chances. So, bad strategy, bad idea, and just deeply, deeply stupid. No doubt he was subjected to a lot of pressure internally. Considering the fact that party leadership is also talking about Hassan here, this really disgusting stuff. The Democrats would rather lose to Republicans and allow you and your children to be raped to death by the unfeeling tide of oligarchy than they would win if it made giving up any support for Israel. So you think El-Sayed knows he's condemning a false narrative? Yes, I think that El-Sayed knows that he is lying here. He's not.
Dude, wait. Was it a docket that went out or a packet or what the fuck? A dossier. It's the exact same talking points between even Vosh and Hassan. I mean, you can arrive on some of these on your own, but like he had the exact same examples for like, well, look at what's going on in the other party with the gripers everywhere that they're not condemning, and then the exact same like, oh, I know Abdul Sayed is lying here. When he's, I mean, I guess you could come to these decisions on your own, but like, holy shit, this is the MAGA coordination right here. Jesus Christ.
Not stupid. He can watch the clip and form his own opinions. He was told what to say here. Unfortunately, I think that political discourse has been, like, a lot of damage has been dealt to it by the never attribute to malice what is better explained by stupidity. That's meant to apply to, like, interpersonal beefs. Like, usually if a person is wronged you interpersonally, it's because of stupidity, not malice. That's true. In politics, where billions of dollars are spent on maintaining the agendas of the most evil people alive, who openly lie day in and day out, it's never stupidity, it's always malice. That phrase was not meant to be applied to politics. I've been playing a game where you try to win as the SPD party from 1928 to stop the Nazis from taking power, and it's crazy how it's just the same situation. The only difference is the SPD actually tried to win. This is true. Comparisons are often made to the Weimar Republic, but the SPD, while it was definitely disproportionately committed to fighting against communist influence, and they made a bunch of really, really bad moves, I would argue that the SPD was much more interested in stopping Hitler and the Nazis than the Democrats are today. I don't think that the direct comparison, that is to say, the SPD and Nazis served the same masters who told the SPD to lose because it was preferable to, contradicting the interests of their betters. I don't think that happened in Germany. I think it's happening here. Nasty stuff. The most annoying chatter of all time treated the SPD and Nazi party as one and the same. I wouldn't say the Democrats and Republicans are one and the same, but I would say that people like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are so committed to being Zio slaves that the functional outcome of their control over the Democratic Party is to make it ideologically complacent in the face of the Republicans winning. And the Republicans have won. They have won enormously. Project 2025 is more than 50% implemented. Like, they are getting to do everything they've wanted, and even the most competent, powerful Democratic presidents in one term could not even come close to undoing a quarter of the damage done by the Republicans over the past not even 2 years. The Republicans
have won. Andy used that Ezra Klein example as well. True, yeah.
Destruction of the country is what they want. When the country falls apart, when gas prices skyrocket, when grocery prices skyrocket, when housing becomes even more unaffordable, hard as it is to believe, when the markets crash, all of this is what they want. They don't care. We need a benevolent dictator with enough social power. It might be the only way. I again, like, to avoid the prescriptive statements here, I think that it's factually demonstrable that regardless of the level of their imagined level of benevolence, democracy is pretty much on its way out. The closest thing we can really get to democracy now, the closest thing we can hope for, is possibly the worst case scenario, managed democracy, which is not what we want. Far more than just what is it called? That video game term, Helldivers term. It refers to a democracy where the outcomes of the democracy are basically controlled to the point of it not being won meaningfully. It's a democracy, but everyone's votes are predictable and controllable enough that the outcome that you get from the democracy, you might as well just have an authoritarian dictatorship.
Of course. Holy fuck. This is on CNN? I'm sorry. CNN?
On another important issue, Leader Jeffries, you issued a statement yesterday slamming what you called the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as, quote, dangerous and anti-Semitic. Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hassan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Uh-oh.
Yes, those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the public square. What we've seen is a startling rise of hate crimes all across the United
In the fucking mouth. Dude, he lines them up. He has to have like a kink for this or something, right? He's got to have a fetish for this. Holy shit.
United States of America, but particularly in this moment directed against our Jewish brothers and sisters. And everybody, regardless of ideological perspective, should be willing to denounce this rise of anti-Semitic rhetoric, hate crimes, and bigotry, and actually try to move us to a society where we embrace everyone, even where there are differences on issues, be they foreign or domestic. The notion that people should be targeted because of their religious beliefs or ethnicity or race, whatever the case may be, that's fundamentally inconsistent with who.
Wait, better version of the Jeffries clip.
Divisive is
what?
I'm back.
Oh, hi.
90-10, bro. Abortion is
90-10.
more divisive, and abortion is not a divisive issue at all.
Abortion is a very divisive issue, but okay.
Who he, supports, campaigns with, he forces them, I think, to clarify what do you agree with and what do you not agree with.
Piker says the response to his comments is a, quote, Republican smear campaign. Mike Rogers, who's the Republican running against El Sayed in Michigan, criticized the Democrats' decision to distance himself from Piker and called El Sayed a, quote, con man. Gail?
A lot of people watching. Thank you, Ed, very much.
On another important issue, Leader Jeffries, you issued a statement yesterday slamming what you called the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as, quote, dangerous and anti-Semitic. Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hassan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Yes, those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the public square. What we've seen is a startling rise of hate crimes.
Condemnation should be.
Yeah, true.
All across the United States of America, but
fucking coward. Oh my god, I can't believe this shit. Why are you the topic? I'm going crazy. Dude, fuck this dumbass. Fuck you, Hakeem. Fuck them all. There's no hope for this clown-ass world. Shut the fuck up, Jeffries. Was that a Candace CBS interview? This can't be what they seriously try to push.
Particularly in this moment,
fuck that, man. This fucking clown LeMayo. Bruh, get him out of office. Shut up, you fascist collaborator. Mamdani supports this guy for leader, by the way. Come the fuck on, man. I don't believe you. Dangerous! I'm screaming! They're such cowards, Limfeo. They sound insane! Boss calls.
Against our Jewish brothers and sisters.
Like the Jews called?
Oh, yeah. Wolf Blitzer, ex-APAC guy. The one time he's direct LeMayo. This is fucking insane, LeMayo. Fuck you, Jeff. This shit is getting old, y'all. Shut the fuck up, APAC shill. I just cannot fucking understand.
So this is what Steve is talking about when he says, like, the rhetoric is going to cause fucking violence. Like, these people... Well, I think you said that, right? Like, Hassan's rhetoric is going to eventually cause violence, yeah?
Oh, yeah, you call me Steve. That was kind of weird. No, yeah.
I call you Steve.
No, and now, fuck, now my AI is failing.
Clip, man.
You're lagging. You're trolling me. Thank you. Good troll, man.
Not. You're trolling.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh. But also, true.
Everybody, regardless of ideological perspective, should be willing to denounce this rise of anti-Semitic rhetoric, hate crimes, and bigotry. And
well, I was doing that, and you guys are yelling about me doing that. So
why does every single person
I don't think this is
misunderstand
about
you?
denouncing the rise in hate crimes or anti-Semitism at all.
Oh, it's a plot.
I think it has everything to do with
Jews.
denouncing the crimes of Israel, which these guys don't want.
Exactly. True.
I
mean, Moon less, but
it's kind of wild that this is the whole conversation. Dude, I was talking to some journalists earlier, like some of which that went back and like actually read the entire transcript, and they could not fucking understand like what, like they were asking me in our conversations, like, well, did you expect this level of pushback at all? And I was like, no. Why the fuck would I? It's something I've said a million times over.
He needs to stop eating, man. Those suits are not fitting right.
Whoa. Chill. He's stressed, bro. You're snarking him.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the last fighter against anti-Semitism. Like,
bruh. The last fighter against anti-Semitic. How can one man be so brave?
These guys certainly don't care about it. Will these concerted campaigns destroy Abdul's chances? No. But it's not helpful that Democrats, instead of uniting behind Abdul, are actively taking potshots at him by way of me.
Actually try to move us to a society where we embrace everyone, even where there are differences on issues, be they foreign or domestic. The notion that people should be targeted because of their religious beliefs or ethnicity or race, whatever the case may be, that's fundamentally inconsistent with who we are in this country.
Yes, indeed. Hasan Piker's clout among Democrats, though, particularly some younger Democratic voters, seems to be growing. We saw, for example, his prominence in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary. So why not call him out by name in your statement if you feel so passionately about this issue?
I've just addressed Hasan Piker's comments as it relates to the Jewish community as forcefully as I can, and I will continue to do that.
Yes, but in your original statement, he was not addressed by name. That's why I was raising the...
Wolf Blitzer, who literally
Jew
used to do PR for AIPAC.
Jew. Problem?
Really pressing our boy Hakeem Jeffries on this, where he's like,
problem.
Why
Jew?
won't you name him? Why won't you kill Hasan Piker? Why won't you?
Jesus.
Why won't you demand that he gets shot? Why won't you do that?
Yeah, because that's definitely the threat right now. Is from pro.
A more
Zionist
forceful
people.
condemnation, please.
The question, Leader Jeffries, you want to give me a final thought before I let you go? And we're grateful to you for joining us.
Well, there are 70 days until the midterm elections, and we're either going to move the country forward.
He's like, there's 70 days until the midterm elections, and I'm going to spend every day talking about Hasan Piker. Time is running out. We have to kill him before the midterms are over.
Or we're going to turn back the clock. And Donald Trump's administration has been a disaster for the American people. That is clear. And we have an opportunity to take back control of the House and the United States Senate so we can begin the process of ending this national nightmare. And look, our commitment as Democrats is going to be to fight every day, every week, every month to actually address the problems that matter here in this country while pushing back against the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. That's unprecedented in nature and needs to end.
Far-left Michigan Senate candidate Abdul Hasan is trying to distance himself from a controversial Twitch
Oh man, dude, all the attention.
streamer.
He craves
Hasan
this,
Piker,
though.
ahead of the midterms, releasing this statement on X. Quote, anti-Semitism is a scourge and we need to address it.
Who was it that talked to you that said that Diet MAGA was not a good thing to say? Was that Pisco and Josiah and everybody? Did they all say that?
I think Josiah said it wasn't good. And I think
Kyle's
Pisco
out
as
here
well.
on Diet MAGA-ing every single person. Every single person. Diet MAGA, Diet MAGA, Diet MAGA. If they don't like completely and totally support his fucking weirdo friend, Hasan Piker.
In all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare.
Joining us now to react is senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, I'm interested to see your thoughts on this one, but here we are again, backtracking from what we were before.
Yeah, see? No. Hakeem Jeffries spent the last week defending Randy Fine, meeting with Jared Kushner, and condemning Hasan Piker law.
Lol.
He did literally do that.
Yeah, seriously, Ashley. And then, look, this is so, what's the word we're looking for here? Cowardly on the part of Abdul El-Sayed. I mean, he is so afraid of losing those precious votes in Dearborn, Michigan from Muslim voters. I mean, this was the Diet Coke of distancing from that evil anti-Semitic maniac who is Hasan Piker. Hence why he didn't address him by name in that statement. And even if he did address Hasan Piker by name, he doesn't get a do-over here. All right, we just showed the photos.
He's literally admitting that. They don't even give a fuck. Brother, you're pro-Trump. You're pro the grand old pedophile party. You can call me a maniac all day. I welcome that shit. Fuck you.
He campaigned with Hassan Piker. He was side by side with them. If I'm El Sayed's opponent, Republican Mike Rogers, I put Piker and El Sayed together in every ad to run every day moving forward until Election Day and remind voters what Piker has said. America deserved 9/11, calling Jews, quote, inbreds, unquote. That he has a large poster of the World Trade Center exploding when the plane hit on 9/11, sitting prominently right behind him over his shoulder on his podcast. And just this week, Piker warned American Jews to stop supporting Israel or someone will, quote, come around and take action. Not against Israel, but American Jews, unquote. Oh, that's a call to violence. So every Democrat who has appeared on his podcast and his campaign own all of this, whether it's AOC, Zoran Memdani, El Sayed, Bernie Sanders. You were pals with this one. You campaigned with him. Guess what? You don't get to disown him now because you knew exactly what you were doing and what he has said in the past when you did it.
Let's look ahead to the future. Hypothetical for you, Joe. Let's say El Sayed wins.
Yes.
Would you expect Hassan Piker to become back into the fold there in the orbit of El Sayed?
Great question. A means to an end, right? So, yeah, if he wins and runs up the score with the type of people that listen and watch a Hassan Piker, whether that's young adults or even college students, that's where El Sayed did well in Michigan, in places like Ann Arbor and East Lansing, yeah, then suddenly Piker will be the it girl again like he was last month. Instead, the Democrats are attempting to sort of distance themselves from him, but again...
Curious if YouTube will give him the Kirk treatment with all of this media attention on Hassan. Again, like the way that I generally code this, and hey, listen, maybe one time my predictions will be wrong, is no... because nobody's actually seriously going after Hassan because the Republicans see him as like a useful, like a form of basically controlled opposition. Like as long as he's here making insane statements, these are gifts to Mike Rogers. This is like the easiest fucking attack campaign thing you've ever ran in your entire fucking life. Why the fuck would they ever want this guy banned from anything? He's literally the golden goose for them. So,
do you think if you were working with a campaign then you would have been less likely to get demonetized for the same reason? Because they could have just like kept attacking you versus like, I guess.
No, I mean like, you know, not to sound like a fucking whatever, not to be full of myself, but I think that my ideology as like a moderate like Democrat, I think is a threat to the Republican Party. Like they view it as being threatening. Like they don't want to deal with moderate Dems. Like it's a bad thing for them and it can cost them electorally.
Hassan's a wacko.
Whereas, yeah, for people like Hassan, this is like stuff that they know is not electorally popular and it serves their interests. It's good for them because they know they'll always be able to beat it in any kind of general. So I don't think that when they look at people like Hassan, they're never looking to like genuinely deplatform people like him. They're looking to go in on him or they're looking to use him as a vector to attack Democrats or whoever they can get him near. So they don't want to deplatform Hassan of anything. They want to become more popular because he's just the easiest attack vector ever. But when they see somebody who's like they view as like legitimately threatening, like I think that like Jimmy Kimmel, like the late night host, like legitimately triggered the fuck out of Trump. And having people that are like funny on media news, like talking shit about your candidate and everything is like not a good look. Like that's a person that they legitimately, you know, were trying to destroy. Same thing with Stephen Colbert, yeah.
Film is temporary, pain is forever, and pain is temporary, film is forever. Yes, that's what I was going for. So yeah, all the video is out there, and all the appearances with him won't go away.
Really quickly, and I just want your final thoughts on this. I'm sure you saw El Sayed's opponent, Mike Rogers, comment.
Not ban demonetization. Do you think advertisers will continue to be happy putting ads on his videos with all this controversy? I don't know how much advertisers care. I think it has to do with like how much pressure is being put on. Like I think that my demonetization happened. I think it was largely the Jesse Waters thing was a big deal. Like him airing that on Fox News caught the attention of a lot of people, and I'm sure somebody there noticed and reached out to whoever at fucking YouTube that'd be my guess. That was the big thing. But I'd have to go back and think. I don't know, like in terms of like the things that I was talking about, I feel like it was fairly centered on me. I don't know. I'm sure there must have been some, you know, tying to like, oh, these are like crazy Democrats or whatever. But for like this stuff here, like you would never want this stuff to go away. This is just like, again, the gift that keeps on giving.
On Hassan Piker and also responding to the statement, he said Abdul's attempt to distance himself from this violent and hateful rhetoric now that he and Hassan won the primary is the epitome of what a con man does. I want to hone in on the word con man does. It says one thing when it serves him and another when it doesn't. His rhetoric is causing fear.
Republican attack ads about you would likely be about your comments about the Trump assassination attempt of the Texas flood kids who died and maybe some other stuff. I mean, yeah, I think Republican attack ads on me would be really brutal if I was running for office. But I don't position myself near any candidates. You know, there's no like. I mean, what are you going to say? Like, here's a wacky Democrat. Like, I'm not near anybody. If you wanted to attack me, you could attack me all day. I think that's fine. And then, you know, I'd have no problem with Democrats distancing themselves from things that I say, especially if it helps them separate out from, you know, whatever shit. If they want to run attack ads on me, it wouldn't matter. But I don't think they would ever try to because I'm not really positioned near any candidates. But Hassan obviously is. So.
In Michigan communities, it's un-American and makes him unfit to represent.
Notice how.
Oh, true. They threw David Pakman on the White House enemies list. I saw that. Yeah.
Notice how even Mike Rogers' sentiment here is to like divide the base. He's trying to actively tell the progressive defenders of Abdul Al-Sayed to fuck off, that like Abdul Al-Sayed is fucking them over. And he's also trying to instill fear in the more moderate voters to not vote for Abdul Al-Sayed because he's far too radical. He misquoted you from a straightforward quote and said you made a call to violence. Yeah, yes, they are lying. What are we? Is this our new? Is this your first time tuning into the Republican side? They lie about everything. Why would they lie about this? They literally said Alex Peretti and Renee Good were white terrorists, not white nationalists. They would defend that, obviously. We know that they lie. We know that they lie all the time. The problem is liberals are saying, well, they lie all the time, but this time they're right.
Our state, your thoughts?
Did you see what
I was confident that we get Abdul kudos for condemning you. I'm shocked it only made the story bigger. Who could have seen that coming? Yeah. I mean, Abdul saw it coming too. I saw it coming. That's what I kept repeatedly saying. Like, this is not going to be successful for anybody. It's just a lose-lose situation.
Like Rogers did there.
Then why would you appear with him? What do you mean? What the fuck?
He, as an El Sayed and Hassan Piker, won the primary as if they're running mates. Right. So, yeah, it's good stuff. And Mike Rogers is a very capable Republican. He nearly beat Alyssa Slotkin for the last time he ran for Senate 2 years ago, lost by something like 0.3% of the vote. So, yeah, he came very close last time. Now he has a very vulnerable opponent in a state that Donald Trump has won twice. If El Sayed wins there, then socialism is very, very much for real. Save the tape now. It ain't going to happen. Rogers wins this and he wins quite comfortably.
Well, there you go. Joe Concha.
Calling it.
Mark it. Joe Concha,
Thanks, Joe. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Wow.
Well, some Democrats are distancing themselves from Hassan Piker.
Oh my God, dude. Relentless.
Oh, it's Budheimer.
Dude, another one?
Oh my God, Budheimer went on Fox News and spoke on this for 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm skipping
just
this
a Twitch streamer, dude.
Well, some Democrats are distancing
All right, let's get to the good shit.
Wait, you skipped
Abdul
it?
Sayed last
You
night went on
skipped
Jesse
it?
Waters and put on a clinic. How do you decompress from this shit, man? I don't. It's fine. I'm used to it.
He seeks it out.
It's just a sad state of affairs because, like, it's perhaps more important than ever before to create some kind of consensus reality rooted in objective facts. And the media is absolutely destroying any opportunity that remains by saying, like, no, we're just going to still play the role of defending Israel. We're just going to do everything we can. We're going to be the little servants of AIPAC. You know?
Anybody else like Jews?
It sucks.
Would you put any money towards Hassan doing a lie detector test if he shocked Kaya?
No. Or, I mean, yeah, I would put a lot of money against it, yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. Why is he paused and eating?
I'm doing all right,
I
though.
need to do this.
Part of that is because...
Okay, 10-minute ads. There's got to be something else besides...
He overuses it, man.
Yeah.
I don't think his clips have been emergency one time.
No, I don't think they have been.
Yeah, I'll ban him. That's
10 minutes.
Up, you have
7 days ago, bruh.
Emergency,
really no movement on Gaza coming after nearly a year of the end of the war, and of course the midterms are coming up as well for the president.
Do you think it would have been wiser of Donald Trump not to bother with the Gaza issue right now before the Israeli elections?
Well, wiser. I mean, what should he?
Dude, 2028 is going to be a crazy year because that's when the Chinese elections are too, right? The American elections and the Chinese elections match up around the same time in 2028. That's going to be a very, very...
Who the fuck is even talking about this? It's that Eric dude or whatever, 100%.
Probably Eric, yeah.
What a weird thing to point out. Okay.
Very interesting time.
You focus on Iran?
Yeah. Well,
most would argue.
That's the point.
Yeah, most would argue that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So,
Chinese elections, Lamau.
Uh-oh. What do you mean, Lamau?
Undermining the Chinese system. Keep being fucking delusional.
Yeah, what do you mean, Lamau,
Oh my
bro?
God, everyone's saying, well, Chinese elections. Yes, they do. They have elections. And there's also internal changes that take place. And yes, that election is a real election. No, Xi Jinping is not stepping down.
Single party rule, by the way. Single party rule, by the way. But that's cool. That's real democracy, guys, by the way.
It's like Putin saying Russia is democratic. No, it's not. No, the Chinese system is not. The Chinese system is not a democratic system in the way that we understand it. Think about it like this.
Think about it like this, guys.
If you're like from a European parliamentary system, the American system only has 2 parties rather than multiple. Okay, the Chinese system has 1 party rather than 2 parties like we have in the United States of America. But the
What the fuck?
It's just one less. Triple S. Just one less.
What was that? We're actually closer to China than Europe. They have 10 parties. We have 2. China has 1. This is like Pascal's wager for political retards. Like, oh, you think you're smart, or no? Wait, is it Pascal's wager where it's like you believe in there are 3,400 gods that you don't believe in. There are 3,401 gods that I don't believe in. Who's the crazy one? I don't think that's Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager is like I might as well be religious because if there's hell, that's really bad anyway. And if I believe in it, it doesn't hurt me. What am I thinking of? What's the one that I just said?
You fucked the clip up, man.
Good.
It's over.
What am I thinking of? The one where like you just believe in one less god. Is there a name for that? I feel like there's a thing for that. The second one is the wager. Yeah, I don't know what the first one is called. I feel like
multiple.
There's a
Okay. The Chinese.
Shut up. I hate you, Mutin.
System has one party rather than two parties like we have in the United States of America. But the internal discourse and the internal discussion happens within that one party framework. Having said that, however, there are still there's still a normal democratic process when it comes to local level partisan or local level party politics, like who gets to be appointed into a seat of power. And that's how most people start or every single Chinese politician starts their career.
Oh.
Okay. That's it.
That's cute.
From the European perspective, the American political system is bullshit. It's literally a presidential system with two parties. The European one is at least parliamentary with multiple parties. In the Chinese system, it's one party. Okay? Just one less party than the American one. I'm not saying it's my favorite. I'm just explaining to you how their structure works. It's important for you to understand it. It's going to be increasingly more important for you guys to understand how the Chinese system works.
What do you mean by that?
You're just going to need to learn about it. It's the same as like why someone in fucking Morocco knows how the American system works. Because America is the hegemon.
Oh, so he wants China to take over. That's what I heard.
For now. This article explains that they have 9 parties. Yeah, those other parties don't matter. Okay, stop. I don't like this. Like, oh, they have 9 parties. Yeah, that's irrelevant. Come on, man. It's just, oh my God. It's just one fucking party. It's a one-party state. It's a de facto one-party state. What the fuck are we talking about?
Those other parties are loser parties, guys. Smash that Zen. Yeah.
It's a one-party state with internal factions and also a one-party state with the hyper-focus on performance, meritocracy. Key provinces performing against one another, both in terms of development and also trade and whatever key sectors the party is focusing on as their 5-year targets. History of Chinese elections.
For those of you who don't read Chinese, this comment
is this approved? Hello?
is talking about the
Is this an
Leninist concept
approved
of
video
democratic
about my
centralism,
wonderful
which is
country
very
of China?
much a part of Chinese democracy today.
Your take is identical to the renowned radical leftist communist Mike Bloomberg. Yeah, Xi Jinping, no dictator. American businessman Michael Bloomberg says, U.S. billionaire says it will take time to solve problems like air pollution, but China is taking action. Yeah, this is, by the way, beast mode for Michael Bloomberg. He said this while running for president. Like, I couldn't believe it. When this was when he was running for president.
Wow. That's crazy, dog.
It's just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Our arguments don't matter. Everybody's saying, Hasan, you're delusional about China. You love China, or whatever the fuck kind of thought-terminating spiral that you want to go down. It doesn't matter, okay? One day you're going to fucking have to learn it, okay? You can either get ahead of the curve and learn today. If you want to be ahead of the curve, if you want to be more competitive, then you have to learn about it now, okay? You just have to learn about it now. It doesn't mean you have to like it. It doesn't mean you have to say that we have it here. We should have a similar system here. I'm not advocating for that, okay? I'm not advocating for that. But it's unbelievably frustrating. Anytime I talk about fucking China, there's like 75,000 people in the chat and also outside being like, oh, how dare you explain what the Chinese system actually is? How dare you do that? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Just say it's Hitlerian, but Chinese and move on. It's like, well, that's not the case.
Come on, guys. They're not that bad.
Learn Mandarin, Mr. Ahead of the Curve. Okay, true.
I don't know about you, but I can't function without a visual. So for everything I read, I make a little Canva graphic that normally would never see the light of day. But here we are, Chinese democracy. A brief history. In the article that I shared yesterday, which was a close analysis of all of the iterations of the CCP constitution since 1921, the author suggested that the Leninist concept of...
Northern Line is already mogging you hard on Mandarin study? Yeah, because he lives in fucking Vancouver, okay?
Ooh.
It's like having to learn Spanish living in Miami, okay? Yeah. It's good to know the language of the region that you are living in.
Just in case you didn't know that, the language of the region of Miami is English. Just let me use that. In case you didn't know that.
It's not like he's learning Chinese because, you know, he has ambitions of living in China. He already lives in Little China. I love Vancouver, by the way. So I mean that positively.
Democratic centralism.
They live in LA, what the fuck? Dude, Vancouver. I think Vancouver is more of a province of China than Los Angeles is.
What?
Do you think? Wait, what is
Los Angeles?
Democratic centralism.
You live in LA, what the fuck? Dude, Vancouver. I think Vancouver is more of a province of China than Los Angeles is.
How are either of them province? Whatever.
Well, there's a lot of Chinese people that live in Vancouver, but that's still kind of a weird statement, but okay.
Los Angeles is a province of Mexico.
I don't even know, bro. I don't know.
Is on paper not that different from liberal democracy.
Some of y'all have never been to Vancouver, and that's why you don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, wait, who said... Oh, they did have to make another filing to explain their bullshit.
Wait, did they?
I think this is today.
Then it's late, no?
Who cares, bro? They got it, okay?
No, it's fucking late, man. That's
They got
crazy.
it! They got it! Moot! What do you
It's
want? What do you want him
literally
to say?
late, Steven.
What do you want him to say? Jesus,
There's no way she accepts this.
What do you mean? You're snarking, bro.
Where's Kafka?
Oh, look, and they filed it. Oh, if you file it twice, it kind of like undoes the time on one of them too, I think. So, yeah. And it's 18 pages. God damn.
Both at 8 p.m. on the 25th of August.
Bro.
That's Tuesday, not end of day Monday.
They're working on it, okay?
You should read it.
Okay. After our Hasan snark.
It's not a bottom-up system. It's a top-down system. Party leaders pick local candidates that run in non-competitive local elections. These cadre politicians are watched for promotion by their superiors from local committees in Congress. They are advanced to higher regional bodies, provincial bodies, and then national bodies. Yes. And every element of it is hyper-meritocratic. You have key performance indicators, you have key performance targets, and you have to hit them. And you are constantly being watched. You're constantly being watched.
To make sure you're serving the interests of
And
the
you
people.
have expectations that you have to hit certain performance targets. This could be the eradication of poverty. This could be rerouting key industrial output to whatever China wants to do. This could be, I don't know, fixing healthcare in a certain region. And what's really interesting is,
yes.
I mean, it's a fascinating system. If you actually want to truly understand it, it is a fascinating system. It works for China. It definitely would not work for America. Make no mistake. I'm not saying this would work. We would never in a million years be like, what do you mean?
We're not good enough. Only China got such an awesome fucking
It's a
system.
fascinating system that is unbelievably meritocratic. The number one criticism against Xi Jinping is that it has moved away from the constant competitive forces within the party to basically show loyalty to Xi Jinping instead. That's the Western criticism of the current Chinese state of affairs. That for the longest time it was just pure meritocracy, but it got the corruption got out of hand. Xi Jinping annihilated it.
Oh,
that's it. Flips over.
Really?
Wait, I got a new hypothetical for you before you do this.
What?
I linked it on Discord.
What? How is this a hypothetical?
What do you mean? Oh, it scroll to the top.
Oh. Green button. You instantly receive $2 million tax-free. Red button. You go back in time and restart your life at 10 years of age with all the knowledge you have today. You can press just one. There has to be like way more stuff involved in this. Like obviously everybody would go back to be 10, no? Like,
Okay,
well,
but then Kafka brings up the point. 8 years of 100% celibacy or you're actually a pedophile.
no, that's not true.
Really?
You can just masturbate to adult porn.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
In fact, that should be easy. Are you implying that if you went back in time and put your mind in the body of a 10-year-old, you would suddenly find 10-year-olds attractive?
No. I'm just bringing up what he's bringing up.
Well, because that shouldn't even be a challenge, no? I don't understand what you...
My mouse is like, my mouse is not
Whoa, who's that?
working. It's fine. I'm back. Yeah.
Wait, he has a production team? They're the team! Those are the people! Who's that guy?
He's got multiple people.
What?
All right.
You don't know about the lady?
I don't know what the fuck
No.
happened there.
I'm not kidding. He has a lady in another room who does production shit for him every stream. I don't know who the guy was, but this is there's like an article on this.
Oh. Holy shit. Let me use the restroom real quick first. Hold on.
I hope he pays her a living wage.
He doesn't.
sexist attacks against women. In addition, you insinuated that Dr. El Sayed somehow endorsed the regrettably worded comment of Hassan Piker suggesting that America deserved 9/11 or 9/11. I don't understand that. Your accusations help create the climate that encourages hate speech, like the hunting permit for killing Muslims released by your constituent, Bob Reminga, a current trustee of Plainfield Charter Township, which is in Kent County. And if you haven't seen that, it's really horrifying. Your inflammatory rhetoric has nothing to do with creating a better economic future for the people of West Michigan, and everything to do with protecting the pipeline of our tax dollars to Israel to pay for their health care and their bombs. So why should the taxpayers of West Michigan take your guidance and your comments that are contributing to this climate of hate? And I hope you can respond to that.
I'm happy to. So first of all, I have roundly condemned Bob Remington. His actions, are disgusting, and I have publicly condemned them. Hate in all its forms has no place in the United States of America and should be called out roundly. We're here today to talk about Sean, and I would like to keep the focus on Sean, why he is such an incredible representative. We may not necessarily be in agreement on everything. You're right. I do not support the comments of Hassan Piker. He has said some terrible things about America, about American troops, and I will stand by my comments condemning those. I think they don't have any place in the Democratic Party or in the United States of America. But even though we may not necessarily be in agreement about all of those things, we are in alignment about the things that unite us as Democrats: lowering costs, delivering on universal health care, and fighting corruption. I know what it takes to win in tough districts, and that's why I'm so proud to support Sean, to have him as a partner in those fights in Washington. And I'd be happy to talk with you offline a little bit more about my work to deliver on those things in West Michigan. But that's why I'm here today supporting Sean, and I think that's why he would be such a tremendous asset to us in Washington.
Waiting. Dr. Vananda doesn't know how to code. They lost all their skills. All they can do is sit on a commode. Yeah. I'm gonna snark them. I'm gonna get them real good. I'm gonna go down to Dr. Vananda's hood. I'm gonna bring a gun.
No, you're not. You're in a Nerf gun, a water gun.
Yeah, so I was about to get there.
Oh.
In the form of water.
My bad.
Dr. Vananda, he's lamb to the slaughter. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
We got a whole new... Which one should I read? The first one or the second one? They filed the same thing twice, but...
Probably the first one to see where they fucked up. Why would they file the same thing twice? That's not a mistake that it usually happens, right?
I don't know. I think it's literally the exact same thing twice. I think they just fucked up. I think.
Oh, I watched your whole depot, by the way, and I just want to say there is literally no point where their spoliation argument about the 23 files makes any sense. You in the deposition literally say that you have it.
Oh. It's so hard to explain, but like they even said things at this hearing that wasn't true. I think the thing that is confusing them is that they're trying to claim that, okay, there's one video that I sent to Abby where Abby mentions a sexual act that is the subject of the video of this complaint. So they're trying to say that video is definitely the Pixie video. But I can look at like the name of that file. I can look and see who else I've, talked about this file with, and I know 100% what that video is. I know the person and everything else, like 100%. And then I demonstrate that through like, here are logs of mine with a conversation with somebody else. Here's like the exact same video file. Here's like a reference to this and this. Here's something else in my conversation with Abby that demonstrates like exactly what this is. And that's how I go to prove it. In the course of like doing all of this bullshit, I think we end up creating a couple of like Excel spreadsheets to show like, oh, here's a list of all the links here, here's a list of all the links. And in like one of these spreadsheets, I think that they forget to add 2 links for some reason. I don't know if these 2 were Google Drive links and the rest were Discord or something else. But they try to claim, the defendant omitted these 2 links from this spreadsheet that he produced to us. But it's like, you have all the logs, everything. Like, it was obviously, this was just like a mistake or some erroneous, some copy paste error. But like, you have
Also,
everything.
Isn't you formatting nice? Like, isn't that you just being nice?
Hold on. Hello?
Hello, test.
One of us is lagging hard.
All right, let me try again. Hello, test.
On the bottom left, does it say voice connected? Is it green?
Yeah, mine's 100%.
Oh, so is mine. Huh.
You want to change the room?
No, it's fine now. But yeah, we just do these things so that there's
formatting just being nice.
Yeah, it's to show clarity basically, right? But then every time, and again, I don't know, I don't blame my law firm for this or anything, but like everything that we've done to kind of go out of our way to try to be clear, they've just tried to throw into like random motions. Like technically, I could have just said, not that I would do this because I don't conceal evidence, but I could have just said, oh, those conversations with Abby, those were years ago. I don't have any of those. Sorry. Good luck. We can go to court and you can try to prove it in court, right? Like I could have just said that and I would have been in the clear for all of this, assuming that I'm not actually deleting evidence or anything. But no, we tried to like make things as clear as possible. But every single piece of evidence we submitted them, they wanted to fight to the death. I'm like, oh, well, you didn't verify or validate these with a third-party authentication software, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, okay, whatever.
They're just phishing. Like, they have nothing.
Yes, it's hardcore phishing, and it's gross as
She said
fuck.
in court, she's like, you shouldn't be phishing. Like, she said that. She was like, we can't give you all the documents, or this would be, or like, court would be just trivially easy. Is that how our system works?
Are these different? Okay. I don't know. We'll see. Wait. Oh, people are saying these 2 docs are different. They just have to be the same number of pages? Day 672 of requesting an unblock on X. I get we had differences back when you were saying things about the firefighter, but overall I agree with you. Come on, man, maybe we can shut HIGA together. Why are you donating that and you're not even putting your Twitter name in the donation message? I have no idea who you are on Twitter. I don't know what you want me to do about that. Email me and I'll probably unblock you. Generally, if you ever email me, I always unblock you because I don't give a fuck that much. Oh, never mind. You have the same name as you donated with. There you go. You're unblocked. I block people really fast on X just because I don't want them shitting up my mentions with fucking... This guy's a fucking gay guy who loves Israel and he's fucking a pedophile. Blah, blah. Okay.
Go.
True. Plaintiff Jane Doe's response to defendant's objections to plaintiff's supplemental declarations. Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through undersigned counsel, hereby respectfully responds to defendant Stephen K. Bonnell II's objections to plaintiff's supplemental declarations. What is most telling about Bonnell's objections is what they do not say. Uh-oh. Not good.
Cinema.
Remember, you need to make the argument that we knew exactly what you wanted and we deleted it. Not that there's like an implication, not that there's like you could infer, not that like you should have maybe known, because they have a really, really, really high, they've got a really high threshold they have to cross here now. They have to show why they should be granted sanctions related to spoliation, which is already an exceptionally rare, super high bar to cross.
Kafka said in his law firm, it's like once in a lifetime, a lawyer will have a spoliation fucking case.
Granted, yeah, for that, is this adversarial thing,
Yeah.
right? So not only have to pass that bar, you're going to have to show why you should be allowed to pass that bar for stuff that you never even filed a motion to compel on. You didn't even go to the court and say, hey, we really need this evidence. So, but I don't know, we'll see. Response to objections to plaintiff's supplemental declaration. Okay, what's most telling about Bonnell's objections is what they do not say. Bonnell nowhere denies that the November 29th, 2024 exchange with witness he occurred, or that he authored it. Its existence and his authorship are therefore uncontested. I don't know if me not responding in the affirmative or the negative about a thing says whether or not I agree that I even said it. That's kind of an inference, but okay. And his hearsay and authentication objections are academic. Okay. Nor does he deny that he archived his Discord logs with Witness C on February 14th, 2025. He never says that he searched for that archive or explains why he no longer has it. He says only that he searched for Witness C's account, but that search was performative. He looked under her Instagram username rather than the Discord username under which the exchange took place. This isn't even true. It's just like lies.
Compel him then.
Well, they're too late for that. I don't even know what her Instagram name is. Oh, this is her Instagram name, but I'm pretty sure it was also her Discord name. I don't know what her name on Discord is anymore because I don't, because I think I'm pretty sure we blocked each other over a year ago. Also, how do you even know this? My search was performative. How are you knowing all this shit about everything that I'm doing? I think you can just mind read everything. What his search did accomplish was to place Witness C's Instagram username, which links directly to her legal identity, into a publicly filed declaration in a willful violation of the court's sealing order. Everything is sealed. Every witness is anonymous. I like how they put this in there after you were there. You heard it when the judge was like, you can't seal everything. When people make declarations, it's in open court. There's a public interest. I like how they're still fighting on every...
She was mad about this.
Yeah, but it's possible they didn't update their Lexis AI prompt or whatever they're fucking using to write these fucking filings. Bonell's objections rest largely on the mistaken premise that plaintiff was required to disclose evidence before she knew it existed. Rule 26 provides otherwise. Initial disclosures are expressly based on information then reasonably available to the disclosing party, while Rule 26E requires implementation in a timely manner. When a party learns that a prior disclosure is material incomplete, here plaintiff did not withhold a known witness during discovery. Counsel advised Bonnell August 6th that plaintiff had only recently become aware of the newly discovered communications, promptly requested their production, and thereafter sought confirmation that Bonnell searches native Facebook and Discord accounts. Bonnell responded, blah, 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 blah. It has to be more than this. There have to be stronger arguments than this. But even assuming Rule 26 required earlier disclosure, exclusion is unwarranted. The 11th Circuit considers, 1, the importance of that testimony, the reason for the appellant's failure to disclose witness earlier, and the prejudice to the opposing party. Each consider. Also, I like how, by the way, I didn't even know she was married until I was like months into this court case too. Would have been interesting to disclose her wife, but okay. Each consideration.
Almost certainly a false green card marriage.
Probably. Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah. Each consideration. Well, probably. Yeah. Each consideration favors plaintiff. Witness C's testimony is highly probative. Plaintiff could not disclose a witness and evidence of which she was unaware. And any claimed inability to examine witness C is readily curable through limited additional testimony or an evidentiary hearing. Plaintiff could not disclose. Does she mean depose a witness? Or, could not disclose, could not make us aware. A witness and evidence of which she was unaware, and any claimed inability to examine. She knew she was my girlfriend. Like, this was like a publicly known thing, and it was talked about in Jessica's server all the fucking time, and Pixie should know because she has like an exclusive like carve-out channel in there for her to collect information from. But okay. I also don't know how Pixie got any documents from Justical or Lena, because they haven't disclosed that to me, by the way, which is their application. But which, yeah, I still have no idea where how that chain of whatever wound up there. I have no idea. I can't even guess because I don't know. Exclusion is particularly inappropriate where a lesser measure can cure any asserted precedent. Declining to exclude. Bonnell's remaining objections largely confuse the purpose for which the supplemental evidence is offered. Plaintiff does not contend that Witness C's preserved Discord archive itself constitutes irredeemably lost ESI warranting an independent Rule 37E sanction. Rather, Witness C provides first-hand evidence concerning Bonnell's deletion practices and intent. She testifies. She didn't. She filled out an affidavit, but she said it in an affidavit, I guess, that Bonnell told her he was wiping his Discord messages and that she subsequently sat beside him while he archived their communications, sent her the archive, and deleted the messages. The fact that Witness C happened to preserve her copy does not make Bonnell's act of deleting his copy irrelevant. It remains circumstantial evidence bearing on whether other ESI identified in plaintiff's motion was intentionally deleted rather than lost through accident or technical failure. Okay, Chief. Notice Bonnell's January 22nd, 2025 preservation letter established the earliest possible date on which his preservation duty arose. They're still running this argument. They abandoned this argument in court immediately. The duty attaches when litigation becomes reasonably foreseeable, not merely upon receipt of a formal preservation demand. Here, litigation was reasonably foreseeable no later than November 29, 2024, when plaintiff's intimate material was publicly leaked and Bonnell contemporaneously discussed with witness C his dissemination of plaintiff's intimate videos and his doubt that she had consented. Bonnell cannot render evidence of his subsequent deletions irrelevant merely by assuming, as the premise of his objection, that his preferred January 22nd trigger date is correct, the date that I received a letter requesting preservation of evidence, but okay. In any event, the date makes no difference. Even accepting January 22nd, Bonnell did not delete his witness C logs until February 14, 2025, more than 3 weeks later, and deleted them again in May of 2026. They have no idea what they're even referring to here for deletion. I don't even know what they're referring to here for deletion, because they haven't brought any specific information about what they're talking about, but okay. His own trigger date thus does not excuse his admitted deletions, especially given that the communications that they're talking about were from November of the year before, but okay. The Barrett v. Doral was about a minor child of somebody, sure. Finally, Bonnell's blanket evidentiary objections do not justify striking the declarations. Witness C may authenticate communications in which she personally participated. See US v. Curbelo and Bonnell's own statements, whether made directly to her in electronic communications, to the extent any testimony presently lacks a technical foundation capable of being supplied through live testimony. Exclusion remains unnecessary. Accordingly, the court should overrule Bonnell's objections. At minimum, if the court concludes that any factual or foundational issue cannot be resolved on the present record, plaintiff respectfully requests an evidentiary hearing rather than exclusion of newly discovered, highly probative evidence. You want to do an evidence, dude? Every hearing has been a disaster for these guys. Why? Like, you want to set another hearing for what? To the extent that uncertainty, are they going to fly Lena down to fucking Florida to talk about a conversation that we had on the night the videos leaked as a way to salvage their court? It's like, Jesus. To the extent that uncertainty remains concerning the deletion, preservation, collection, or continued retrievability of the communications, the court may likely order a neutral forensic examination. Okay. Plaintiff's responses to witness C's testimony. Plaintiff did not provide Exhibit A until after the close of business on August 18th, 2026, 1 day before the hearing. Inadmissible hearsay. Response to objections 1 and 2. Bonnell's authentication objection is baseless. Exhibit A is properly authenticated by witness C, who has first-hand knowledge of having been romantically involved with Bonnell, is familiar with his public Facebook profile, and identifies Exhibit A as a true and correct screenshot of that profile. I don't know what my Facebook has to do with my profile or what that has to do with any of our conversations, but okay. It was offered to corroborate witness C's relationship with Bonnell, not for the truth of the biographical information appearing. Oh, to prove that we were dating? Okay. These are like fights that we should have been having back in Jesus. When did discovery start on this case? April of 2025? Like over a year ago. This would have been this back and forth here. Jesus. Pena properly explains how the new material came to his attention and plainly has personal knowledge of what he did after receiving that information. Counsel's communication, identifying the videos, not offered to prove the truth. Bonnell's recorded same. Okay. These are just responses to our objections, I guess. And then what is the second one? Bonnell's objections rest largely on the mistaken premise that plaintiff was required to disclose evidence before she knew it existed. Is this like the same thing but slightly reworked, or Rule 26 provides otherwise initial disclosures expressly based on information that reasonably available. There is an additional threshold problem in Bonnell's Rule 26 argument. Rule 26A1AI requires disclosure of persons a party may use to support its claims to defenses. Witness C is offered here to establish collateral litigation misconduct, Bonnell's alleged spoliation, not to prove plaintiff's underlying claims. In material analogous circumstances, you don't know, rejected a 37C request to strike an undisclosed IT employee's affidavit because the witness was offered to contest a spoliation allegation rather than support the party's claims or defenses. Well, I don't understand. Did they accidentally submit like a draft, and then this was like the final copy, and they submitted both?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the file names are even like _1 versus _2.
Nice.
But maybe that's automatically done when they file it. I don't know.
Oh, it might be when they file it. Because it's 298.0299. One of them says in response to 290, the other says in response to 291. Oh, so it's just the same arguments basically for both? So that's why they're similar?
They definitely uploaded the wrong one.
Well. So I guess.
So they're asking for another hearing?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the judge is going to do with this. I don't know what they can do with this. It feels like we're going to walk back into court and it's going to be the same retarded shit. I don't know. Like, it's going to be them saying like, well, here's some stuff that we want. And then her saying, this should have been taken care of like a year ago. I don't understand how you think you can do spoliation motions right now on stuff that like this should have been like subject to discovery stuff a long time ago. Like, it's improper, it's untimely, and it's already like an insanely fucking busy fucking docket. And they filed the same thing twice. I don't know. Well,
I mean, I don't know. This is really bad. Yeah. I wonder if it's sanction worthy.
Do you think they filed late on purpose so that people online can claim that the judge didn't even consider the evidence? No, I don't. I think they're just incompetent as fuck. That is pretty ballsy, though, that they didn't even put much in here. I don't understand why this took them. Like, they're not spending any time on this. Like, I felt like it was like a few hours of work. Why did it take them so long again? Oh, get me out of here. Did the judge say when she would rule on this part? Well, I imagine we have I don't know, a day to respond. I think we were supposed to respond by yesterday, but they didn't file anything on Monday. So I imagine we have a day to respond, although I don't even know what the fuck our response are going to be here other than the same shit that we've already said.
Your Honor, they're retarded.
Isn't it the same argument from the hearing? Yeah. I don't know. Okay. Asmund slop. We haven't watched this in a long time.
And he'll say, oh, well, Hasan is not joking. Yes, I am.
I want to fucking kill him, dude. I want to kill.
Whoa! In a video.
Well, it's actually crazy. Like, what a fucking idiot. Really, like, it's just so embarrassing. And he has Destiny. Whoa. Destiny had the shot collar back then, not Hasan.
I meant he's just not in a video game setting. I wanna own him in a video game setting.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! in a video game.
Yeah.
Fuck. In a debate. I want to kill him in a debate in Minecraft.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, there.
What about...
That's crazy, huh? And this is the person that's like virtue signaling? This is it? This dude's so lame. I know, what a loser. So this is, and this is the person that egged on somebody to kill Charlie Kirk. This is it. Like,
well,
there's no clips, by the way, of me saying that I want to kill other influencers, right?
well-
I'm not going around.
This is one of the things that I've talked about. It's very frustrating. Like hardcore lefties will talk about this. Is that one of the nice things about being a conservative? It's not nice, actually. It's not a nice thing because nobody should like this. But one of the annoying things about dealing with conservatives don't ever have to be violent because they have the state that will commit violence for them, right? If you hate illegal immigrants, I mean, you just have to, wait for ICE to do their job. That's it. And you're always good. You're always good to go. That's it. Whereas on the left, obviously, you don't really have the state apparatus to do violence for you. That asymmetry is very fucking annoying. Annoying in that, not that I think it would be good if we had a thing to commit violence for. It's annoying in that these guys get to claim, they're like, oh no, we're not violent at all in any way. We're just like chill people or whatever. It's like, well, no, you're literally cheering on the state-sanctioned violence is being committed on your behalf,
Saying this isn't a both sides type situation. This is an exclusive, and even with left-wing people, most left-wing people don't even do this. He's really special. He is. He's a very special person because he's the kind of person that literally advocates to kill people and nothing happens. Nothing happens even when the people that he advocates to kill get killed. Wow, what a surprise. So this is it. And full circle moment, Destiny is saving Hasan from getting banned on Twitch, and now Hasan is working to keep Destiny banned. Dude, you know what? There's something about that just rubs you the wrong way, doesn't it? It just rubs you the wrong. It's like, you know what, man? Like, how could you do that? Don't you have any?
I will not be manipulated.
Sense of loyalty? Don't you have any sense of brotherhood? Like, this dude helped you out, and you can't even go and try to throw him a bone. You're gonna try to work in the back channel to keep him off. What a weasel, dude! Oh my god.
I will not be manipulated, but also true.
One more time, because of just how embarrassing this is.
Yeah. And he'll say, oh, well, Hasan is not joking. Yes, I am. The fuck do you mean?
Like mayors. I want to fucking kill him, dude. I want to kill...
Whoa! In a video game.
I meant, it's just not...
Oh, wow.
It's like Interstellar. You're smacking the wall. Steven!
Let him get banned.
Stop!
What is this video? People keep linking to my subreddit.
In the last month...
The problem with the DSA.
In the last month or so...
Oh, I'm getting overloaded on socialism slop.
In the last month or so...
Wait. Relevant Asman clip. Eight hours ago. Is State Senator Jeremy Moss a Jew? Oh God. Yes.
No way. Another point on the graph that follows the same line. No way.
No, don't do it.
This is crazy. Wow. They're already fighting. Oh God. Let me see this. And yeah, let's see every single time. It's interesting how this is. It does seem to be every single time. Not Hasan Piker daydreaming about being me, as if keep dreaming, pal. Wait, is this okay? Well, wait a second. So let me read her statement, and then I'm gonna look at what he said about it. Hasan Piker calls for violence against American Jews. Well, that's not true. He doesn't just call for violence against American Jews. He calls for violence against a lot of other groups of people too. But it's just that American Jews are one of the many, right? It's like saying that Walmart is selling, Windex. Okay, yeah, they are, but they also sell potato chips, televisions, candy bars, and underwear. So it's like, really, you can't say Walmart is like a potato chip store, right? I mean, it's a variety store, really. Violence against all non-terrorists, and even some of the terrorists, too. But it depends on the right version of it. Full stop. What is this here? Directly naming Michigan elected official and future congressional colleague. Directly naming somebody, and he's the one that's saying that other people are trying to get him killed. Isn't that interesting? Jeremy Moss is unacceptable, full stop. Piker is a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. It's dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling calling out this disgusting rhetoric so it loses its grip on our politics once and for all. It has no place in Michigan and has no place in our country. So I think this is amusing, but it's also like the Democratic Party self-cannibalism, the self-cannibalism of the Democratic Party is very funny. Because if I were to ever probably suggest to this woman that, okay, let's look at everybody that's like Hasan, all these foreigners that are in America, that hate America, that love terrorism, and let's just systematically deport every single one of them. She'd probably say, well, we can't do that. Okay, well then that's why we have this problem. Because you don't actually want to solve the problem. This is, the Democrats are totally responsible for this. This is their own Frankenstein monster, and it's turned on its creator. It has. This Frankenstein monster of deranged, like gender identity warriors, foreign third worldists, jihadists, and everything. They've come together to create like an unholy amalgamation of the left. And what they do is they just tyrannicalize everything. They tyrannize social media. They tyrannize their own spaces. They tyrannize public spaces when they can. They're just tyrannical psychopaths. Anywhere they go, anything they do turns into a third world tyrannical dictatorship. That's the way it is, because that's what they are. So really, and I'm the one, and there are some people like me that want to stop this. I want to stop this. I want to put the gender warriors, the ones that are really crazy and talking about shooting people for misgendering them, I want to 5150 them and put them in a fucking facility. The ones that are talking about bombing people and killing people, I want to put them in jail. The ones that are talking about and scamming and funneling money, I want to put them back in their own country. You're going to go back to Africa today. You're going on there. There's a boat. There's a plane. I don't care how it happens. You're going back. It's a rocket ship. We'll have SpaceX do it, okay? Didn't he say he could go around the whole world in 48? We could have this done in an hour. We have it done in an hour. I'm over there in an hour. It'd be done. So what are we even thinking about here? About Canada? Well, I'm not a violent guy. I don't like to be a violent guy. We don't need to do that. There's no reason to do that. So yeah, she calls this out, and I think it's true. And obviously Hasan, of course, has to protect his reputation and defend himself. If I was an Israel First congresswoman, what? What?
Dude, kill me. Bruh. Shit's cooked. What do you want me to say, guys?
What do you want me to say?
What the hell does this have to do with Israel? This dude talks about Israel.
Me every single time Hasan talks about anything ever.
More than the KKK talks about black people.
True.
Really?
Unfortunately.
Like, I feel like he talks, like, this is insane. Like, he talks about Israel more than Nick Fuentes.
True.
Holy shit,
unfortunately.
Man. It's really everything. Like, it's DR'd. Just stop. I feel like at a certain point, Israel's got to be paying him. Like, I mean, he's making a mockery out of this. There are legitimate criticisms of Israel's involvement in American politics. I've discussed them at length. But the truth is that this is just embarrassing. Hasan is actually Israel first. All topics Israel first. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's funny.
True,
I'm going to steal that.
That's a good
possible
one.
cheating scandal.
I am going to use that. Hasan is Israel first. What do you mean by that? It's the first fucking topic you bring up in every single goddamn conversation, boy.
With a Republican in the state. So I love how, like, this is the implication with a possible okay, this is a lawsuit get out of jail free card. I'm going to create a theoretical accusation against you and then just put it out there to attack your character. This is why I never feel bad for people like Dean Withers whenever they get accused of bullshit, because they have no problem going and doing this shit. They have no problem using any of this language, but then the moment it gets turned around on them, and then they're the ones that are getting defamed. They're the ones that are getting reputation destroyed. Now it's like, oh, you can't do this. Well, this is what happens. Cheating scandal with a Republican in the state. So, yeah, I wouldn't spend too much time vying for the spotlight by actively defaming a prominent anti-Zionist.
Does Dean Withers make bad false accusations? Or does he mean like accusing people of being racist or whatever?
Voice. Anti-Zionist. You're not an anti-Zionist. Like, it's just, you're just not. I mean, here's the reason why Hasan is anti-Semitic. It's because he supports groups that want to genocide Jews. Here.
Shit. Wait, that's actually so much better than my argument. Fuck, I should have just used that one. Wait, what the fuck? But true, actually. True.
Let's do a thought exercise. Let's say I support the Nazis. Would you say that's anti-Semitic to support the Nazis? Yes, right? You would say this is anti-Semitic. Okay. All right. So why? Well, it's because of the Holocaust. The Holocaust happened and the Nazis killed a bunch of people, a bunch of Jews. So now Hasan is supporting another group of people that wants to do another Holocaust. They say it. They say it. This is, and I'll just real quick. Does Hamas call to kill Jews in their charter?
No.
We'll pull this up and look at it here and say it probably.
No, how does Azrael have better Israel-Palestine insight than fucking Hasan? Kill me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is it. It clearly says this. It's already Article 7. Here we go. Yes. The original Hamas covenant does. It explicitly quotes a hadith that describes Muslims fighting and killing Jews as necessary precursor to the day of judgment. So here we go, right here. Reframes. And so look at this here. Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Does call for it. Doesn't 17.
Who would have thought?
There it is.
Hamas wants
the
to kill
question is
all
why
the
they hate
Jews?
Jews so much other than religion. It's a land dispute. It's a Middle Eastern land dispute removed in 2017 for political reason. Right. Oh, how many Jews are in Palestine, right? How many Jews are around Hamas? They're killing all of them. So anyway, ask about the Houthis and Hezbollah. Yeah, let's see here. What about the Houthis and Hezbollah? Sorry, I don't know how to spell it. I'm bad at spelling. Take a look at this. I wouldn't talk about the sand wars.
Take a look at this one, guys.
The sand wars are in America. They're trying to make this the sand wars are in America. Yes, both have foundational ideology and rhetoric that target Israel for destruction and include explicit anti-Semitic elements directed at Jews. Israel, the hated enemy, has befought the hated ones. One struggle when this entity is obliterated, no treaty with it. There it is. It's primarily on Zionist entity rather than blanket religious call to kill all Jews worldwide in the exact style of 1988. However, the document and subsequent rhetoric treat the conflict in religious and existential terms. So there it is again, the Houthis. This is the Houthis' official slogan. This is like their catchphrase. Like like McDonald's, I'm loving it. Well, the Houthis is curse upon the Jews. That's it. So there you go. All these parts are on axis of resistance, share the goal of eliminating Israel as a Jewish state and a mix of anti-Zionism with classic anti-Semitic themes. The Houthi slogan is the most overtly and routinely anti-Semitic. And the Houthis have been the ones that he's defended the most. So how is it that you are the person that's saying that you're anti-Zionist whenever you support organizations that want to kill all of the Jews? You're not anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic.
Choose, I'm killing them.
This is the most ironic thing, is that he constantly cries about a genocide in Palestine, and then he's subsequently supporting people that want to genocide all the Jews. He's supporting a genocide himself. He said they should get the Nobel Peace Prize? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think they should get... Never mind. You know what? Never mind. You guys know how I feel about So, and anti-America, it's right there. Yeah, sure. And so anti-Zionist voice harm to Democrats state majority chances over a 90-10 issue. So so what he's saying is that 90% of Democrat voters want to hold American Jews accountable for what Israel did.
That's true. That was the issue with what he said. Oh, man, bruh. It's over. My fucking country is fucking cooked. What do you want me to say?
Asmongold's right?
What do you want me to say?
Real does. That's great. That's always a good thing to. It's always a good thing to have. And then, not Hassan Piker daydreaming about being me. As if, keep dreaming, pal. There's only one of us hurting the chances of the Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. She's right about this. I think.
Asmongold has some big brain people hidden in his Discord. No. This is just like very obvious if you're not like a fucking retard. This has always been my complaint about fucking Asmon shit and fucking XQC is that they're not stupid. They're probably like above average IQ people. They just don't do any actual reading or research. But this is also one of my complaints too, is that in any competition between people just going onto Twitch to try to see who they want to get their political commentary from, like Hassan is a avowed propagandist. He has no commitment to like the truth or anything factually correct at all. So if you're just like a passive observer and you watch any of these like right-wing chuds, they're always going to come off as way more rational and way more honest than fucking Hassan, who is just like is a liar who fucking hates the West. It's just what he is. Hi, what's up? What do you want, Daniel?
Oh, sorry, my stuff wasn't working. Discord saying I couldn't connect. I need both of you right now to say 3 things you hate about Asmongold. Right now, go.
No, my audience knows where I stand on Asmongold. I'm good.
Oh my god.
I hate that he's so dirty.
Jesus.
I hate that he wasn't very good at WoW and got carried.
Wow.
And I hate that he doesn't play WoW anymore.
I'm fucking talking to myself fucking a year ago. God damn it. I think those are the exact fucking answers I gave.
Good business.
Man. Wild day, huh?
I mean, what's next? Like Hassan's not going to stop.
The only person who can go higher is like Trump.
Well, Trump already indirectly referenced him. Did you see that? Or actually, no. I think he did directly say his name, didn't he?
Did he say Hassan? I think he said like a Twitch streamer. I don't remember, or something like that.
No, he doesn't know who the fuck he is. He's like, there's a Democrat. He says the Jews.
It was indirectly, he indirectly referenced him, so we're getting there.
Like, this is one of the things that all of the Democrats that voted for Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, not a single one of them, I can't say not a single one, but the overwhelming majority of them, they're not going to be supporting somebody who is like pro-Hamas, pro-Houthi, pro-9/11, right?
Like, why? You shouldn't have to get this take from, like, how is it that Asman does better, like, lib news coverage than all of my lib left media? This is absolutely true. Right? Like, on one end, you've got all these like young, like 19-year-old white guys who are like, the average American is not going to support anything to Israel. And then on the other side, it's like, I don't think the average American is going to be on board with a guy who says that like Hezbollah is fucking awesome. That's fucking crazy. You're delusional. The average American might not have strong feelings about Israel. Maybe most of them think that they've committed a genocide or whatever. But if you're up on stage with a dude who's saying Hezbollah and the Houthis are fucking awesome, you're going to look like a fucking lunatic. You look crazy. This shouldn't be difficult to say. This is the easiest thing in the world to admit to. Like, that's not a good look. Especially for a guy named Abdul Hasan who's Arabic. That's crazy. He's an Arab. That's crazy that you would try to heavily associate this dude. And now you're anchoring him with Hasan like Abdul has to swim for both of them. Like Abdul is here to do fucking PR for Hasan on Twitch. It's insane.
Like, they're not going to be okay with that. These are your Southern Democrat, James Tallarico. The Bible says that we need to have open borders. Like, the moment that you include this, like...
And Hasan brags about being mentioned by Trump.
She gave him a lot of money, and he recently campaigned with a communist fanatic who says that America deserved 9/11. We deserved it, right? We deserved all that death, destruction. In Texas, the Democrat nominee for Senate
Democrat,
said he hates
good one.
Christianity and that the 10 Commandments are a form of fascism. She gave him a lot of money, and he recently...
The only
Hezbollah is back?
Is the Iranian regime.
Hezbollah is back? Hezbollah has entered the war. Urgent. Israeli Channel 12 on the army. Launch missiles from Lebanon towards northern Israel. Ooh. Let me see something. The attack currently targeting Haifa, Israel, originated from Lebanon, the IDF says. Ooh. Ooh, someone said Hezi.
Murderous attacks.
Okay. Thanks for the clip, ads. Oh, I saw it. What's this? Democratic socialism is not feasible for long-term progress for left-leaning goals. I get it's trendy right now, but being a social democrat and actually working within the system to make it better is more effective than completely tearing it down, which is what the DSA advocates for. For example, the idea of abolishing prisons is ridiculous. The DSA is just the other side of the same coin that MAGA is on. DSA is a big tent organization that's left of the Democratic Party. It has members that are social democrats and members that are communists. There's a national organization, but most organizing happens at a local level, and you're not required to agree with every policy plank of the platform. A lot of it is about moving the needle, the Overton window, to make left ideas more acceptable in normal conversations. I've been a member for almost 7 years, and I'm very well aware of how the organization works. Okay, who did you vote for in the 2024 election? If you want to have a productive conversation about the merits and or drawbacks about democratic socialism and DSA, I'm happy to do that one-on-one or in person. But this post was to gauge interest and find like-minded people who are interested in starting this group, which you've made clear you're not. Violist,
jihadi bullshit, you're going to lose them. And by the way, Joe Biden was the president. And he won the fucking, I don't want to argue about the election. I think he won the election. I think people are crying over nothing. But I'm open to evidence of the contrary. I think it's bullshit, though, at least from what it seems. I don't want to get off topic here. He won the primary, for sure, right?
What?
There is no evidence to the contrary.
Oh.
Like, we all pretty much agree that he won the Democratic primary? That's the biggest block of Democrats. And you're completely alienating them with third world sand war, identity politics. That's what you're doing. They donate to a child killer. Americans are crazy. Yeah, but it's an American child killer. It is. And it's also women doing that. So you can't really, you can't say, oh, wow, women got together and did something silly. Oh, okay, well, what is it, Tuesday? Okay, of course. Duh. Sure, of course that happened. So, Cook, yeah, just all brain deterioration. I know. And Democrats haven't had a primary since Obama. Well, you could say, with the Bernie stuff, I get what you're saying. But they did have a primary. It was just probably a bullshit. The lefties are so far in their bubble, they believe regular people agree with them. Well, they do wield power in a very effective way. And I do want to say, it's like, I always use the metaphor of, you remember in Game of Thrones season 1, whenever Robert Baratheon was like, what's stronger, 5 armies or 1 army? And he says, this is 5, this is 1. The truth is that, yes, the DSA and the leftists are not the majority.
They're smaller, but they're so unified, just like MAGA, and the way that they sycophantically advocate for their own, that it gives them more apparent power or whatever.
Democratically, but they are so motivated and they are so outspoken and they're very active, they're hyper mobilized, and they're really fanatical, right? And I don't mean this in a negative way. I disagree with them, but they are fanatical, and I think that that pushes them a lot farther, right? It's like the the 300 versus Xerxes' army. Xerxes' army is the fucking the Democrats, and I don't want to glaze the DSA. I don't like the DSA, but I do want to say that at least they have a cohesive ideology. The DSA doesn't have the same level of ideological inconsistency that the Democratic Party does. The Democratic Party as a whole has a much more incoherent ideology than the DSA does. It's like saying, but like having a coherent ideology doesn't mean you have a good ideology. Thanos had a coherent ideology. He's still the villain in Marvel, right? So anyway, it wasn't just her. It was Hassan's, best friend here, Abdul El-Sayed. So this is the guy that Hassan was answering questions at his press rally and everything and all this stuff. This is the guy that is now denouncing Hassan. Now he's making negative statements about him. So Thanos made more sense? It does. DSA was Democrats? DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. That's DSA. I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me. Why is there, what are you doing, man? What is there, do you have to fill up the whole page? Holy shit, what is this? I feel like I'm reading the Epstein files here. It's like this is supposed to be, it says Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, I don't know, who's the third, Gates, what is this? How do you have these massive, I know this is stupid, but it's like, what the hell are you doing? So anyway, the quotes are worse. I know, we're gonna look at it. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare, because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. That's why I'm fighting to keep money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
Yeah.
This, I don't like Abdul. I think he's a terrorist supporter, and I think that him and apparently his mom was literally working with a group that was funding Al-Qaeda or something like that. So, I think all these people should be deported. But, let's be honest, this is a much better thing to say other than, but what about Israel, right? He's lying. Yeah, he's literally just lying here, right? And so these are the quote retweets. We can look at it here. This isn't about a Twitch streamer. We're going to say, to insult the intelligence of the American electorate. This is about how the hundreds of millions we have in our country. You have a strong association with someone who has said, what is this here? Who has said that emphatically that we deserve 9/11. If you actually cared about Americans, as you mean to imply by your rhetoric concerning affordability, you would have nothing to do with anybody who says that, obviously.
It sucks because, again, and I've made the same complaint a million times, that Hassan has never had to, deal with actual pushback before. The big result of him never having to deal with any of the actual pushback is that he's not capable of, he doesn't know how to navigate anything. He doesn't know how to navigate any drama. He's never written a manifesto before or tried to navigate some drama successfully. All he's done is he's called in the banners and he's tripled down on everything he's ever done, ever. Every Twitch ban, what does he say immediately after? My ban was bullshit. I can't believe they banned me for that. I'm going to come back and make a joke out of it immediately, right? So every single Twitch ban was bullshit. He hasn't learned from anything. He doesn't try to make his messages more palatable to the masses or any bullshit like that. It's just double, triple down on literally fucking everything. So now when somebody else who doesn't have the luxury of never being held accountable for anything because he's fucking running for office, Abdul El-Sayed, now that this guy is kind of tied to Hassan, I don't even know if he would know where to begin to alter his messaging on anything. Cringe.
The only reason why people like Abdul like affordability is because affordability allows them to fund and enable more people like them to ethnically replace Americans and Europeans in their own countries and then vote for ethnic policies that benefit each other. That's the reason why they care about affordability. They don't care about affordability because they love the country. They don't care about affordability because they want to, make life easier for the average person. No, this is all a mean.
Okay. So, stories about the Democratic Socialists of America have become the focal point of electoral.
Okay, I can't. I'm fucking socialist out for today, okay? Read the comments. Read the mod comments. What do you even call this kind of behavior? First IDF soldier to run marathon in Gaza.
I'm the first IDF soldier to run a full marathon inside Gaza. Also the first Israeli to run a full marathon in Gaza since we evacuated in 2005 from Gush Katif. We're here, we're having fun. 140 laps around the base. Come join me. But most importantly, message for Hamas. We're here, we're comfortable, we're strong. We're not going anywhere until you lay down your weapons and surrender. Is our home court, baby. Let's go.
Okay, it's retarded. So I had to take their comments and your comment down. I'm just going to copy paste what I told her so the POV may feel off for you. Reddit has designated the red arrow to be a terrorist symbol. So I'm sorry, I had to take this down. Breaks my heart, but we have to do this kind of thing to keep the sub open. Okay. Despicable, heartbreaking, and despicable. Or despicable, heartbreaking, and despicable. Gaza is 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. A marathon is 26 miles. Not even enough for a marathon.
True. You can only run straight.
This was the comment that was deleted. I look forward to the scum inevitably catching a down arrow, which I, of course, disavow. Disavow. What is that, like to get bombed or something, I'm guessing? Native, meanwhile, looks like every guy from Jersey. Yeah, that's perfect American English. He was either born in the U.S. and made Aliyah, or born in Israel and spent many years in the U.S. My money's on the latter. Easy to be a badass when you have 2 passports. r/Hasan Piker. Like, hello?
Hasan's ESL. Come on.
I remember that. Unfortunate. Swipel finds it rather suspicious that his ex-account was suspended after arguing with the DGG community that Hasan's recent viral statements were not anti-Semitic for a totally unrelated post of his that was up for several days prior.
It's like this, all right, like, am I in the Hasan camp? Like, I'll just sweep and defend? Because I see people who do this shit, right? Like the orbiters, and it's like, well, no. But why am I in one of these two groups? Why can't I be a guy who has opinions on every take that you bring to me that most of the time I don't even want to talk about, because I want to talk about like political effectiveness, but then you bring something to me, I get tagged in a post, Wick says, hey, what's up with that? And I say, oh, I don't think that's anti-Semitic based on that. Then, oh, well, no, you're a fucking dick suck. By the way, got my Twitter banned. Now, maybe not because of that post. This I can't prove. It got banned because of the thumbnail for my recent video, which has me holding a gun.
Jesus Christ, bruh! Okay.
And Elon is positioned near that gun, and this was called a threat.
Positioned near that gun.
Which has me holding a gun, and Elon is positioned near that gun, and this was called a threat to violence. Now, this was up for several days as my pin post, and nothing happened. But the instant that post comes up and a bunch of people flood my replies that I otherwise wouldn't have seen in my replies, I get taken down. I don't know. That's a little sussy to me, but maybe just got reported on that day. Either way, I'll be back in 7 days. So that's ridiculous.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Everyone warned you until you publicly condemned Tiger, and the stance will remain on you. The statement isn't good enough. It's not. The thing is that nothing will ever be good enough because nobody would ever accidentally make this mistake. Nobody, he's not, Abdul isn't stupid. He's a very intelligent, well-spoken, well-put-together, well-manicured, great politician. I dislike him, but he's not stupid. He's an intelligent, reasonable, smart person. He knew what was going on. He chose to ignore it because he thought that it would be advantageous. So that's it. He's an eloquent liar. There's a lot of examples, right? Are most mistakes accidental? Yeah, it was not a mistake. It was a calculated risk that didn't pay off, and now you're taking the countermeasures to mitigate that risk. That's just what happens. And I think that it makes sense. That's what I would do if I was him. I'd do the same thing. I think we should only allow American-born people to hold any type of power in America.
Fuck me. Any plans to watch Wick versus PF Young on PF's anti-Semitism? No, bro, I don't fucking care. Get me out of here. Get me out of this media environment.
Is it dono time?
Oh, true, Dan.
Hey guys, it's Prying Mind here. Destiny, please remove dono perms from Utan. He skipped $2,000 worth of your donos yesterday while you were shotgunning Red Bulls in the kitchen and said he was invoicing you for $4,000.
His not lying, ye wins.
Are we invoicing now, Moot?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Get on the ground. Now? Don't make me shoot you.
Don't you sound a little young for an officer?
Shut up. Get on the ground now.
Guys, I'm not sure, but I think this might be a child.
Hello?
Are you busy right now?
Mootin?
You fucked up now, buddy boy. Wait until my next video. Everyone's gonna know that you thought that video with kids pretend cop slopping was real, you dumbass.
What's the difference between a commie and a Nazi? One calls you a shitlib.
I mean, there's a few other differences, but...
Destiny, it's time I come clean. I wish I was the guy in that leaked video.
That seems to be a common theme.
Steve. They want to swim in the BPD, but you were molded by it. Can we get
You skip that one, Steve?
Destiny?
Nope.
It seemed
I
like
did mine
Professor
4x4.
Dave's position is the same as Dick Cheney's on Iraq, but with Israel. Why aren't any of these people asked if they think Israel enforce regime change? What else could the position be?
True. Good question.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you lick sniz.
Good one.
What does that mean?
You're a fucking dick. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Mouth, shut your stupid mouth.
You guys heard me crystal clear. If Jews don't condemn Israel, we will put them in camps like we did to Asians in Japan during WW2. My literature, Nazi Germany, World War II.
Was that DGers? Jubamna here. Seems impossible, but hang in there. Remember semi-open anti-Semitic Hamasabis or other vile dick sucks want you to feel isolated. But we non-radicals are not alone. We need to find ways to make boring cool.
True.
If Hitler wanted to handcraft his rebirth loadout to try to subvert the Jews again, he would just make Hassan.
Yup.
Jesus Christ.
If I got laid by Destiny, I'd be his roommate every time.
Fuck Canada. Content to be America's pale shadow. Lower wages for the same work. Weaker universities dressed up as prestigious. A military so small it borrows America's for defense, and America's culture for identity. Their brightest minds flee south the moment they graduate, leaving behind a husk of a country, a housing market so broken an entire generation will never own what their parents did, and a healthcare system where people wait 8 months for an MRI. The day of the rake will come soon.
Jesus.
Well, they will. They just need their parents to die.
Hi, Destiny. Come from right-learning conservative family. Also, as someone who watches Asmon, as much as that might make you cringe.
Stop with this
I
voice.
appreciate
Whoever is this
what
voice,
you do.
oh my god.
Your honest, inquisitive
It's cringy as
takes
fuck.
and being the F. I have a place I trust to find balance.
This is your chance. The money is on the streets and in the poly market. Bet on who will be the first Sandy Hook court case on the left. Hasan TYT.
Destiny, how did you go from something illiberal needs to be done in 2028 to combat MAGA to the fight against
already answered this,
MAGA
Dono,
is
like 12 hours
largely
ago.
over in literally like 2 months? Destiny. The most popular Republican in the country is Marco Rubio, Trump's biggest cock sleeve. So what you just said isn't true.
Good job, dude.
I want once again to be a prophet. If the international finance Jewry, sorry, Zionism, inside and outside of Europe, should succeed in plunging the peoples of the earth once again into a world war, the result will be not the Bolshevization of earth, and thus a Jewish, sorry, Zionist victory, but the annihilation of the Jewish, sorry, Zionist race in Europe.
Destiny of Fox News invited Hassan to clarify his position and called him the Democratic spokesperson for AES campaign, and then invited you to needle him. Would you take the offer?
To fight Hassan on Fox News? Whew.
The Zionist has always
That's
been
a tough
people
one.
with definite racial characteristics and never a religion. He is and remains the typical parasite. A sponger who, like a noxious bacillus, keeps on spreading as soon as a favorable medium invites him. Pepe wins.
He wins.
If this was Obama in office, he would use this time to unite both sides of the left and right on the Hassan issue, just saying.
3 balls in your mouth from the donor class. 3 balls in your mouth from the donor class. 3 balls in your mouth from the donor class. 3 balls in your mouth from the donor class. 3 balls in your mouth from the donor class. 3 balls in your mouth. Balls, balls.
Balls.
Yeah.
Day 672 of requesting an unblock on X. I get we had differences back when you were saying things about the firefighter, but
I already
overall I
unblocked this
agree
guy.
with you. Come on, man. Maybe we can shock Kaya together.
Jesus, fuck! Ban this one too.
Hey guys, hold on 1 second.
Damn it. I
What?
like it when it's Norm.
It's not Norm.
I'm
And
a
I like it
sovereign
when
citizen.
he's
There
echoed.
are no BPD women here. I will not comply.
Good one.
A mom's a sover their citis sin.
There are a whole lot of doomers in chat, Jack. Blue tsunami, blue ice cream, blue no matter what, Jack. I don't even know how to check my emails. Oh yeah, and enough with this sister shit. I don't what that means.
The thing that keeps me up at night is what will I do when we finally cut off aid to Israel, but then China steps in? What do I do when the country I love more than anything supports the people I hate more than anything?
Jew! Jew, 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 Jew. 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 Jew, 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 Jew.
Thank you, Jank.
Jew, 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 Jew. You, Jew, Jew. Jew, 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 Jew. Jew, 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 Jew. Jew, Jew, Jew. Jew, 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 Jew. Jew, 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 Jew. Jew, 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 Jew.
Can't get cute with me, Mr. Bonalangelo. Mrs. Dolly Parton was very impressive, really tremendous. In fact, I can remember a time where IPBBB, brr, 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 pup, B, 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 brr, brr, put, fef, 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 r, r, b, 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 r, nazel tuv.
Okay. This is 1.5 minutes. I'm good on that.
I've warned you, all of the postmodern neo-Marxists.
Populism is when black people want slavery and redlining to stop.
The black moderate is a greater obstacle than the Ku Klux Klan.
Clean your room. Hey, you retard Mouton. You said I was bad at WoW. I had 100 DPS parse on Mythic Star Augur. What is your best parse?
I didn't hear a response from Mouton, just saying.
Steven, it's me.
Hi.
I love you, Mr. Borelli.
Okay.
I miss the old Destiny. I subscribe for the fun debates. I want to see you make somebody squirm as they try to explain why incest is wrong. Why are we spending 7 hours hate watching a man with a tiny head? I love you, say it back.
Okay.
Good question.
Hello, sorry. I just have to interrupt whatever's going on.
Okay.
Key parsec add back, buddy do do, you fucking piece of shit. I left a meeting to tell you this fucking bitch.
Damn.
Odious enmity.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Hey, sweetie, just here to remind you that my wife is Palestinian, so I know more about this conflict than you ever could, dipshit.
Okay.
Moron! Oh, hold on. She's asking me to stop deleting comments for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Final dono.
Hey, Steven, it's me, Nick. Just thinking about you, bud. I miss you. Remember that time we got chicken and waffles? Haha, we should do that again sometime. Wow. Totally cool. If not, though, I understand. Love you, bestie.
You know what? I changed my mind about the Hitler TS. Bring it back.
Not true.
Okay.
Did you? Why?
Is this seat taken?
OOOO?
BU apparently.
Lucky seat.
Lucky me.
That was 10-minute ads donating that, by the way.
Lucky me too.
Very, very
sus.
Yeah.
I agree.
Very odious. even.
Quite odious. True,
Quite
actually.
odious. Did you
He's a boy
finish
kisser.
Factorio yet?
Yep, I'm close. I'm closing in on it. Okay, have fun. Be careful, don't die.
Well,
Will you be back tomorrow at 1 p.m.
1 p.m. sharp every day.
You know, they say...
What do they say, Dan?
That the embed wars are about to start, is what I've heard.
We'll see.
That's what they say.
But I've also heard that a great general is returning.
Hell yeah. All right, goodbye.
I love you. Be careful.
Steve, if you like any of the podcast names, you need to tell me. Thank you, bye.
Bye. Be careful, looters. Good night. Bye.